Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Barbara. Hey,
Is
listen,
there some? Okay, good. So I was worried that I couldn't hear, but
no,
now
no,
it's
we can
okay.
hear you fine. Listen, I'm streaming on YouTube right now, so I'm just streaming a PowerPoint. I'm going to stream a slide that says we're starting at 8:30. So I'm going to put you on mute and stuff. When we get started, you'll be able to kind of jump on.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our second retreat of the series, focused around looking at our work around equity and access, but also thinking through the practices that we need to focus on as part of our new strategic operating plan. Today, we have a robust agenda that will allow our board members to have insight in some of the studies that have been concluded, but also have the start of some background information around some of the elements of the work that is to come. So we will have an array of presenters here, but before we formally begin, I would like to turn it over to our chairman, Mr. Boston.
Thank you, Dr. Estrella, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here right early on a Saturday morning. So yeah, I just wanted to welcome us and say that we're all looking forward to seeing the development of this important work. How should we do that?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Ralph, people that are remote are saying they're having a hard time hearing.
And to get us started, let's say the Pledge of Allegiance together.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
After you, Dr.
Thank you. So going back to the agenda, there's a number of things that we will be covering today. We're going to make some modifications to the agenda. We're going to actually start off with the strategic plan update. This way we can start the morning with the context of where the work is and where it's headed. Then we will follow with Dr. Fergus, who will provide us with the equity study and where that work is, and start talking about potential goals and the steps that we can align to the upcoming strategic operating plan. Followed by that presentation, we will have the group that is conducting the facility study with us to provide us with an update and talk about the scope of the work, the schedule, and the items that they have started to work on and are hoping to work on, one of which will be hosting some collabs to gather additional information from the community about the community's aspirations around facilities. Then that will follow with a presentation from the team Urban Collaborative, just providing a brief summary of where the work is currently with the special education review. As you know, on Tuesday, they will be joining us for a thorough presentation of the findings of that study. And finally, we will have a brief presentation from Dr. Costanzo around the HR audit and where we are in that process and the next steps thereafter. Once that presentation is concluded, that will culminate our board retreat. We're looking forward to a day filled of great information for the board to make informed decisions in the best interest of all of our children. So going back to the first part of our agenda, which is an update around the strategic plan, we have Dr. Richard Lemons, who will be presenting digitally today, and I will allow him to explain why we're having this modernized structure for him to present. And then I will engage the board in a 10 to 15-minute Q&A with any questions that they might have about where we are in the process and the next steps thereafter. So Ralph, whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Richard Lemons. I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Center for School Change, and unfortunately, I can't be with you on this retreat date. I was looking forward to being a part of the conversation, making sure that I heard the perspective of the board members, and I really wanted to connect and see the good work of Dr. Fergus and other folks who are trying to support the district. As we lead the strategic planning process, connecting with Dr. Fergus's work, connecting with the board is a critical element of us being successful so that the end result really does represent where the district needs to go. And I take seriously my commitment to connect the dots and to make sure that our work in the task force and my work facilitating it connects with all of these other moving parts. So again, I hate that I could not be there today. My plan was to be there, but COVID created a situation for a number of parents who had freshmen in college this year and have a freshman who did not attend in person. And because of a whole lot of last minute maneuvering, she will be heading off to college this semester. Excited about that, but it meant that we learned just a few days ago that the move-in date will be today, this Saturday. And I hope you will understand that I needed to prioritize that. So what I've done is I've prepared a presentation to brief you on the progress of the strategic planning task force. We have members of the board serving on the task force, and the superintendent obviously can provide more information, but I wanted to provide you a broad overview, both in terms of the process and even some of the themes that are emerging. We're early going, but I think that this will still be substantive and provide you a sense of where we are. So I'm going to bring up presentations, you have visual reference other than just looking at me. So what I'm hoping is that by the end of this video briefing, whether you're watching it in advance of the session, the retreat scheduled for Saturday, or during the session on Saturday, provides you some clarity about what's happening within the task force, the process we're using, the approach we're taking and why, as well as some of the emerging themes and patterns from our needs assessment. So in conversations with members of the board back in the screening process, as you were determining the vendor that would provide the strategic planning facilitation services, in conversations with the superintendent and her team, and in conversations with the task force, we've tried to make clear some design principles about how we were going to approach strategic planning. These design principles kind of help clarify what's important as we move forward so that we can make more technical decisions about the pace, the order of events, and how we approach the conversations, whether they're within the task force or within the broader community. We are trying to put students at the center of every single discussion and in the center of all decision making. We are committed to broad and deep stakeholder engagement. We think this is important for a couple of reasons, probably much more than two, but one, we know that it will strengthen the quality of the plan, that if we can get many perspectives represented in the room, whether by having them on the task force or engaging them in a broader stakeholder group or soliciting their input in a variety of ways along the journey, that the quality of the plan will be better because their ideas are represented, we will have fewer blind spots, and that ultimately we'll have a plan that really has the opportunity to shift Norwalk Public Schools moving into the future. Second reason we're committed to this broad and deep stakeholder engagement is that at the end of the day, a written document that articulates a small number of goal areas in and of itself is not going to change the experience of young people in Norwalk. What it can do, though, is provide focus, direction, clarity, and when it's done really well, it can help galvanize people. So it's our belief that if we have broad and deep stakeholder engagement, that more people will feel vested in the plan that emerges. More people will feel vested in being a part and leaning in and implementing elements of that plan. And that's for stakeholders within the organization and stakeholders outside of the organization. We're committed to transparency and efficiency at the same time. We want to be able to move this along. We're committed to delivering a product that can begin to move the district forward and provide that clarity and focus and direction. But we want to do it in a transparent way where people know what's happening, that we're communicating, and that the proceedings and how the conversation is going is not, it's not being done in a secret room that no one has access to. So we're going to try to communicate regularly with you, outside of the stakeholder group, with broader stakeholder community. We are committed to voices. We know that people's perspectives and opinions and experiences need to be brought into this process. So as we keep saying over and over, yours, ours, everyone's voices matter in this process. We ultimately are shooting to create a framework that focuses, guides, inspires, and mobilizes. Pretty aspirational, but we think it's doable. And this is in contrast to many organizations who spend huge amounts of efforts creating a plan that is technically sufficient. It creates a whole lot of actions that need to be done. It maybe clarifies timelines and who's accountable, but it doesn't create, it doesn't mobilize people. It doesn't inspire people. It doesn't provide the kind of broader guidance that we're hoping can be provided for a multi-year plan. And then ultimately, we're trying to get this completed by the end of the academic year, because that's critical so that it can begin to focus the work in the next. If it takes longer than that, then you're lacking its direction in the launch of the next academic year, which will be the second year in the tenure of your new superintendent. I've shared with the task force this map, this kind of conceptual framework about the process. If you look at the top, at a very broad level, here's how we're going to approach moving towards a strategic plan. First part of the work is to conduct a needs assessment. We can't jump to solutions without knowing the problems we're trying to solve. And we're going to talk more about that needs assessment coming up, but that's critical. And we're in the midst of that needs assessment right now. When we complete the needs assessment, we will then be moving towards identifying some of these grounding artifacts that help to clarify what we stand for and what the district is committed to. So these typically in districts look like mission statements, vision statements, core value statements, maybe core belief statements, maybe theory of action statements. We will work out the details of that, but we in the coming weeks, we will begin to develop some draft documents that put stakes in the ground and that help and will be both communications devices for the district ultimately once finalized and adopted, but they'll also become touchstones, ways of reminding ourselves as a community, what are we about, what are we focused on, where are we going? Then ultimately we're going to try to create a framework out of that that builds upon what we found in the needs assessment and builds upon those grounding artifacts and creates a kind of generative, broad sense of what's important moving forward. What we're trying not to do, and I think there's a whole lot of literature and a whole lot of experience out in the world about why, is we're trying not to create a laundry list of 10 goals, 1,002 action steps, and somewhat artificial timelines just to give us a sense of confidence that there's that we've developed what most people think of in terms of a plan. We'd rather have a framework by the end of this spring that then creates the space for the right people to get in the room with the technical expertise and the knowledge and the resources to figure out the particular details of how to do that. Because the folks in the task force are brilliantly positioned to provide a broad framework of where the district ought to go, but maybe they don't have the expertise to figuring out the particular instructional approach of the district. And we want to make sure that we don't put them in that situation. And we want to use the process of moving forward as a way of engaging the right stakeholders and getting them excited about where the district is going. The bottom half of this slide just shows you that we're trying to make sure that the task force stays in constant relationship with you, the board. We see you as the authorizing entity. You commission the task force. You've hired me. You're creating the parameters of this work. The task force is kind of that glue doing a lot of the heavy lifting and making sure the work is going forward. We're working within the parameters you're setting, trying to gather the insights from the community and beginning to draft elements and components of the plan that ultimately you'll also have an opportunity to contribute to, edit, revise, and hopefully adopt in the end. We also know that's not enough. We have to, throughout the entire process from needs assessment into the end of having our framework, we have to engage the broader stakeholder groups who can provide insight and input and perspective of our work along the way, but they can also provide a constant feedback loop as we begin to land on ideas and documents and artifacts or draft senses of a framework. They can be critical to telling us that we've missed something, that there are blind spots, and provide a feedback loop to keep us going in the right direction. So just a little bit more in terms of the needs assessment, because we're in the heat of this right now. We've conducted an initial SWOT analysis using the perspectives of the members of the task force. If you're unfamiliar, a SWOT analysis is a very simple heuristic that asks people to think about the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, the threats. That's where SWOT comes from: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Facing the organization. So in terms of strengths and weaknesses, it invites people to think about what's going on inside, kind of an internal perspective of the organization. Opportunities and threats are often seen as outside, but it's not those aren't perfect boundaries. So we've conducted that. I will be sharing some high-level findings from that. We've begun to conduct some focus groups and interviews to collect some additional perspectives of some key groups. Thus far, it's primarily been members of the education community, educators and students. We are going to, or I guess I'm recording this at a moment where we haven't begun, but by Thursday we'll have begun this, to analyze these very rich other organizational reviews that are going on. This is such a luxury to have these various reviews happening at the exact same time that we're doing the strategic planning process, because many districts don't have those in hand and fresh. And then we're in the process of developing a broader stakeholder engagement plan. When, how, what groups are we going to engage? And I'm going to, the few minutes I have left, I want to provide you a quick overview of where we are and what we are finding. So first, some highlights from the initial SWOT analysis. A lot of ground was covered. There are a lot of perspectives. All I'm going to share with you are a small number of items that multiple groups within our task force identified within each of the 4 categories of the SWOT analysis. This isn't exhaustive. It would be a bit overwhelming. So I'm just sharing some highlights, and if I've left anything out, that should be here. It is accidental. I'm just trying to hit the greatest hits, if you will. So highlights from the initial SWOT analysis. In the category of strengths, in the task force, there was a great recognition that we have this amazing asset in the diversity of the students in the community. There are lots of opportunities, choices, programs, various pathways that are available to students and their families, and that was often connected to both programs that exist, but also the choices that are available for people to make, so that they can find those resources that match their needs. Recognition that under the last superintendent, there was stable superintendent and central office leadership for the first time in a while. And there's recognition that you have the energy of a new superintendent and a special moment in time right here with this transition going on, though that sometimes that is treated as a weakness, as I think people were seeing that as a strength. The people recognize that you have resources out in the broader community and people who are deeply interested in the success of Norwalk Public Schools. So you have partnerships with community organizations, philanthropic organizations, and that's a huge resource, and leveraged appropriately, it provides a lot of social capital for moving the district forward. Quite a lot of attention was given to the fact that the teaching staff is energetic and committed, that we heard within the task force, but also in many other places, that the people who are educators in Norwalk really are passionate about what they work. They care about the district. They care about the city. They care about the students, and many of your staff reside here, from what I understand. I haven't looked at the statistics on that. And lastly, and again, I've heard this in many corners, not just within the task force. There's a lot, and pardon me there, it says price. I should go back and change that, and I will in the PowerPoint. Should be pride. There's a great deal of pride in Norwalk, in being in Norwalk, and being in Norwalk Public Schools, and that's a huge asset. People talk about kind of chests being puffed out a bit in their affiliation with Norwalk, and a love of the city. In terms of weaknesses, we heard about inequities, and this probably was the most reoccurring pattern. Inequities of opportunities, of experiences, of outcomes. Related to that, we heard about the mismatch of the demographics of the teaching staff to the demographics of the students, and a need to diversify the teaching staff. Though we just referenced the recent stability under the Adamowski superintendency, that people still recognize that there's a longer trend of leadership turnover and instability, and it's left a residue, kind of scar tissue, if you will. People wondering what will happen, how long will current leadership last, maybe even some trauma from all of that turnover. Organizational incoherence. People recognize that there are times where departments or schools work in silos, work independent of each other, and that we're losing some opportunities to learn from each other, consolidate resources, have efficiencies. We also recognize that there are some underdeveloped systems and structures in the organization. And then we also heard, and this wasn't, I don't think that everybody in the task force saw this, but at least popped up enough to mention for you. We did have some members of the task force who suggested that there's a professional culture, at least pockets of professional culture in Norwalk, that seem to be more centered on the needs of adults than they are on the needs of young people. In terms of opportunities, I think people recognize that community commitment to public education is a real resource, and one that can be capitalized, that despite the hardships that COVID-19 has put on the nation, the state, and on the community of Norwalk, that the demands that it made upon shifts in technology have accelerated some of the shifts that maybe needed to be made, or possibly could be made, in the use of technology as an instructional delivery system, or just as a support to more traditional delivery systems. So the shifts that have been made in the last 10 months, maybe as creating an opportunity for us to think beyond the pandemic in how to better leverage technology to accelerate learning for young people and to meet the needs of all young people in the district. And I think people are recognizing that you have a real opportunity right now. You have new leadership. You have a moment in time where people across the United States and across the state are talking about equity. You have a study going on studying disproportionality. So I think people recognize there's a bit of a perfect storm, and there's some opportunities to address inequity head on. And in terms of threat, the pandemic, I think people were a bit worried. What are we really going to see happening at the end of all of this, despite some of the assets and the opportunities that the pandemic has created? It clearly there's some chance of some long-term learning loss, of gaps widening, of certain students thriving while certain groups of students really suffering. And so people are, I think, worried about that quite a bit. People are worried, people just want to make sure that we have stability of leadership where it matters. And I don't think that that's just about the superintendency, but that did emerge. And so given the history of past turnover of the superintendency, a threat to the energy right now going on in the district could be turnover of leadership. And clearly that was just a theoretical idea. I don't think anybody was imagining that your superintendent was going anywhere. And then people mentioned the threat of the "this too shall pass" mentality. If you've been through the trauma of turnover over turnover, and lots of initiatives that don't seem to go deep into the organization, that it kind of almost gives tacit permission to people to say, hunker down, protect yourself, don't really invest in this new initiative or this new focus or this new program, because it will probably be gone in a matter of months or at least in a couple of years. And all of that energy will have been a waste, and the district will be asking you to do something else. So that mentality, that kind of cultural residue of turnover could be problematic as you go in a new direction. So those are highlights of the initial SWOT analysis. We're going to be building on that SWOT analysis with additional data gathering from stakeholders, with the reviews that are going on. We have already started to do some additional evidence gathering through focus groups and interviews. We have run focus groups with teachers, students, principals, assistant principals, curriculum and instruction, site directors, and we've also talked to union representatives. Here's some of the big takeaways, big themes out of those focus groups and interviews. Equity keeps coming up over and over and over. It comes up from students, comes up from teachers, comes up from administrators, it comes up from unions. Disproportionality of opportunities, experiences of outcomes, need to diversify the educator core. Again, you're seeing themes connect from the initial needs assessment or SWOT analysis conducted within the task force to what we're hearing from other groups. There's also another theme was a need to really focus on excellence and effectiveness as an organization. We need a clear direction, we heard people say, need to disrupt silos, need to build systems and structures that help the organization function well, implement initiatives, see them through. And there's also some conversation around finding that right balance between what's tight and what's loose in the system. Is it okay that every school is operating differently in a particular area, or is that actually perfectly appropriate because this is the way to make the right decision based upon the needs of students? And I think there's some wrestling with that about when should we have a district-wide approach because it makes sense, because we know the right way to do something, or because having every school do something different is creating inequities because students don't have the quality of programming at a particular school that they need. Engagement and voice came up. People were appreciating that they were being asked. There was I think people liked knowing that the district, the board, the task force wanted their perspective, and I think we need to do more of that. They also encouraged partnering, students, families, community, that we have to make sure that all the forces inside the city and inside the district are working arm in arm, hand in hand on behalf of young people. And then there's also a sense that we need to think big, we need to think bold, and we need to think creatively, categorize this as innovation. How do we leverage the shifts that have been demanded by COVID? How do we keep pushing on the edges of business as usual? How do we find new ways to prepare students for beyond Norwalk Public Schools? So there were a few other issues that emerged, and I classify these as acute concerns, things that just, they didn't fit neatly into these broader categories, but they seem to have some importance. And I'm just going to mention these quickly and try to bring this video to a close. Initiative overload, there was definitely worry in multiple fronts about doing too many things and maybe doing them thinly or turning over what we're doing over time. There was concern in many fronts about the need to strengthen tier 1 instruction, that maybe the work on tier 2 and tier 3 interventions has been strong in past years, but it may have led the district to not focusing on what's good teaching and learning, and how do we support all teachers in having that in its base delivery of instruction. There were some concerns about special education, delivery resources. There were some concerns about middle school redesign being an effort that started and maybe needs to be revisited or seen through. There was talk about central office coherence and coordination, especially from the building perspective, but also from folks in central office. Are we talking to each other? Are we coordinating? Do schools experience a coherent support system from central office, or is it fragmented? And some concerns about human resources, hiring barriers, things such as that. And then in addition, we heard Norwalk was a really special place. Again, this showed up in the SWOT analysis. There's a lot of hope that we heard in focus groups and in interviews. There's a lot of appreciation and goodwill that was generated from talking to people, as one person said. I want to thank you for taking the time to meet with us. It's the first time in 11 years someone's asked my opinion. And this was one of multiple anonymous emails that I received from people who were interviewed or who were part of focus groups. We also heard some sense of trauma, like people feeling as if they were not treated with respect, and so some of that trauma goes back to the turnover from previous years, but there was some sense of people feeling pushed around. The word bullying was even used a couple of times in the past 5 years. And the last area I want to cover is just next steps in terms of the task force, including findings from the organizational reviews. As you recall, the Capacity and Coherence Review was conducted by my organization at the Connecticut Center for School Change. And I shared results of that with the task force on Thursday. We will have the special education review team brief the task force after they've briefed the board. We know that that's coming up next week. We've already coordinated with them. We've also coordinated with the facilities study, and they're going to be coming into one of our upcoming meetings to conduct one of their co-lab experiences. And then we need to make sure that we bring in the results of the disproportionality study. And we're going to, I think the superintendent and I are going to figure out the best way to do that, whether to share elements of the briefing that Dr. Fergus is sharing on Saturday or today, depending on when you're watching this video, and making sure that those findings are woven in also. So going to come out of screen share. This has been a longer video than probably was ideal, but I wanted to make sure that you were briefed and you had a clear understanding of where we are, what we've been up to, and a bit about where we're going. So again, we're thick into the needs assessment, and we're going to build on and draw from the work of the other vendors who are supporting Norwalk Public Schools, and then soon begin to engage a broader stakeholder group. So I hope that your retreat on Saturday is successful, and I will be thinking of you as I am doing the work of getting my daughter into a dorm at NYU. So I wish you all well. I look forward to connecting and briefing you more in person in the coming weeks and months. Please take care.
So I'm going to open it up for a Q&A session now with the board around where we are with the strategic plan, based on the conversation that Dr. Lindens just engaged us in terms of where we are in the process.
It's a video, so I'll answer the questions.
Oh. So I mean, I think the question I wanted to ask him is, Mom, you not hear me?
It's not me, it's because it's a recording.
Okay.
Sorry.
But my question would be on the, where you talked about people commenting about equity and fiscal rationality.
Mhm.
Is that, this keeps on coming up, and is this something that's typical in a school district of our size, or maybe you can answer New York, and people talk about this all the time, probably did. Would that be addressed? Because it made it sound like it's like some structural thing that's intentional here. I can't believe that's the case.
So it's coming up because it's part of the work that we're doing. And in my prior experience, it's something that is part of the conversation. I think a lot of states where they have metrics that look at progress and growth for different subgroups, it becomes part of the conversation. And I think Connecticut is in that place as well, that we're looking at different subgroups. And I think for us as a district is a point of concern because we do have elements of disproportionate progress for certain subgroups of students. And one of the conversations around the table is how do we as a community address those areas? I don't think it's something that's intentional. It's something that we need to further analyze and figure out how to systematically address. And it's become part of the conversation because there's been a lot of talk from the community about some of these concerns. It's coming from community members, parents, in having conversations with students. I actually have a group of students that I'm meeting on a monthly basis, and they created a coalition that's focused around looking at this proportionality across the district and wanting to work with leaders in addressing some of the concerns that they found.
Because you would think it's not, especially the way we do our budgeting, it wouldn't be financially driven. Because with student-based budgeting, each school within reason is getting the same amount of money. So you wouldn't make it financial resources. Now, some of it, I suppose, could be, your different student populations at different schools, our very diverse cities, so that's part of it. And then the second thing is, some of it's management. You have different principals at different schools that are managing differently. And then the second issue I wanted to touch on is this district-wide Soviet-type standards versus individuality. Because as school governance councils, we're giving schools choices. Do you want to have a certified media specialist, or do you want to have, you know what I mean? Like maybe at the elementary level for the specials, they were given different choices. And so, that's what happens when you give people, that's what democracy and giving people individual rights, or do we want everything to be the same, everything? That history has proven doesn't work very well.
So I think on the first point in terms of school-based budgeting and resources, we do provide everyone with the same thing. It doesn't mean that everybody needs the same thing because the services look different. And I think that's something in terms of budgeting that we probably have to look at in terms of, and that's why Title I exists, Title III, right? Because it helps address some of the added needs associated with language development, with special services, and looking at the poverty index and some of the things that we need to take into account with that. In terms of your second point, can you repeat your second question again?
Well, this issue of having district-wide top-down orders versus individuality, which you brought up as well. And some people seem to have a problem with it, but I don't know what the right answer is.
I think with that, one of the things you're probably going to have to look at are what is essential in the fundamental components of the school's program, and then what are the things that are elected, right? So like selecting something that might hinder, like a reading specialist, for instance, that is something essential in the school. is something that we probably have to deeply look at, is what are the fundamental staffing needs of a school? And then how do you go beyond that to bring in the unique features that we have around school choice across the district? But I think fundamentally, we also have to look at what are the core elements that allow success for all students in a infrastructure or school, and then think about what are the added resources or other features that people have choice around. Because I think choice is really important, but at the same time, it cannot inhibit students from having the basic needs that schools need to offer. I don't know if I did.
Would it be okay if I tag on that?
Go ahead, Barbara.
Thanks. So I think this is a really interesting question. And it's one I sort of have been grappling with over the last year. When we were working from a flat SBB per pupil allocation, that seemed really equitable on the face of it. But as it played out in practice, the challenge for me was that in school buildings where there was greater need, either socioeconomically or with special education needs, the choices that some of the school governance councils were having to make between reading and literacy or math specialists versus an added enhanced program really broke my heart. The particular instance that really struck me was Jefferson School, which had over 90% minority rate last year. And they used the excess in their school-based budget to ask for a full-time psychologist, while another school, like maybe Rowayton, was able to squeeze out money to do Project Glow, which was an enhanced gifted program. Both of these things are worthy, but I would suggest, well, first of all, I would love if we had both at every school and have equal opportunities and access to that kind of programming. But I feel that, caseload needs, especially in terms of social workers, school psychologists, special education practitioners, that should drive funding for those budget items. And a school shouldn't have to sacrifice sort of programmatic educational funding in order to provide those basics. That should be where, those should be the picture with the boxes and the fence. I think the social worker, the special education people, the psychologists, all of that should be allocated on a need basis, and then everything else could be more sort of school-based and providing enhanced programming and thematic programming, if that makes any sense. And so when we talk, Mr. Barbas referenced Soviet-style equity, but I would suggest that's not what this is. This is just making sure that we have basic resources in every building.
If I could just comment, I think we're actually going to get a deeper update on the equity work or disproportionality work later. So the extent that it relates to the work on the strategic planning, I think it's, as Dr. Lemon said, really lucky that we were able to address them together. I think that the reason that we're doing this work with Dr. Fergus is that we actually don't have the answers. This is going to help us kind of figure out, how to approach it. I highly doubt it's going to be a dichotomy of Soviet style versus school choice. I mean, it's often more nuanced than that. And I think that, what's driving it is data. Based on the demographics of the city, we see disproportionality in terms of academic achievement. We see disproportionality in terms of things like punishments, suspensions, right? That's just hard facts. So we're trying to figure out where that's coming from and how we can address it. And I agree with Mike that this is not a Norwalk thing. Nobody's saying that Norwalk has sort of created this situation. This is happens in pretty much every diverse school district, and it's a side effect of decades and centuries of segregationist policy. But now is our opportunity to try to address that.
Any other questions, thoughts?
Dr. Sherry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Just
Okay.
put the mic closer because I think
Yeah.
for the. Yeah.
Better. A couple of things, but one thing I just wanted to mention, I know that you offer monthly meetings with students, correct, to discuss different things that are going on and their opinions, but is that just high school students, is that correct?
At this point, it's just high school students.
Okay, so a couple of thoughts on that, which I think is great. We can maybe open it up to maybe middle school, even elementary, and also rotate. I know you're doing monthly, there's a certain amount of students, but I'm also thinking if we have it rotated, where we have different students and different voices, might be something we might want to consider. And we talked a lot about voices for our staff, which is so critically important, but also hearing student voices, right? So I think implementing this, which we've done, hearing their voices and their concerns, but also bringing that to the table and having different students, whether it's elementary, middle, and high school on a monthly basis, maybe mixing it up with having some high school, middle school students.
That's definitely something that we could definitely do. I started off with the high school students because they had built an urgency of wanting to engage. And I wanted to get a sense. They've had a really robust and dense agenda of items that they wanted to discuss. A lot of it has been around diversity. They come with the items that they want to talk about, and we work with them and engage them in the process. But I will definitely expand that to middle school and elementary school students as well. Before we transition to the next element, any other questions, comments, or suggestions of how we should continue to move forward with the strategic plan work? Anything you'd like to see differently?
I can add one other final comment also. I think, a lot of this stood out, but, my colleagues, I know, have mentioned quite a bit, but, the community commitment to public education and the vested interest with Norwalkers who have been here forever, generation after generation, that decided to stay versus leaving. Having the robust schools and the offerings and the school choice that we have now, but I think the commitment to public education here specifically in Norwalk is huge, other than being robust, but it's just a really it shows the commitment of Norwalkers here. And some that have been here generation after generation and they want to continue having their own their own children stay within Norwalk. So it shows, and also the leadership that we've had over the years, starting with Dr. Marks. Dr. Marks, Mike.
Dr. Rivera.
Thank you. On my mind, Nanny, Dr. Rivera, Dr. Anowski, and Dr. Freya. So it shows that continuous and strong leadership that we've had over the years. And we continue to do. So thank you for all of your work in the short amount of time that you've been here and the impact you've had.
Thank you, Heidi. Appreciate it.
Alex, I might just make 2 points. One, I thought it was interesting when he talked about the, I don't know what, lack of a better word, hot button issues. One person talked about kind of trauma, and I think an organization this big, it's always hard to engage everyone, but obviously, I know we've been trying since I've been on the board, it's improved over time, and obviously it's one person who was quoted, hadn't been contacted in 11 years. I'm not sure how that happened, because I think we've had a strong outreach program, even when we've been looking for what kind of superintendent we want to, we've had groups and no one showed up. So let's take that with a grain of salt, but nevertheless, it should remind us that we always need to make good effort as we can to reach out to all of our stakeholders. The second topic, which I thought was really interesting, out of only 5 topics there, which I think tells you it needs to be in the strategic operating plan in a big way, is middle school redesign. And middle school redesign was fought by a lot of established groups, and it did represent a big change. Change is always difficult, but middle school is our weakest link. I'm a realtor. I probably get half my business from people who don't want to deal with middle school in Norwalk. And I think it's a difficult age wherever you are. No one has this figured out, but we definitely don't have it figured out. And it's a very weak link, and we need that. It needs to be a key part of the strategic operating plan that we are going to, get middle school. We are going to develop a product that keeps people in our school system and doesn't scare people away. And we do not have that product today, despite previous efforts. And, I think it's very, very difficult to do. And kudos to trying, but I think we can all acknowledge it was not the success we were hoping it would be. But we also had a lot of people fighting it and, using all sorts of, contractual reasons and so forth as to why they couldn't do it. We forced some of our employees to do things they didn't want to do. I mean, I don't know how you do this, but it was difficult, and I will acknowledge that. But unfortunately, we went through a lot of pain, and I don't think we had as much success for all that pain as we should have. And so I think this really needs to be addressed in the strategic operating plan is how are we going to fix this? Because you're going to continue to lose a portion of our population if we don't get it together. And we're having a bunch of kids suffer, the other day, needlessly.
Yeah, the topics that were highlighted in today's presentation by Dr. Lemons were reoccurring topics. Even the concept of trauma was something that was a reoccurring topic. So it wasn't that just that one statement. This is something that came out throughout the studies and the conversations with the different groups.
But I think that trauma, let's face it, was because we had a lot of turnover. We had superintendents in and out of the door. We had interims. We had different stakeholders fighting change, not wanting to join the real world. And you had a period of time where the unions were running the show. And that's not how you run a school district. And so there was a lot of trauma because there was a lot of fighting and there was a big change, but it was a change that had to take place. The most powerful person in the school district should not be the head of the teachers union. And for a number of years, that's how it was.
May I interject something? I was raising my hand and something was the matter with my microphone for a little bit.
Oh, good morning, Sarah.
Hi. To sort of pivot from that, I just wanted to offer a little bit of what I was thinking about listening to the video in terms of specifically strategic operating plan objectives. And while I was listening to all these things sort of as an overview, I was thinking that I think it would be nice to sort of clearly say that American public schools in general and Norwalk Public Schools as an example of that are sort of put in an impossible position in terms of what we're asked to do, because there's the stated goal, which is to educate children, and then there's all of the unstated functions that we fulfill, providing social services, providing childcare for parents, creating workers for an economy, all of these things. And I think speaking about the areas in which we have disproportional outcomes that aren't benefiting all our kids, I think it's helpful to have that lens. I think it's helpful for us to say, look, public school is put in a position where we're asked to do an impossible task. Let's unpack where the priorities of the system that we're operating in conflict with what our actual priorities are, which is to educate and support well-rounded human beings and fledge them into the world so that they can improve the world. So I think thinking about the strategic operating plan, I would just like to put that front and center, that all of the other goals that the world asks us to fulfill, I think we can try to center helping children have a place to grow their minds as much as possible, and providing the support that they need to do that. And so I think I'm very happy to look at all of this data to see where, and not in a defensive way. Like, I don't think we should be put on the defensive by looking at this data and saying, oh, okay, like in trying to execute this task, this is where this has happened for this group of children. This is where this has happened for this group of children. I think we can say, okay, let's look. And now we'll use that information to center making a place for children's minds to grow. And I know that that might sound a little, I don't know, I can imagine pushback against me saying that, but that was my thought that I wanted to contribute.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm taking notes of that to bring back to the group. Anyone else remotely want to share? No? Okay.
Just a quick
I
comment.
just would, I would say, everything that was highlighted in this presentation is what I think many of us have been hearing for a while. And so there's no big surprises. And so, I think we all know what the what is of the work. And what I'm eager to get to is what's the how of how we're going to address it. One of the problems with doing so many studies is we've got a lot of information. Some of it we kind of already had, some of it we didn't. And it's good. I like that Richard talked about, knowing what our blind spots are. But primarily, I want to move on in the discussion to, okay, so what are we going to do about it? And that's kind of where I am.
I think Diana has something to comment.
Talking about trauma, we also need to understand that when that came up during the task force, it also has to do with the trauma of families and students, not just in the way you're speaking about it, right, but also in the fact that these families feel afraid of coming out and speaking up, afraid of coming out and asking questions, not knowing what resources that they have for their children. And that is not just the North Public School system. That's because of what's out there, the politics, the immigration statuses. We also have to keep in mind that when we speak to students, these students have experiences that other students don't have. They're coming into a country where everything is different, culture is different. They don't know what should ask and not ask. The fact that they may have teachers that don't push them along to help them, to say to them, you can take an AP class, you can take an honors class, where they're being held down. I know that I've had conversations with other board members at different meetings because some of us do not have the experiences that these children have had. I, for one, coming from parents that are immigrants, have had totally different experience through the school system because of my situation. Financial status, the languages. So we have to keep an open mind that when we talk about equity, it's not just financial, it's just not facilities, it's the way these children are being brought up, it's the way the system looks at these children, and what we need to be able to offer them equally with everybody. So I look forward to see, talking about this more and understanding it more and being able to do more for the families and students.
Thank you. Colin, any last words?
I was just going to make a comment with regard to community engagement. If we haven't done so yet, I hope we will soon publish the full list of the membership of the Strategic Planning Task Force, including all our community partners, so that everybody can see the different kinds of voices that are represented in that conversation.
So the Task force list has been published. We are getting final confirmation of participation for the advisory council. Once we have confirmation of all of the constituents, we will publish the list. We didn't want to publish a list without having confirmation from the different groups that they would participate. And every day we're getting more and more confirmation. So I think by the end of next week, we should have the list published. And with the understanding that the list is not, that doesn't set the limit, right? If there are other constituents that we find that are essential in the conversation, we look forward to getting the feedback and making them part of the conversation. It's not meant to be exclusive. It's meant to provide a frame so that we have a guide towards getting input from the different constituents. We're also looking to have some conversation exchanges at a broader scale as well to solicit feedback from a really broad perspective of the community, audience of the community. So the goal is that when the drafts are created, that we solicit as many entities, because we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to view, suggest, and help through the modification of the document. So it's going to be an extensive process that we hope to engage as many stakeholders as possible.
Sorry, one other final comment, a little better without my mask on. You know, something that we've had systemic, and again, it's not unique to Norwalk, but it's, and I brought this up before, but it's a transition period. You know, the elementary to middle, and then the middle to high school. You know, from 5th grade going to 6th grade, and then 8th transitioning over to 9th grade. And it's, and as Mike mentioned, that the middle school years are so critically important, which we know, but it's that transition and that social emotional part and the academic part, but it's the unknown for many of these students. And I think having that support, we've also talked about guidance and, you know, especially the middle school, you know, and the high school level, specifically high school level, but for some of these kids, whether they're career ready or they're college bound, you know, having those discussions and starting, which I've again talked about, but having counselors on hand. You know, we visited our guidance department. We've got a stellar guidance department, but there's some cracks there that we need to make sure that we fill up and we do it well. So we speak to our students in middle school, what are they thinking of? Maybe career, college. By the time they get to high school, what are you thinking of? Where do you want to go versus not knowing? And also having those discussions and those conversations with students, with their guidance counselor, starting early in 8th grade, 9th grade, transition from middle school, knowing who their guidance counselor will be before they even step foot in high school. Developing that relationship. And I know we've talked about groups of students, but individually knowing who their guidance counselor is and being able to walk in one day and having that open dialogue. So I think we really need to explore that further, especially in the pandemic, specifically with students now going to college, and it's the unknown. Are they going to be remote? Are they going to be in person? Are they going to be hybrid? We don't know, but I think it will ease a lot of concern for students as well as their parents.
I totally agree, Heidi. One of the things that we're really concerned about is the transition period, especially when we look at our students in the different grade bands and how much school, real life school experience they've missed, especially when you look even as early as those children that entered kindergarten right before the pandemic have not had a real school experience. Real might not be the word, but what we consider normal school experience for close to 2 years now. And what that's going to mean in terms of their school readiness and the ability to transition back to the environment of a school is going to be a significant change. Also looking at our 3rd and 4th graders, we're going to be transitioning, 4th and 5th graders are going to be transitioning to middle school. And the fact that they've been in a very unique setting given the pandemic for 2 consecutive years, and now they're entering a new environment. Same goes to our 8th graders transitioning to high school. So we're paying very close attention to that. And one of the things that we are looking hopefully to do with the reading and math specialists is really to target these populations of students that we know are in a phase of transition that need the largest amount of intervention. but also thinking about the broader plan of the work and how do we modify the current programming to meet not only the things that we find through the study, but the things that we're also learning that will be essential as a result of the pandemic as well.
Can I add on to that?
Sure.
Thanks. It was so interesting yesterday to listen to the kickoff of the Workforce Development Committee, and to hear kind of a unanimous voice from the community of business employers who were very strongly articulating what they hoped a Norwalk graduate might look like in terms of how they would be as an employee. And, they all really articulated, yes, we need to do career specific coursework, but the biggest thing that they want really is essentially the component of SEL and counseling that we've been trying to beef up and will be able to continue. They talked a lot about the soft skills of executive functioning, detail oriented communication, presentation, all of that piece of it, which is part of what you're talking about with the transition back to our normal school environment and what norms are. So I know a lot of districts are using that template of what does a Norwalk Public Schools graduate look like, and then work backward to create the program that results in that outcome. And I think that's a good template for us to be thinking about is what do we want them to definitely have when they've been with us for 13 plus years, depending on whether they're in our preschools or not. And then map out when we're going to implement that and reinforce it, in the spiral curriculum.
So we've had conversations about that backwards design, and that's when I presented the growth kind of metric of where a child that has been with us for X number of years and how do they transition over time and how much growth they've made for a certain period of time, helps us assess how we as a system are yielding the development of the child, but most importantly, helps us also determine what we want that end perspective of who are we trying to develop at the end of the course in Norwalk, which is essentially the conversation. And I think it also has to tie into what some of our community colleges like NCC and the work that they're doing and what they're envisioning and hoping our graduates to have in terms of the skill sets and ability to transition into the work. To avoid a lot of the remedial coursework that I think some of our subgroup of students are experiencing. So I want to transition now to Dr. Fergus and his presentation around the equity study that was conducted here and provide us with an updated report of the findings that will help inform our work towards developing new SWOTs and go through a SWOT analysis as a collaborative group to determine next steps around this work as well. So without further ado, we're going to transition to that, but we're going to take a 5-minute break before we do so. So we'll return at 9:46.
Thank you. So I'm going to turn it now over to Dr. Fergus, who's going to engage us in a deep conversation and presentation of the equity study that was conducted and the findings associated with it. So Dr. Fergus, the floor is yours.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Happy Saturday. I'm excited to kind of be here and share with you all what we have spent the last feverish 4 weeks analyzing a lot of information in a way that tells the story of what we learned from the various stakeholders who we talked to, the different types of data that we collected, and also in a way that becomes digestible, right? So, what I'm going to present to you is some of what I call the tall trees findings, and the intention of presenting is to provide you a level of in-depth overview within that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my time and actually pause after what we've identified as very important junctures of data. So we will, make sure we're all on the same page with each data point. So if you have any questions of clarification, I'm going to pause, make sure you have, whether it's how it was collected, tell me a little bit more about the analysis, or, if you have your own additions that you want to make, or some points of things that this data piques your interest and makes you think about. I want us to make sure that we expend energy to just pause at each of those junctures so you can do that. Because on the back end, when we're done with all of this data, which I have to admit, I want to prep you. I tried to condense the amount of data to share back with you all. And I think, if I remember correctly, there's about 40 slides of data. So I just want you all to get ready for it. But I'm going to pause at about almost every 6 or 7 slides of data, okay? So that you have a moment to kind of digest. It's kind of like being at a buffet, you want to take your time and how much you eat, all right? When we're all done, we're going to take a moment to actually sort of think through everything we just heard, and we're going to go through a process of brainstorming. And I think in some ways it's what you all were just discussing, which is where do we want to go next based on this information? What are some of the things that this is bringing up for us that as a board, we want to start thinking through, potential recommendations or remedies that are connected to some of what we're hearing. There's some things that are going to emerge that are going to be pretty clear to you, like, something we've really got to adjust. And then there's other things that is multi-layered. And so we're going to spend a little bit of energy in terms of doing some brainstorming. And we're going to use a feature called Jamboard. It's what I call a digital note catcher. And it's going to be an opportunity for us as we break up into small groups to be able to kind of put our ideas up, okay? But what I like to call, we're going to jam on it on the Jamboard, okay? So once we do the Jamboard, do some brainstorm, we'll come back, we'll share out some of those set of recommendations. And then we're going to, I want to also have us walk through a process that I've been doing. I do with a lot of leaders, and actually, I did it with the building administrators, both the principals and the APs early in the month, in terms of beginning to define what are some key principles that we want to use to guide the work, the remedies, the recommendations that we're going to put in place, right? Because we can have good ideas, but we've got to make sure that we agree on what are some fundamental truths that we want to use to guide our work, right? So I heard the conversation around, I came in terms of, there was some conversation around recognizing trauma, right? So there's some fundamental truths that we've got to arrive at when we're talking about trauma, right? Recognizing that trauma exists, but how do we also make sure that we're understanding that that trauma is also not deterministic, right? That because you're surrounded by some of these events, it doesn't mean there isn't an opportunity to mitigate the ongoing effect of trauma, right? So a fundamental truth is recognizing trauma means also understanding that it can be mitigated, right? And if we have that as a fundamental principle, we design programming or we make recommendations that are around interrupting the effect of trauma. So, so we're going to spend some energy thinking through what are some of our fundamental truths as board members here. And sort of what I'm hoping to do is, really sort of look at what you all come up with as your fundamental truths, also in relation to what the building leaders have already done in terms of outlining their fundamental truths. I'm going to create this master document that has all of these. Because I'm already, I'm guesstimating that there's going to be a lot of overlap. And as we move forward, it's going to be critically important that we're clear about what is driving us, what are the set of principles that are going to be the drivers of this. So that's what I am here to do and to support you all. And I'm going to be diligent with our time to make sure we get to do that, okay? Because I know you all have a couple of other presentations also lined up. You all are getting a lot of stuff being fed to you today, so I want to be judicious about time. All right, so, and forgive me for those who are on virtually. There are times I'm going to try to be mindful that you all are there. I'll try to look at you at times, but you may see my bag on the side of me at various points. All right, so just as a reminder, in terms of what we were tasked to do in terms of this particular project, which was really gain an understanding from various stakeholders, what do they perceive as some of the strengths and challenges that are existing in Norwalk, right? And in particular, we wanted to gain their sense as to those strengths and challenges as they relate to some core equity issues that have been historic in Norwalk, right? And I want to applaud, I can't remember who said it in terms of recognizing that which is happening in Norwalk is no different than happening in other districts, all right? Your dynamics of outcomes are not unique, but definitely the ways in which they manifest in Norwalk are unique. And I think that's why it's so important to kind of get a sense from constituents and stakeholders, how do you experience it? So, so as you all remember, the two big buckets of data work that we were doing, we were collecting a lot of surveys and a lot of focus group data. So, so we did survey work between October 1 and December 15th. As you all remember, we extended the survey time to kind of get more folks to participate. We ended up at the end, and I think I presented in early December, like an update. I think that's what it was to you all. And we were looking for more diversification of the community, the parent survey response pattern, and the fact that we, the things that we did in December really ramped up the representation. And we've got a good representation of particularly Black and Latinx parent populations. And so totality, we ended up with about 1,900 surveys that were completed. About 1,500 of them, they identified their race ethnicity so we could see the type of representation. And what we did in December really ramped it up. We ended up with about 320 school staff who participated in the survey. Student survey, we had to, because we had to follow particular guidelines of ensuring consent with student surveys, and because of the fact that we're in this pandemic, right, having, where normally I would hand over a stack of consent forms to a principal will make sure it's handed out to the students, they bring it back the next day, and we collect. Because we didn't have those means, we had to do a virtual, digital version of it, which meant having parents sign up and then to give consent. And once they do that, we send them a digital consent form. They have to go in and do a visual signature. Those extra steps really impacted the number of students who we actually got to participate in the survey. So we ended up with less than 10 students, and we said, we're not going to include this in the report, right, in terms of students. And similar sort of issue in terms of student focus groups. But one of the things that we did do in terms of just on the student side, we caught wind that Norwalk Acts was holding some almost town hall types where students were sharing their experiences. So we actually logged into those Zoom meetings. I think they were in November and early December. They were amazing to kind of hear the students really sort of articulate how everything that we do as adults, how it lands on them. And so that gave us some pointers in terms of how we were hearing what adults were saying in relation to what some of these students were actually relaying. In terms of focus groups, we were conducting, we did focus groups from October 1 to about December 1. As you all remember, I think we, by the time we got to the end of November, we noticed, we were really sort of attentive to the diversification of the participants in terms of the focus group. And we were able to partner up with Norwalk Acts again and other organizations. And we were able to get some targeted set of focus groups with in particular, Spanish-speaking parents. And it was great. I mean, I think what we sort of gained and affirmed, particularly around some of the language issues that were raised, it allowed us to kind of hear directly from families who were experiencing some of that. And in terms of the total number of participants, which I knew these numbers, these were the old numbers from November, and I had to text my staff, my team this morning, and I said, give me the updated numbers. And so we actually ended up with about 140 parents that signed up for focus groups, and we ended up with about 40 staff members who signed up, and 15 administrators who also signed up for focus groups. So that's the totality of people that we engaged. And as you all remember, we were asking folks about a lot of stuff that intersect with the equity issues that are connected with the school district, right? Asking them around what they perceive are issues around school quality, resources, the efficiency to which particular support systems are operating in schools. We asked them about their perceptions around leadership, motivation, their own motivation, the ways of, and also their own perspectives around culture and race and diversity. And we asked that both of the community and of school staff. So, so this is the report. All right. So this is where I may bore you a little bit with a lot of data, right? But again, I'm going to pause at multiple points. So the ways in which we organized the report was we wanted to make sure that the narrative is connected back to the core issue that we launched off with, which is understanding the nature of the disparity issue that's existing here in Norwalk. So I'm going to start first with reminding us of what are the disparity patterns based on 2019-2020 data, okay? And then I'm going to walk through the parent survey analysis, the staff survey analysis, and then the focus group themes that include both parents and school staff. All right. So let's get started. So the first, as you all remember, there's 3 areas of disparity focus that we wanted to pay attention to: special education, discipline, and what I call advanced programming, which includes gifted, AP, and honors. Who's getting in? So in particular, there are multiple levels of analyses that the data team at Norwalk have done. The schools have these set of data analyses for their own school. But what I decided to do is just take a couple of points of analysis that are from that data that's important for us to remind ourselves and contextualize what's the disparity. So when it comes to special education, by race ethnicity, you see here on the far left is the enrollment data, meaning the enrollment percentage of the school district by race ethnicity. Now, a quick way to kind of sort of analyze this for yourselves is if you take the green bar, for example, which is the largest group that's enrolled in the school district, which is Latinx, and you go across in each category. This first one here is overall students' disabilities. The next one is emotional disturbance, learning disabilities, speech language, and OHI. What we want to see is we want to compare each green bar to this initial green bar, right? To see, is it proportional? Meaning, are we seeing representation in each one of these categories in proportion to their overall enrollment? If we start seeing numbers that are above, meaning the green line being higher than the enrollment percentage, that means we are seeing a potential overrepresentation. If we see the green bars that are below the enrollment green bar, then we are underrepresented, okay? So as you can see, there is, where we just follow with the Latinx student population, we see some relative proportionality until we get to learning disability and speech language, right? So one of the points of data that was examined across all the schools was what's happening with Latinx students in terms of being designated in learning disabilities and speech language identification categories. Similarly, if we look at our white student populations where we see some level of proportional representation until we get to OHI, other health impairment, right? We see a overrepresentation there. We look at our Black student population, we see a slight in emotional disturbance and as well as learning disability, right? So that begins, as we started this process of looking at all this data point by each school, we notice a particular pattern in the various parts of Norwalk. When we look at it by gender, again, we want to do the same thing. We want to compare this, I thought it was blue, I guess it looks purple here. It could just be my color scheme. We want to compare where do we see over and under in relation to enrollment. And as we see here by gender, we see that our male students have a overall students with disabilities representation that is above their overall enrollment. Similarly, we see it in emotional disturbance, speech language, and OHI. And we compare in terms of female students, in terms of enrollment, we see patterns of underrepresentation in very specific categories, right? The work that the school buildings are doing around the three areas, special ed, discipline, and gifted AP and honors, is that they're unpacking what are the practices that are connected to these specific patterns.
Erica, you have a question?
Oh,
Can you just clarify which disabilities are bucketed under OHI? Is that like PTOT? What else falls in there?
other health impairment include ADHD, ADD. I'm not sure if in Connecticut if there are any other major categories in OHI.
Health disabilities.
Oh, any other health sort of disabilities?
And traumatic brain injuries.
That's right. Oh, okay, so TBI is not in, okay, all right. It's not included as part of OHI, okay. So I hope that helps, Erica.
Can you just repeat what Yvette said? It was hard to hear.
Oh, sure. So the two major categories that are in there is ADHD and ADD. Traumatic brain injury is not included as part of OHI, but does include other health-related types of disabilities.
Such as epilepsy.
Oh, yes,
Seizure disorder.
right, such as epilepsy.
Thank you.
No problem. All right, so that's special education. Now we're going to look at discipline, and we're going to see the same thing. We're going to have the same analysis pattern. We want to compare the enrollment numbers here to the overall pattern of suspension. And what we did here, the analysis is about suspension, meaning student suspension, which is the count of students. This is not the count of suspension. We typically look at suspension data by a total count of, how many suspensions happen, right? Which can skew our perspective of understanding discipline. We need to also look at the count of students who are experiencing suspension, and that's what this reflects. So as we can see here by race ethnicity, the group that has some of the greatest overrepresentation is our Black students. You can see here that they're about 15% of the district, and they are a little over 30% of students who are experiencing suspension. Our white students are about 25% of the district, and they represent about 12% of suspension. When we look at it by gender, looking again at suspension, we see a overrepresentation of our male student population in suspension. They're about 52% of enrollment, and they represent about 62% of suspension. Next, and the last category is around advanced programming. I titled it that. It's referring to gifted AP and honors. All right. There's some unique patterns when we pull it out in terms of gifted from AP and honors, but they tell a very specific, common story, here, particularly here in Norwalk. And as we see here by race ethnicity, we see here, so let's start with our green bar, which is our Latinx student population, that they're about 52% of the school district, and they represent about 40% of students in advanced programming. Our Black student population is about 15% of the district. They're about 10% of students in advanced programming. And then our white students, they're about 25% of the district. They represent nearly 40% of students enrolled in some type of advanced program. And then lastly, by gender. Here we see, again, boys are 52% of the school district, and they're slightly less than 46% of students enrolled in advanced programming, and girls are 48% of the school district, and they're a little over 54% of students enrolled in advanced programming.
Question.
Yes.
When you look at the data around gender, did you further segregate, dismantle that data to look at the different subgroups as well within gender?
I didn't specifically, but I know that the schools did, because in my meetings with the principals, they were sharing their own, because I showed them how to do these analyses in my one-on-one office hours that I did with them over the last couple of weeks. They did break apart by race, or I should say a crosswalk of race and gender. And so they could isolate where the particular patterns. And, you know, just as we see here in terms of boys underrepresented in advanced programming, in particular subgroups, it was Latinx and Black boys who represented a good portion of that underrepresentation.
It would be great if we could get it for the district at large, just for us to have a sense of how this is breaking down.
Yeah.
By gender.
I agree.
And subgroups.
Because I think there is, if I remember correctly, there are some schools where I remember there were no Black boys who were enrolled in a gifted program. Right? And particularly given the total enrollment of some of these schools, it was a head scratcher.
And I wonder also, in looking at advanced placement by course or type, also looking at gender and race or ethnicity, and looking at what patterns emerge, especially because we would want to have more, let's say, females in certain engineering or tech classes. And I'm wondering if, depending on the course type, there's also some sense of disproportionality in terms of gender, and then like further looking at it by race and ethnicity.
Right. Yeah, in fact, and actually, if I remember correctly, I think I'm going to see them next week, but I think the high school, Brian McMahon High School, I know that that's one of their areas of inquiry. And if I remember correctly from the meeting that I had with them, gosh, I want to say it was either November or December, that was their, they really wanted to sort of dig at that differential in terms of specific content areas where we were seeing patterns in which girls were less represented, but yet overly represented in other content areas like the humanities.
May I jump in with something for 1 second, or is it not a good time?
Sure, Sarah. Erica had a question before. Can she?
Oh, of course.
And then you can go right after.
Yep.
My question was, is it evident that the disproportionality presents at certain grade levels? Like, is it consistent in elementary school and we start to see the disproportionalities kick in middle school? Is there any trends there?
That's a great question, Erica. We didn't look at it by grade level bands, but I think that's something that would be relevant just to isolate, are there particular thresholds of grade levels where we really see a rise in whether it's in special education, advanced programming enrollment or in terms of discipline, and also looking at how those three interact with each other, right? So, for example, you know, I know that here in Norwalk, the majority of gifted identification is at 3rd grade, right? And so the question becomes, that obviously is an important threshold grade level where we'll see a great jump in enrollment in terms of those gifted programming. It'd be interesting to see, one, do those kids who get in at 3rd grade stay, right? I hypothesize that there is such a thing, that they stay through middle school. And then what's their likelihood as they move into high school that they continue, you know, in some ways in that same sort of pipeline? And for those who are not, are there any junctures where they have an opportunity to get in, right? Do we see any, for lack of a better term, blips in the data at grade level by specific groups who are not historically in gifted in 3rd grade? Are there entry points where we're seeing some potential improvements? If we are not, right, it's raising other questions as to, does gifted not only become a pipeline, but becomes a cement block that nobody else can get into, right? But I think you're right in terms of pinpointing some of these key areas, key grade levels, especially when we think about it in terms of special education identification, where we see specific groups being overrepresented by certain identifications. You know, if we put them on a trajectory, right, let me take that back. If we do a retrospective of Norwalk, of kiddos who are particular identification categories, are there any juncture where any of them enter an advanced programming, right? To help us understand, is there potential areas of entry for students with disabilities, and as well as students who've experienced discipline. We know, and this is, I've been learning a great deal from listening to the administrators of each one of the schools and their equity teams, where they're sharing how, specifically to advanced programming, where the idea of being a compliant kid is one of the points of, not criteria, but what is a descriptor of a kid that's used when helping to make a determination as to their entry into gifted program, right? And so which means if we are looking for or describing kids like, as some teams said, which is, they sit still in class, they raise their hand, right? That if that becomes part of the imagination of what a gifted kid is, right? Which I think we would all say that's just kid normal kid behavior, right? Then what happens when the kid who may not sit still all the time, who may constantly be asking questions, right? Do they not even get considered as part of a gifted programming because their behaviors don't match this particular typology that's being discussed in gifted identification?
Sarah had a question.
I didn't have a question, and Dr. Fergus created the perfect segue for what I wanted to say, which was that I was saying before about the unstated objectives of the system, right, that are in conflict with what our objective is, which is to grow kids' brains. And I think, to me, it's clear that a lot of this disproportional over and underrepresentation happens when the system and the people in it are rewarding things that are out of alignment with what we're actually trying to do. Exactly like you just described, where a child who can sit still and raise their hand is rewarded for that behavior and ends up being able to participate in the gifted program, whereas a child who hasn't developed those skills yet is overlooked. I think it just is important to me to keep sort of illuminating where things are out of alignment, practices and procedures are out of alignment with the objective of growing brains. And I just wanted to mention that I feel like disproportional representation is connected to that idea. So thank you, Dr. Fergus, for bringing us right there.
Thank you, Sarah. And actually, you reminded me of another point that conversation with each of the school's equity teams and their administrators who are focused on trying to improve what we're doing, those sets of what lives in people's imagination, is we've been asking ourselves the question of what is the assuming mindset that we carry when we are making those designations, right? Is it that we are treating the idea of gifted as something that is natural, right, that is inherent in an individual, or are we treating gifted as something that can be nurtured, right? The idea of growing, that we can grow giftedness in our student population. And, you know, I think there's a finer point that needs to be sort of identified and agreed upon as part of practice, so that that alignment is reinforced, right? So if we're not considering where's the potential for us to grow kids in terms of their giftedness, which some of the schools have developed some new strategies that they're doing in second grade with that intention. But it requires that we make sure that as educators, there's a clear, that we are wrapping our arms around completely that we can nurture giftedness in our student population.
I think that's
Thank you, Jeff, for a minute. Also, you know, starting in third grade, you know, I would think, as you mentioned, the trajectory could be, you know, third grade all the way through 12th grade in our gifted program. But looking at it, if a child or student is ready, maybe not in third grade, but maybe in fourth grade, maybe in fifth grade, and so on, where the rigor is higher, where you have AP classes and honors classes when they're in high school, but looking at academics, but also looking at their social emotional well-being.
Yes.
You know, it's hard for a student, a young student, let's say third and fourth grade, has got all these great ideas and you're speaking and you're moving on and you're eloquently speaking and you've got some great thoughts, but a student is waiting patiently. Do they interject? Do they raise their hand? Is that the right way to do it? Even though their thoughts, they're thinking and they don't want to forget what they want to actually verbalize. You know, do they sit there and wait patiently while somebody else might interject and then they lose their train of thought? I mean, to me, it's a whole process. And I think if we look at it holistically, as far as academics, their social emotional well-being at the time, and when they're ready, you know, I think that dictates, especially students know that, and many want to be challenged. I mean, that's where you see the behaviors when they're not really being challenged, and they have a lot to say and a lot to acknowledge.
I appreciate you saying that. I think there's a degree to which we want to consider, you know, when we are making determinations of kids being involved in gifted programming, where any type of advanced programming is. So what do we know about their social emotional learning competencies that we also want to accentuate, right? Like, do we want kids, you know, empathetic learners, right? Do we want the kid who's in these programs who actually takes care of not only their own learning, but is interested in the learning of others? Like that as part of the milieu of how we want to make decisions around who we want, you know, and not only sort of be gifted, but also nurture some of that sort of that habit, you know, like there is you know, as somebody who was in honors and AP pipeline, right? There was always a competitive edge that lived in those types of classrooms that, as somebody who is so not competitive, right? It was really difficult to kind of imagine being in that type of spaces. And so what happens to the kid who doesn't engender that, right? The kid who is like, I'm doing this because I'm really interested in the subject. I'm not thinking about, am I going to get it, right? Where some kids, like, that's their complete orientation. And how do we make sure we have a balance of kids in these types of classes, right?
Barbara had a question.
Thanks. I don't know if it was a question as much as just wanting to kind of build on the conversation. When I consider sort of the research on giftedness, and the research really shows that if we don't catch our gifted kids early and help them grow and help them learn how to grow and be supportive of other people's intelligences, there's so much research that shows that they can become isolated, behavioral issues. They can disconnect because they're not engaged effectively. And so when I see those numbers about emotional disturbance, I always wonder how many of those kids are somewhere in the gifted continuum and weren't met where they needed to be met, and then have developed, some behavioral problems because they're acting out, because they weren't put in a position to be with kids who wanted to do the kinds of things that they want to do. I think, I experienced this in my family. We're a family of 5, and I have a brother who is crazy gifted, but giftedness often comes with kind of asynchronous development, and it can be paired with ADHD or sometimes dyslexia. That can be barriers to fully actualizing the potential of a gifted person. And when we're looking at a child and we're seeing behavioral issues, we need to also consider the fact that maybe we aren't doing a good job of, as Sarah said, feeding their brain so that they want to be engaged in the work that we're trying to lead them in. I really, really want our district to be one that goes beyond the standards of education and creates curious and active minds. So I guess that's what I wanted to say is I think we have missed opportunity here clearly. And we need to look at how we're responding to these behaviors and ask ourselves if it's something that we haven't offered yet,
And if I may, not only add emotional disturbance, but also speech language, because there were some schools, and I remember correctly talking with several principals, there's some schools that have a sizable multi-language learners, and not one is in a gifted program, right? And my question is always, is being monolingual and particularly English only speaking a criteria for gifted, or is it that we oriented our gifted programs to be monolingual and English only, right? I think we can all agree that knowing multiple languages and keeping them succinct in your brain, right, and being able to see it through these multiple languages is a substantive skill that could be reflected in some levels of programming, gifted programming that we can do.
Coming from a family where Spanish was the main language. So I have a brother, he's blind. He learned to speak Spanish first and then English in school. Now, we have to also keep in mind for those individuals that have a disability, like for him, first of all, my parents didn't speak English at that time. So they were never able to go into the schools to have conversations with the teachers or the counselors or anything. During the time that I was old enough to be able to speak for him at the schools, by the time he got there, I mean, he is brilliant. He makes me look, dumb, if you want to put it that way. He's a musician, he's a teacher now for the state of Connecticut for students that are blind. But through the whole school system, he was being pushed back because he couldn't see. Right. So he was never given those extra resources, and it wasn't until I spoke up. But during those years, like Heidi says, if we don't take care of the children, he started to go backwards, and he started to get into arguments at school, fighting back, being disrespectful. And it wasn't until I was old enough to be able to speak for him and go to these meetings, speak to counselors and teachers to be able to help him, that he made a turn. So not only do we have to think about children and the language, but the children that have disabilities and are also multilingual. So that's a whole different level of issue.
Yes, I think we're all sort of floating around the same idea, being quite exceptional in terms of capacity, but making sure that our resources and programming is organized, because individuals Erica said about Sarah around alignment, right? Making sure that what we imagine and we profess in ways of fundamental truth is displayed and is aligned with our actual, how we actually do the work that we do.
I wanted to point out that 2 years ago, after we redesigned the GT program from academically talented to gifted and talented, specifically looking for the potentially gifted kids, there was also a shift from the identification procedures that was previously using verbal academic performance, basically on state exams, to a nonverbal problem-solving approach, specifically looking at the twice exceptional kids, for the twice exceptional kids, and the kids who are multi-language learners who are not performing really well on those state assessments by 3rd grade. But when you looked at their nonverbal problem solving and the analogies, they were knocking it out of the park. So the data is slowly moving. It's still nowhere where it should be, but the schools are specifically looking, the GT teachers are specifically looking for those kids and starting early and looking for the potential in those kids. Someone mentioned Project Low, which is a project that's looking at kindergarten, preschool, kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade for that potential.
And I agree. Schools they're really pushing to get that, but it's not going to be easy.
It's not.
Yvette, can you just tell us a little bit about what changed? I don't know if we looked at it that way, but, from kids that were going in before to the now with the NAGME area and all that, I think it did change, but what was the order of magnitude?
I don't have the data memorized, but the number of multi-language learners was most impacted. The twice exceptional, we're finding pockets of those kids. The movement on Black students has not yet been actualized, so we're really looking at what are the secondary factors there. I think that's what Eddie is leading us in. But the jump in the multi-language learners was approaching significance.
I just had a curiosity about categorization when it comes to gender and race. Is there any opportunity for Norwalk students to identify as gender non-conforming or trans? There's, and is that reflected in these stats?
No. Well, in terms of the data set here, which is 1920, this cut had binary, right? Male, female. Yeah.
I think it's gonna be, I'm sorry.
So go ahead.
I think it's gonna require us to collect data very differently than what we are currently collecting, because a lot of the research is based on how we've been collecting data. And I think that might be a Ralph question in terms of our ability currently with the infrastructure that we have with Power Schools, if we're gonna be able to collect data beyond just the binary metrics.
Yeah. The way that we could do this is, with anything in Power School, we can put a flag on our students. So that's something that we would have to do, is just identify them within that, and then they'll be able to be focused on.
Great, thank you.
But are we collecting, the question is, are we collecting the data that way now?
I don't know, but I can find out.
Yeah, I think it should be helpful when we see data presented in this binary, which does not reflect the reality. And then in terms of race, I assume the categorization is based on self-identification. If somebody is mixed race, but they identify as one or one particular, or is that what is captured in the other?
So other is, so that's a category that I think for the purposes of this analysis, that became a sort of catch-all, but it includes multiracial. But so I would imagine that, and actually I can't imagine, because I know some schools, when I looked in their files, they parsed out multiracial kids because obviously that's a population of interest for them at their school site. So, which to me flagged that they actually, that there is data markers that they can actually pull kids into that identify as multiracial. Or I should say that their families identify them in these set of categories. That's, you know, it's all self-report, but the family need is self-reporting. And school districts are bound to use, they have to use since 2007, use the census markers for categorization for different groups. All right, so that's just that's the appetizer. Now let's get into the first course. And I'm so excited of the fact that you all are here because I mean, in terms of the inquiry points that you've raised already, because I think this next batch of data, it is, I felt like it was a roller coaster of data that I was just like, wow, this is interesting. Where did this come from? How does this link? And so I'm interested in kind of hearing from folks, what do you glean from this as well? So what I'm going to first present on is the parent survey findings, particularly around their perspectives around access, resources, and their own perceptions of diversity and inclusion. I intentionally, I condensed this down to I think it's like 6 or 7 slides of data. There is, when you see the report, you see there's a lot more. There's a lot of information that we gathered. We try to synthesize it in such a way that you could glean sort of what are some of the major tall trees that are of interest and that are reflective of the community that responded to the survey. So, I'm going to start first with just overall satisfaction that parents shared in terms of school services and activities. And I focused in on, given the count of responses, I focused in on white, Black, Asian, and Latinx, right? Because they were the largest groups that were represented in this survey sample. So, starting in general with, there's a lot of, we have a section around what's their satisfaction around a whole bunch of stuff that schools do. And this is a reflection of some of that. What we found is that parents were very satisfied with the stuff that's being offered in general, right? So as you can see here with this particular statement, the school makes you aware of chances to volunteer at the school. And there, the metric we have here is does it very well, just okay, not very well, doesn't do it at all, right? And what we see is generally the majority of respondents, parent respondents, who fall into these 4 racial ethnic categories, identify that they consider their school does this very well in terms of volunteer opportunities that they make available. And you'll see, and I'll talk a little bit later, one of the points is, that there's good communication around that stuff, around how you can potentially volunteer or participate in certain parts of the school. But that's just letting folks know. But then there is who gets to be involved, how that decision making happens. And I'll talk a little bit more around from the focus groups, how folks gave a little, what I call sort of more texture to helping us understand that if we were to just look at this, we're like, wow, parents are around all these areas of school services, they're pretty satisfied, right? But when we looked at the focus group data, they said, yeah, the opportunities may be presented, but who ends up being selected? Who gets, and the pattern to which that actually signals to some constituents in the community whether or not they will feel comfortable in being in those types of spaces. And I'll talk more about that specifically. Another example of satisfaction, they were relatively satisfied with the ways in which schools provide workshops, materials, or advice about how to help your child learn at home. I think in particular, given what we are currently living around the pandemic, right, to see this quite a pattern of response. And also, in the focus groups, one of the areas of strength that parents highlighted was the ways in which the district has been responsive this year in terms of supporting families around the learning, the virtual learning that they're doing. In particular, there was a lot of good feelings around the resourcing that was being provided to families who actually need it, as a strength that they really sort of found in the school district. Then we had some questions, we raised questions around satisfaction around school quality, right? So some of these pieces around quality, you know, do they feel as, you know, that the school is academically challenging for their kid, right? So in terms of this agreement scale, which goes from strongly agree to strongly disagree, you had a good representation, a good response pattern in which families felt as if they were across all these racial ethnic groups, there was a good level of satisfaction around or agreement that they feel their child is academically challenged at school. All right. As well as, in general, the idea that they feel as if their administrator at the school is maintaining good discipline at their child's school. We also have, and I should mention, as part of, and we put this in the appendix in the reporting, you'll see that soon enough, is we also collected data. There were survey sections that we had where we asked parents about similar types of questions related to last school year, right? Because we were learning through this past summer, we getting started with this. Some folks are raising questions that were specific to last year, and we figured let's just have some questions around last year in case folks want to sort of make a particular argument around their experiences based on last year. Then we get to a section on their perceptions around school culture and climate. And here we started to realize there's a difference between sort of being satisfied around certain elements of what's happening in school and how things are being offered. And then there is this element around their feelings regarding social interactions that are happening in school, where we started to notice some unique patterns by racial ethnic groups of parents that they differed in terms of how they were experiencing certain dynamics, right? So here in terms of this statement around students from different backgrounds treat each other with respect, right? There was a significant representation across all groups that they feel as if their students are experiencing that there is respect among students. There was when it came to the teachers' treatment of students from different backgrounds in the same way, there was, again, a significant representation across certain groups. But there's an interesting sort of dynamic that starts showing up as you see here, this neutrality, this neutral piece, and where for us it's left with some variety of questions, particularly given how we connected it to the focus group data, that parents started sharing, you know, a recognition that at times there was feelings as if they weren't sure about some of the experiences of treatment. And so we've got us thinking about this sort of this neutral piece where parents are unsure that this may be part of why there may be some like growing pattern, and we see this in other categories for other statements, that they're unsure, they neither agree or disagree whether or not they feel as if there is the teachers are treating their kids or their staff, the principals are teaching the kids, treating the kids in the same way. And the fact that there is some level of neither, right, I don't agree or disagree, raises a question as to, are there things that are happening that is creating this ambivalence among parents? Then we had a section around asking parents, well, what are some of their own cross-cultural experiences and their own perceptions around race and diversity? And this, again, here we start seeing some unique patterns that I can speak to. There's social interactions that are happening amongst parents and with school staff that are for us started to paint a picture and helped us actually make sense of some of the focus group data, where we realized there are things that are happening that parents are unsure about how to talk about it. And I will say, I'll speak more about it a little bit later, but there was a good deal of trepidation amongst parents, particularly parents of color, to talk about what's happened to them. There were quite a few parents who requested one-on-one focus groups or one-on-one interviews because they did not want, they were as one parent said, I'm nervous about saying this out loud to know how other parents may respond to it. And I think the other parent that they were speaking to was in terms of, or when they reference other, meaning they're worried about white parents' responses or feelings around how they may perceive what this particular parent of color may say. So we ended up doing a handful of one-on-one interviews with parents who wanted to tell particular patterns of dynamics. So some of what we wanted to sort of gain an understanding is, well, what's the general sentiment among parents as to different areas of cross-cultural experiences? So this one is around, I want to understand how people from other racial and ethnic groups see the world, right? So we see some unique patterns of not only sort of less agreement in, as you look at each one of these set of groups, but also an increase in terms of disagreement around an interest to wanting to understand how others are seeing the world. And I think this particular pattern amongst these groups here, Black, Asian, and Latinx, in relation to what I mentioned before around the focus groups, wanting to do the one-on-one focus groups, we were left as a team, as a research team, curious about what is it that is, how those sets of social experiences that these particular populations are having are leaving them with a sentiment of nervousness or not wanting to engage with, particularly with some pockets of white population here in Norwalk. In particular, there were two specific focus groups where parents of color and including staff of color got very emotional about some of the experiences that they've had. And so as a team, we've really been wrestling around sort of the climate of social interaction that is existing in and outside of our schools, that the community and the staff are really struggling with, particularly communities of color and the staff of color. And I want to acknowledge the fact that this is a survey and set of focus groups that are transpiring in a particular moment in what's happening in terms of the society, right? It wasn't lost on some of the parents. Some of them talked about, incidents that transpired in terms of that have national attention, right? In terms of what happened with George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. Those were some comments that were made by parents and as well as staff. So for us, it really left us sort of wondering, how is that sitting with folks in terms of their own levels of comfort in and outside of the school setting for a very particular set of populations of staff. One of the cross-cultural questions we always want to ask is, if we want to be cross-cultural, we actually have to have contact with people that are different from us, right? And so this particular question in terms of my closest friends tend to be of the same racial ethnic identification as myself, right? You see that amongst some groups, there is almost a split in terms of sort of their close networks, right? Having sort of representations of themselves, while here, amongst the white parent population, right, there is a higher degree of sort of homogeneity, right? In terms of they agree, a large percentage of them agree that some of their closest friends tend to be of their same racial ethnic identification as themselves, right? And I think in a community like Norwalk, and in particular, the nature to which we do see patterns of racial ethnic student enrollment patterns throughout the district, that you see higher levels in some schools versus others, but I think we could guesstimate that there's probably a level of parallel within neighborhoods around Norwalk, and potentially within sort of close networks that folks are creating, that we're not seeing a good deal of sort of overlapping cross-cultural opportunities that folks are intentionally developing for themselves. And I was, so I'm wondering is, how do we work on that in the development of the type of culture and climate that we desire, right? So for example, if we are desiring to and know that we need to improve our practices in gifted programming, it's going to result in a level of diversification of that, right? We want to make sure that their culture and climate, right, those social emotional skills around perspective taking and ability to absorb diversity is something that we actually cultivate within those types of programming, because as kids are living their own home environment, they may not always get exposed to and practice some of those cross-cultural skills, all right? And then lastly, and then I'm gonna pause for Q&A, is, we ask questions around sort of sentiments around colorblindness and deficit thinking, right? In particular, I honed in on those two because those are of significant prominence within our society, meaning we have invested as a society for a long time in the absorption of a colorblind or color evasive notion of how we should approach conversations around race, right? The idea, if we don't talk about it, if we avoid race, that's a way to move beyond racism, right? And deficit thinking as a way in which we rationalize who gets to participate, who we understand is performing in very specific ways in our programming, and how we explain that has implications in the ways in which we continue to rationalize what's happening. So here, this particular statement of color evasiveness, sometimes I wonder why we can't see each other as individuals instead of race and ethnicity always being an issue, right? There's a great deal of absorption of that colorblind, color evasiveness, right? As I said, we all drank the same Kool-Aid, we all keep drinking the same Kool-Aid, or kombucha, or tea, or whatever you drink, right? That's what we've absorbed, So for us to start shifting into a perspective of thinking, or recognizing that that seeing each other as race and ethnicity is actually an asset for us, is a way in which we can sort of appreciate each other, will be a significant movement for individuals, especially as we see here with parents, and you'll see the same parallel with the staff. It's work that we got to do, right? Similar here, racism would cease to exist if everyone would just forget about race and see each other as human beings, right? Here we start seeing a little bit of disagreement on some populations, right? While others we see sort of continued agreement. Again, this is reflective of sort of, we are such a potpourri of sort of cross-cultural experiences that we have different perspectives that we bring to this. Here, this particular item, I believe racist incidents occur, but I'm not convinced there is institutionalized racism, right? It is an item that speaks to sort of this tension point that individuals that we carry, which is, do we see racism as interpersonal only, or do we see it as both interpersonal and institutional, right? Meaning institutional being that it's beyond just a one person who does something, but rather it is baked into the cultural mechanisms of how we operate, right? So for example, the ways in which we were just discussing, what do we see as a compliant kid? A kid who sits still, doesn't talk back, raises their hand, right? That idea is also culturally linked, right? Who we recognize as compliant is predicated on our own affinity bias of what we're accustomed to understanding as being compliant, right? It's not, we haven't, we don't sit around and have a communal meeting and say, what do you consider compliant? What's your memory of compliant? How does compliant look for you? Right? We're all bringing in our own sort of cultural perspectives that define that. And so here, we're seeing sort of this, the degree to which amongst parents, we see some very different perspectives around balancing an idea of personal racism and institutional racism can exist at the same time, and recognizing whether or not they exist at the same time. And then lastly, this one speaks to sort of a deficit orientation, right? Although I am hesitant to say so publicly, I believe that racial differences in intelligence may have a hereditary or genetic component. Right? This is this is a core element of sort of what sits below an understanding of how we rationalize some elements of deficit thinking, that there is something bound to the genetics of a particular racial group that explains their intelligence patterns or performance. And as we see here, there's a good deal of disagreement that exists amongst all groups, right? But again, there's this element of neutrality and agreement that we see across all parent groups. And it sits as part of sort of, on some level, in a quiet sub-corner, deep inside the recesses of folks' minds, this idea that there is, well, maybe there's something about the genetics of that group. Because we keep seeing that same group get suspended. They keep ending up as learning disabled or emotional disturbance, having emotional disturbance. Maybe there's something about that group, right? Or maybe about that gender group. We keep seeing boys misbehaving. So maybe there's something about boys that they're just wired in that just makes them predisposed to have disability or being suspended. So in summary, so there's a general comfort with school services and quality. There's some different perceptions of school culture and climate. There's an interest in the experiences of racial ethnic minority populations. There's some items that speak to that, where folks are interested in getting to know others that are different than them. But there's also limited personal experiences around racial ethnic minority populations. And there's an interest in erasing race and ambivalence around racial equity, right? All right, just do a whole bunch of stuff. Let's pause. Question. Yes, Mike.
I was surprised actually in almost all your data sets how consistent the data was.
Yeah. Right.
Between racial / ethnic.
Yeah.
Which
reminds me, folks are drinking the same Kool-Aid.
You're doing this work all the time.
Yes. Yeah. This is.
I would have thought it'd be much more.
No, I'm not. I see a consistency in that pattern of particular groups, right? Between themselves, but then also a level of consistency across groups. And I go back to reconciling that though we have different sets of socialized experiences in our society, there are some threads that we have consumed in ways that we commonly agree with, right? So the idea of color blindness, color evasiveness, has been something that I think we've all been exposed to, or a deficit orientation to how we explain who's ending up where, right? Like the example that I gave around boys, how many times, there's so many times that when I'm working with educators where I have them unpack, when we look at behavior infractions, that there is a coalescing around, and it doesn't even matter the racial identification of the educator group. They all coalesce around the idea that there's just something up with the boys. They're just different, right? So that commonality is interesting. And my thinking around when we start arriving at recommendations, we've got to think about sort of what's the common stuff that folks have been absorbing that may create some challenges in us arriving at this point of alignment of our programming, of what we imagine and what we're doing, because it is some of these beliefs that can be used to help rationalize the degree to which we're going to do X, Y, or Z for particular groups of kiddos, right? In the last piece I'll mention, I think that you're highlighting is that, I'm also cognizant that, and I've seen this in a lot of different data, is that particularly around racial ethnic minority educator populations, that you can still uphold habits of bias, even if you are the recipient of bias, right? And that's the beauty in some ways of racism and sexism and others. You don't need individuals to be doing anything. You allow to create a culture that helps to support it, and folks kind of rationalize it.
I think also the first set of data you gave, looking at special education, I would have also expected more disparity there. And there was some, you know, speech language, discipline, which we know, that's not new information. But some of that stuff was pretty consistent too.
Yeah. Precisely, yeah. And it's consistent across that I see it across a variety of districts. I'm almost, every district I probably shouldn't say this, but I can almost bet to what the pattern's gonna be. And sometimes, you know, just getting to hear about the community, that I can guesstimate sort of what maybe is some of the patterns. But yet there is always uniqueness, right? So I know here in Norwalk, though there's consistency around the identification of which groups are making up where, there is some uniqueness to, you know, like, so for example, I think if I remember correctly, the autism category, right, where there is a overrepresentation, right, of our white students in that particular category. And then the question becomes around some of these categories, what becomes the placement that they experience, meaning where are they ending up in terms of services in relation to that disability category? You bet.
I've been thinking a lot about, yeah, you're gonna talk, you have to come to the mic, just to be respectful of the people on our group. Thank you, Deb.
Been digging really deep into the data that you're guiding us through. We've been looking at the TBI, although the number is small, the other health impaired, a bigger number, but that's one place where we're really seeing disproportionality. And in the autism, which is disproportionality in terms of more white children being identified. And we're exploring from a wraparound service perspective, who's got access to medical diagnoses in terms of TBI or other health impaired, what's looked at as behavior in an overactive kid versus a diagnosis of ADHD. So, you know, we're looking at it systemically, not only from the school perspective, but also from a wraparound service perspective.
Thank you. And when I get to the focus group data, I'm going to share some of what parents have experienced and staff have experienced in how that access, right, meaning the level to which you have resources lends itself for particular classifications that folks get, types of services they receive, right, and the not only sort of that some communities can get that, but the inverse impact on those who also need it but can't get it. Other questions? Yes.
If we kind of reflect back, or as I'm reflecting back in the beginning of this part of this presentation about the volunteer opportunities with the elementary, middle, and high school, did we specify elementary, middle, and high school, number one? Also, did we look at, for some of the questions, school governance council, PTOs, car wash, band, whatever it may be, opportunities for parents? Did we specify what the opportunities are? And if you think of volunteering for parents, and for each respective school, it's kind of the hub of each school, having parent volunteers. Really critically important. I think our parents have always, from the beginning of time, have stepped up and have been there. But I'm just curious to know if it was actually put in the elementary, middle, and high school, and what they're looking for, what opportunities are out there, and how fair it may be or may not be.
So you're going to have 2 points I'm glad you brought up because it's like things I wanted to say. So the first one is around we could rerun and break it up by elementary, middle, and high school parent responses, so we can see, is there a differential, right, in terms of their satisfaction around volunteerism or opportunities to volunteer by those different levels. So that's a great point. And two, you're actually bringing up something that as a team we talked about, maybe like 3 weeks ago, as we were analyzing the data that came out of the focus group, because SGC and PTA, whoa. It has become, it's in such great prominence on a lot of the focus groups, because parents that were describing it, it's almost as if it is a gatekeeper for the types of, not just of what's available, who gets available to, how they get to utilize those structures to create networks for folks to get access to other things. And so we were reflecting as a team, like, gosh, if we had known this, we would sort of parsed out in the survey, you know, what's your satisfaction with SGC? What's your satisfaction with PTA? Because those pieces were really significant sort of, there are a lot of stories that parents shared about those two particular organizations.
Well, we were concerned, and we thought about that many years when we did, work with our school governance council and the fairness and the PTOs and the involvement. And, we knew it was such an important role, but one of the most important roles you can have as a parent is to be on the school governance council and the equity and the fairness of that. So I was curious to know how, looking back on the survey, how we can look at the elementary, middle, and high school and making sure, parents obviously are being heard, but we can really pinpoint the data that's out there.
Yeah, we could definitely do that first one where we can break apart by level. But the qualitative data came out of focus group data. There are some stories that we had to, by the time we redacted, we're losing the story because there's dynamics that what's transpired as a result of how some of these SDC structures and PTO, not only are they formally are expected to operate, but the informal ways in which they operate that have led to, as some parents describe, extra opportunities, right? And the staff as well noted some of these patterns. So thank you for bringing that up.
On the volunteer side, I know that, I don't know if you've looked into it either, but the meetings that come up and the way that it's communicated to the families, it's only in English.
Yes.
I myself have done meetings in Spanish for those parents that want to volunteer, and I've been able to draw that in, but that's only because I'm multilingual. Otherwise, we have a slew of families that we cannot reach out, that cannot volunteer or will not step up because they either don't understand, no one's asking them, or they feel they're not welcome. So that's another thing we need to look into.
And that's something that came out of the focus groups. Really fascinating.
I'd love to tag on that if possible.
Sure, Barbara, yes.
I had some conversations this fall and winter, in the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement this summer, where I felt some minority parents reached out to me and felt empowered to share that they did not feel welcome at PTA organized school events. So I think one of the action items that we could do is also look beyond what we are able to affect as a board through the district resources, and also partner with our PTOC to create programming to help people understand. I believe that all of our PTOs are incredibly well-intentioned and are delivering amazing services to our school communities as volunteers. And they may not be aware of how some actions or choices are perceived by other members of their school community. So I think, working with the National PTA Organization, which has created a training template for this, because it's not, as you said, not unique to Norwalk, it's a national issue. But we could be intentional in guiding those organizations toward those opportunities and creating a kind of a plan in tandem with them that the surrounding services provided by the community be done so in a very intentional way that isn't, I guess one of the words that people use is, white savior, that it's not about some members of the community saving everybody else, but it's about all of us saving each other a little bit. So anyway, just wanted to put that in there.
That's great, Barbara. And to your point, you're reminding me, and I don't know how many of you have seen it or haven't seen it, listen to it, there's a podcast put out by the New York Times last summer this fall called Nice White Parents. And it's where they catalog a school where white parents sort of moved into that particular school the principal there was really trying to diversify the school and lured white parents in with a dual language program, a particularly French dual language program. And it sort of provides the journey, a year-long journey of what transpired in those PTA meetings where, with, as Barbara said, all good intentions, there was a ways in which the white parents who were new to the school leveraged their resources and networks in such a way that ended up ostracizing the community, the group that has been historically at the school, and left them in a space where, you know, though there was a dual language that was brought in for French, there was a significant Spanish-speaking population who never got an opportunity to have a dual language program, right? But French was brought in, which ended up where one particular event that stands out to me is, you know, the parents said, well, we can help the school by, we can do a fundraising event where to raise money for the French program, not for the Spanish program to be developed, but for the French program. And it raised thousands of dollars. And they ended up holding it, not at the school, but at the French embassy, because somebody had networks and resources to leverage in, right? And so, you know, to Barbara's point, I think there's a dynamic that we have to develop in terms of a skill set amongst these governance groups within schools that helps folks to manage the ways in which their resources and networks that they are able to bring to the school doesn't end up operating in a way that ostracizes groups that may not have those resources and networks, right? And in particular, you know, I know that there's a couple of schools that their PTAs, the PTOs have raised significant dollars, right? As I heard from talking with a variety of the principals, and who have raised their own questions as to who gets access to that? How is that money being leveraged in terms of set of opportunities across the board for the different populations of students? Yes.
That's first. I'm also curious about, in some of these responses, the high proportion of neutral answers. And I know that we were able to sort of explore some more qualitative answers in the focus groups. I'm wondering if was there any opportunity at all in the surveys, if particularly somebody chose a neutral answer, for them to offer some kind of qualitative context?
Not within the actual item itself, but we did have an open comment box at the end of the survey for folks to add, further thoughts that they may have. And so some of that we actually use in some of the when we get to we paired it up with some of the focus group data to receive some of the same language or conversation points being raised. So, but not within, this is something that in terms of from a research point of view, in terms of psychometrics, thinking, we're rethinking that neutral column, and I'm gonna next year I'm gonna pilot adding in I don't know along with neutral, because we want to parse out that is the neutrality about you just don't know. I just don't have an answer. I don't know about this, or it's just you're sitting with neutrality, right? Where you're not wanting to give a particular answer, but it's not predicated because you don't know. You don't know anything, right? Yes.
My question would also be, you look at economic status, because there's going to be families that will tell you that they either can't afford sports or they can't afford this, that, or the other. And going back to what Barbara was talking about, getting people to speak up and being able to reach out to them. For me, for years, I've been going to all different events at different schools because of that same reason, to be able to meet families and ask them questions and be able to explain to them the different events, the different volunteer, the different resources, because with time, as people would speak to me and I would point them in the right direction, other families would come out. So we need to definitely try and figure out how to reach out to those families and be able to help them and, you know, give them the power to speak up for themselves. And like I said, hit the pavement, because a lot of these families are not going to come up to us to answer. We need to be able to figure out how to reach them.
Right. No, that's a good point. We actually, so one of the demographic categories that people were, was available for them to respond was around their household income. You know, we didn't look, we didn't parse out this data by income level, but there could be some categories in some of these particular areas of inquiry to where we may want to look at it by income status, like is there differentials in responses by the income status that is reflected in that specific category. Any other questions from virtual folks?
Can I have a question?
Sure.
So the slide that literally broke my heart was the slide regarding how many people are either neutral or agree that there's some genetic inferiority. Yes, please, let's put it up while we're talking about it. This was shocking. And the question is, in other communities that you're working in, do you see this play out like this? And if you've tried to start to tackle that and work with the community to shift those views, what are some successful tactics to employ to move us beyond this kind of thinking, which frankly shocks me?
Yeah. No, so yeah, so this is, I was intentional about putting this one last.
Yeah, you knew we'd go back to it.
You know, because there is, and this is an item that I've had in my service and it's always shocking. So there's always some level of, you know, around, you know, 10 to 15% who fit in the space of neutrality. And this is one of those key points around neutrality where it's like, so what does it mean for you to sit in neutrality around sort of these genetic explanations, these eugenics explanations of intelligence, right? That I think as a society, we want to say, how can we move beyond, right? I don't think we have, because we haven't had a strategy that helps us move beyond in terms of being targeted and dispelling this notion. But in terms of strategy, you know, part of what we have to be cognizant of, and this is the work that, you know, that we're beginning to do with the building administrators, because I think I included a similar slide of the staff data around this particular item, is part of our strategy needs to focus in on, you know, folks, so this belief is predicated on a set of information that folks have developed or confirmed over time that is something that they believe in, right? So meaning they either are continuously seeing things based on information that they look for that helps to reaffirm that, or it's a point of reference or belief that they haven't had any outside sets of information that has helped to disrupt that, right? So part of the strategy that has to be we have to be attentive to is we have to have strategies that are about perspective taking, that are about intergroup contact, and in terms of what we call counter-stereotypic imaging, right? We have to replace the set of information that folks have been receiving as a healthy diet that helps for them to kind of sit with this particular explanation. Because we know these are the types of explanations that, or beliefs, that helps us make sense of the world, makes us define who we choose to interact with, who we choose not to interact with. So from the vantage point out, you know, and again, this is, you know, my work is K-12. I live and breathe buildings and educators. I'm not sure how we're going to do this in a broader community, right? But I have seen in terms of some communities where I've been impressed by, you know, like a school district I'm working with now, they have this network, this social interaction strategy of a group of parents that developed this organization that focuses on social justice, where it's, oh my God, I'm blanking out on the name of it, but it basically is, it's parents, individuals who are new parents all the way up to by the time they enter kindergarten, where they have these get-togethers that are focused on social justice issues in terms of interacting with each other. And I had an opportunity to kind of talk with the folks there, and what sits behind that is the idea of normalizing the idea of intergroup contact. So the kids get accustomed to sort of seeing their parents interacting with people that are different than them in a way to make sure that that's the basis of information that they're working from, and not the sort of the diet that they get from other types of mediums of information. So I think, so by our K-12 level, it's being intentional around sort of how do we help staff sort of have a new body of information that is counter-stereotypic imaging, perspective taking, and intergroup contact for them. So they're not displaying this orientation within their practice.
One of the things that I kind of want to give a shout out to that we have started piloting in the last year, the gifted teacher at West Rocks, Jessica Stargarter, has created a parent social justice book club, and very intentionally selected books that will bring parents together from all backgrounds, which the school is very diverse, to discuss these things, and as you say, to have that regular contact. So I think it's really a great idea if we could work. I know Norwalk X is already engaging in this work through their equity workshops, and I know that that has been a conduit through which I have received so much really useful, constructive feedback from members of our community. There was one woman who's worked for, I think, 30 years with our youth through an organization called SAVE, Serve All Vessels Equally. And she said, Barbara, what I need from you, I need you to talk to other white people about these issues, because I'm exhausted from trying to be fighting for this for 30 years. I'm absolutely exhausted, and I need you to pick up the ball. And I really took that to heart, and I hope that we as a community can do so, because we don't know what we don't know about how our neighbors are experiencing life unless we ask them. And the only way we can do that is if we have time together. So hopefully through things like Norwalk Acts and through social interactions with either through the PTOs or through these other programs that have the opportunity to bring parents and community members together, we can continue to build on that work.
I agree. I think that's a great, connecting with, I'm always trying to be very mindful of, there's only so much things that schools can do. What does the broader community actually invest in wanting to do, right? I know that I remember seeing months ago the mayor here wanting or launching an equity initiative, right? And so what are the pieces of the mantle that they're picking up that takes on some of this stuff? And there's such significance for us to actually practice this intergroup contact stuff, because it's something that folks are nervous about doing. There was a study that I read years ago, a researcher in Texas psychologist who got a group of diverse parents who had kids who were under 5 and gave them, this was published in the mid-2000s, they gave them DVDs, remember those, of Dora the Explorer, and said to watch these videos of Dora the Explorer and talk about her identity and have conversations with their kids about identity. And so these were parents who chose to participate in this particular study. And one of the things that the researcher wrote about was that about half of the white parents who were part of the group came back and gave the DVDs back and said that they just felt very uncomfortable having these conversations with their kids who are under 5, right? And that really stood out for me, because on some level, I thought about it as a parent. The earliest points that I have continuously had conversations about race with my kids because I want them to recognize the assets of their racial identification, all the different sets of artifacts that are connected to it or not connected to it, so that they have a sense of themselves or centering themselves in a very particular way. And so that really sat with me in terms of the type of loss that's happening as a result of, for the parents not feeling comfortable, but also the learning that the kids are gaining in terms of recognizing that if my parents aren't exposing me to how to develop intergroup context skills as a social emotional learning competency, then where does that leave me in terms of my capacity to do cross-cultural or collaborative work when I get to school, right? I know we are, should we take a break? 10-minute break? Okay. So let's take a 10-minute break. That way I can, particularly a mask break. All right. So we come back.
10:35.
10,
Sorry,
11:35.
11:35.
I'm like,
When I were behind, 11:35.
I'm like, did I just lose an hour?
No, no. Couple few more ones.
Right. Yes, exactly. That was 18.
What Heidi asked for more time to. I was like, oh, you know.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay, whenever everybody's ready, we're ready for you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
All right.
All right, so let's go to the next. Doesn't want to advance now. Yeah, it's on. All right, let me turn it off and turn it back on. Oh, there we go. All right, so now we're going to, let's we'll look at staff survey data, and then we're going to do the focus group data. All right, so staff survey data, we wanted to gain a vantage point or perspective from the staff in terms of, you know, very specific areas of school practice that we know are closely connected to the areas of disproportionality, right? So we asked, you know, what is their perception around components of what we know are best practice around behavior support systems that are connected to decision-making regarding suspensions. We asked questions around academic support systems that we know are connected to the types of interventions that are made available for kiddos, right? And we wanted to gain, you know, and we used that particular survey items are come from from research-based practices that are known to have greatest effect in terms of improving outcomes. So, for example, when talking with staff, and just by the way, it is the totality of all the staff that are included in this particular survey in terms of 320 staff, because when we looked at it by racial ethnic groups of staff, there was such a small number of respondents that were Black and Latinx and Asian that when I say small, it was for some of them, actually for many of them, for those three particularly, there were about less than 20, right? And you know, compared to the white faculty sort of response pattern, which was much higher. So, or at least represented in this survey, we just kept it as one big group in terms of just staff in general, their response patterns. So here, in terms of one of the areas of known sort of best practice around behavioral supports is schools having an effective early intervention process to meet behavioral needs of struggling learners. And as you can see, you know, it's a strongly agree to strongly disagree scale for staff to respond to. And as you see here, there's a level to which staff are split in terms of whether or not they agree that their school has an effective early intervention process, right? And some of that may be to the degree to which it is a known entity that they are familiar with, and or the degree to which they perceive it as being effective. Another area is the degree to which their perceptions around whether school rules, particularly around discipline, are equally applied for all students. And in some of the focus group data with the school staff, they did talk about, notice from their vantage point, they perceived that there were differences of how certain groups of students were being treated. So as you see here with this particular, you see sort of this, there is about a 30% of the 300 so staff who responded who disagreed in terms of from their vantage point whether or not the school rules are being equally applied for all students. Their agreement as to whether or not they perceive their school has an academic intervention team, whatever the team may be titled, right? And as you see here, and this is just whether or not you perceive that your school has one, right? And as you can see, folks are split, right? Between agree, disagree, and neutrality, where I'm going to guesstimate that in that neutrality is like, I'm just not sure, right? My school's intervention team follows a formal problem-solving model during meetings. What is known from research is that there should be a clarity around a formal problem-solving model, right? And as you see here, there's a lot of neutrality and a lot of disagreement around whether or not they perceive that it actually exists within their school setting. So if you think about it in relation to the disparity data that we looked at earlier, if staff are noting that it doesn't exist, it should raise questions as to the degree to which, like you remember we said in terms of what we may imagine and then what actually is existing in practice, that our staff who are living and breathing this work are not seeing it existing in our schools. And one of the last pieces we have staff around is their own perceptions of expectations of different cadres of kids, particularly by performance bands. So this particular item, which is, as things stand now, how far in school do you think your students will get? And they have to, look at low performing students, moderate performing students, and high performing students. And as you can see, in terms of low performing students, there's just a range to which they're expecting their kids to get, versus when you look at high performing and even moderate performing, there is an expectation that for example, moderate performing, that they achieve majority of them 4 years and above, and the same thing here with high performing. But yet for low performing students, there is a bit of a sentiment of expectation where they're existing in this high school graduation and some college expectation that they have around kids, where they're going to land in terms of their academic outcomes. Now, the other, similar to how we're asking parents around their own sort of cultural perspectives, we ask similar questions. We actually ask the exact same questions to staff that we ask parents, except for the staff one, we asked questions that were particular to culture responsive pedagogy or concepts that they agreed with. So this being one of them. Trying to be culturally responsive all the time is nice in theory, but the reality is that a teacher does not have time to be all things to all students, right? And a good portion of staff who responded disagreed with that, right? That you can be all things to all students, that you can be culturally responsive to your populations of students. But you also have sort of this neutrality and agreement band of teachers that are unsure or agree that it is being culturally responsive is a touch much. Other questions around their cross-cultural experiences. My closest friends tend to be of the same racial or ethnic identification as myself, right? You see sort of about 40% of the staff who responded agree that they have close friendships that are very similar to them. And if you recall, in terms of the largest population, and if I remember correctly, I think it's around 60% of the staff respondents identified as white in the survey. There's, and we see sort of these points of disagreement where 35% disagree that their closest friends tend to be of the same racial ethnic, which signals that there's some cross-cultural experiences that is very personal to the staff. And then we have our questions around color blindness and color evasiveness. Sometimes I wonder why we can't see each other as individuals instead of race always being an issue. And we see about 50% of the staff agree, right, with this sentiment of color blindness. Again, this is something that we saw with parents. It is something that it's been in our water stream of sort of absorption. So finally, in terms of a quick summary, staff are kind of split on their perceptions of academic and behavioral supports being available and their effectiveness, right? And I really want to accentuate that point because I think it has implications for how schools need to approach the types of remedy work around improving practices. That is not just a matter of let's get more programs, but it's a matter of how effective are we being in what we are implementing, right? Because, you know, I find at times school districts will plan to put more programs, but don't plan for effective implementation. And so what staff are alluding to is a desire for effective implementation. Staff maintain varied expectations of students depending on the academic performance. I think that I'm always interested in that particular item around how far they expect students by different performance levels, which, by the way, that particular item actually comes from the SASS survey, which is a national survey administered by the U.S. Department of Education to sample schools every single year. It's a survey that goes out to staff. I'm a big fan of, like, I create scales and I do psychometrics, but I also love borrowing other items from scales that have already been normed, because it gives me an opportunity to also compare with those national norm patterns to see, is this typical, right? To kind of see that. And seeing this particular pattern amongst staff who responded raises questions as to, so it's not going to be enough for us to ensure that we're effective in the practices that we do, but how do we also improve the expectations that staff have, especially for our kids who are at that bottom quartile, that they can expect that that their intelligence will be nurtured and it will grow as a result of their effective implementation. And then also across all of the data in the sections around cross-cultural experiences and culturally responsive belief systems, that there is an ambivalence about race. In particular, there's that ambivalence is around what we consider sort of an ambivalence that's going to have an impact in terms of how we approach the work that we want to do with an equity lens, right? It's the concern that if we know that our disparity is bound to race, the degree to which folks have the appetite to want to engage on a continuous basis, that their practice is to affect that. If they have a discomfort or want to erase race, right, that's going to create some tensions as to how ready folks are going to want to be to absorb some of those new set of activities. All right, I'm going to pause there with that data. So that was the staff data. Any questions, thoughts, reactions before I move to the last piece of data? Yes.
First of all, I just want to say I love this stock photos you're using in this.
You see, I'm intentional about this stuff. Thank you. Thank you for noticing.
And just to clarify, does this survey include administrators or non-classroom staff?
Yeah, so in terms of administrators, of the 320, I think there were about 10 who identified as administrators. There were about 5 that identified as like social workers, counselors. Those are the 2 that stood out to me, but the majority were classroom teachers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just had a question, going back to that SASS question.
Yes.
It seems here 70% of the respondents said that they expected their low-performing students to go to at least some college.
Mm-hmm.
Right. How does that compare to the broader data?
You know, so this is a consistent pattern. There is always what I call sort of a range of responses, like, you know, and so I think of it this way. It's like that educator who sits down and responds to this, when they see low performing, they're imagining that 1 or 2 kids and have a sort of a range of responses. While with these groupings of kids, there is almost a degree to which, and I see this consistently across all the districts that I use this particular item with, and as well as looking at the national data set, is that they are more normed in terms of their expectations being around 4-year college and above, right? And so my concern always is around this expectation distribution difference is how does that show up in how we speak to kids, what we offer up to them in terms of both instruction and the types of tasks that we ask kids to do that may relate to some of this subtle, quiet ways in which we maintain these expectations.
I was really struck this week. We met with the planning commission members, commissioners, and one commissioner expressed, his experience having been pushed towards technical school, when in fact it didn't really interest him, and he was able to put himself back on a college track. But I think this discussion of expectations is so important, and also has to be weighed against the conversation that we had with our workforce development committee of graduating people out of our schools with skills that don't necessarily match the needs of the workplace. So again, I wonder if that, what does a Norwalk graduate look like visioning, and then working backwards might be the way to address this piece.
Right, that's a great point. And especially asking that question by the different high schools, right? Because they could be a global answer, but my guesstimation is that there are some particular differences by your different high schools, just based on some of the conversations I've been having with the secondary folks. All right, so I'm going to go to the last section of data, and which is our focus group data. All right, so, so part of what we realized looking like the totality of the story is that that there's a lot of conversation amongst the stakeholders that we talk to, both staff and parents, that really rallied around different facets to which they perceive the access and opportunities in Norwalk, for them experiencing it being organized for a few, and having limited opportunities for the many. And that kept showing up in multiple ways around discussions regarding a whole bunch of stuff throughout the district. So that whole section in the report, we sort of really try to break out sort of where that perspective kind of shows up and how it operates. So the first one is this sort of sentiment, and this language kept coming up, is gatekeepers. Gatekeepers meaning it was where staff and parents were naming there are gatekeepers that are organizing the types of resources, and in particular, habits of school governance. So here, we try to kind of give a little bit of a description of what is meant by that, right? So the members of who is perceived as having this particular power dynamic throughout the district. And in particular, the challenges that are raised in terms of this gatekeeping sort of habit is that Black and Latinx parents are feeling uncomfortable with the gatekeeping. I think somebody mentioned that there is, the uncomfortability that parents at times feel or not feeling welcome when they enter certain events or volunteer opportunities was some of what sort of we interpreted as part of their explanations around uncomfortability. And also one of the biggest challenges that they noted around the action of the gatekeeper was utilizing SGC and PTA organizations, where through primarily many instances of conversations that emerged that were led by white affluent parents, and those tools were being used in a particular way to leverage resources in a way that serves the few in very specific ways, but at times may have been portrayed as available for all, right? So I included here some just examples of some of the quotes of what people shared. For example, here, this person said, the schools that I'm involved in, there are gatekeepers and are actively involved in maintaining control. I know some of these people are like, have more money, so they're like probably donating things that can be involved. There is one particular line where somebody said, money begets money in Norwalk, specifically when it comes to And in that instance, they were referring to the PTA, that it was money that gets more money, and it's used to support those that have money, right? That we have to ask that several times to make sure we understood what they meant by that. Another example of sort of this gatekeeping is it's always the same folks taking the lead, even if you want to volunteer. They have their own little circle, and it's always the same country club mentality moms that say, you know what, or no, we don't do that way, right? As a reflection of sort of this, who gets to become the gatekeeper, and then how they're operationalizing their gatekeeping work within resource distribution and governance structures became one of those themes. The next piece was around communication, right? In particular, the ways in which communications were being used in such a way that created gaps, right? Especially when we talk about the communication that both the staff and the parents talked about, that they noted numerous examples where it varied in their building, and then as we looked across the different buildings that of folks who participated, where they raised that same issue, right? Some of those challenges were not only sort of the information differences across the school, but I think you made the point around, and this really came out with our Spanish-speaking parents, that there was not always information that was being communicated in their own native languages, right? And so we're guesstimating that there's something going on in terms of that the communication is also being hampered to the degree to which we're recognizing the language needs that our various populations have and require us to kind of respond. You know, so for example, an example of communication gap is in this example that somebody gave. A lot of people don't know you can transfer schools. Well, I feel like a lot of people don't know they can transfer schools, but I don't feel like no one publicizes or lets people know. If you're unhappy at your neighborhood school or whatever, you can choose to go somewhere else, right? As one example, this example down here, as you see a lot of redactions, we had to redact a lot of stuff because names were being used, and we're trying to make sure that we're maintaining a level of anonymity for folks in what we include. But here, this particular parent talks about, I was talking to another woman who's white, and I said, wait a minute. She said, I'm going to get my daughter into blank. I said I didn't even know that blank considered themselves a Norwalk public school because it is in South Norwalk. I want my daughter to go to the best school. How do I get into blank, right? And then in the rest of that particular conversation, the parent talks about how it was that interaction of having that conversation that they learned about how to get their child into that particular school, which from their vantage point didn't think or didn't know that it was possible for that to actually transpire. So this element around communication, who knows what, when they're learning about it, how they're learning about it, and the degree to which it's being relayed to them in the language that is most appropriate for them. There's another theme which is around accessing resources, in particular special education that's being provided, as many of the parents and staff sort of highlighted, based on how much or how strong the advocates end up sitting in rooms to push for particular types of accommodations. And so that's created some challenges around that. Some parents utilize advocates to ensure services for their child. And also that, and this was noted by the staff in particular, that special education services provided to some groups take away from other students, right? Staff, there were about a handful of staff who gave examples where particular services couldn't be accommodated for a racial ethnic minority student because that there was some would appear to be from their perspective a saturation of students in that program. So there was no more room. And the concern was, well, how are we sure that who's in there is there because they truly need that, or because there was the role of the advocate provided or pushed to ensure that the child was getting a specific service. So so I'm just going to read this first one, which I think really sort of, we heard a lot of this, which is, I think white parents have the wherewithal to come with an advocate. We heard this from a lot of parents. We heard it almost from all staff who participated, both teachers and administrators, who acknowledge that there is a ways in which white and affluent parents are utilizing advocates, and how the ways in which they tapped into them. There's even some of them talk about their hourly rates, where they know the hourly rates of some of these advocates, and how is it that you have advocates who are being paid? I think so. Like some person said that they're paying. They learned that an advocate is being paid $100 an hour. What does that mean for families who can't afford that? Right? What loss are they experiencing as a result of not having somebody in the room who has the wherewithal to know what questions to ask, how to frame the services that their child needs, and even how the parent is able to interpret the evaluation data that's being discussed regarding their child in those rooms, right? Which the staff members discuss that's part of the loss that's happening in these rooms, where parents who are showing up who don't have the means to have advocates are at a loss in knowing, being able to make sense of what's transpiring, and actually trusting, not to say that we shouldn't, but completely trusting that which the staff are doing is at the best interest of their child. Another issue of accessing resources around gifted and talented. The programs being for some and not for all. There is in this particular quote, we've heard this several times from staff, that there is some tutoring stuff that's happening in K-12, K-2, to prime kids to be ready for taking the set of the Naglieri, right? So that they are ready for that. And I've heard that in a lot of other districts. It's always interesting. If I remember correctly, I think the folks who know about the Naglieri and have written about it, talk about that there's no way to study for that, right? But that has not stopped some communities who have the resources to prime their kids with this sort of tutoring extra, right? Which I think raises some interesting questions as to are we seeing this giftedness is actually a result of extra tutoring versus something that the kids are at that is somewhat inherent or nurtured in their K-2 general experience. Another theme was, and this one particular, emerged amongst the school staff and administrators, that there is also a sentiment of sort of deficit thinking around how they explained why there were some of these inequalities, right? That it's, the parents don't want to volunteer, right? The parents choose not to get involved in particular ways, right? And at times also using and I can think of a particular quote where an administrator talked about use the example of their more affluent white families or white students to describe, this is how, kids should be, to refer to how less affluent and racial minority kids may want to learn how to do school, right? Like, these families are doing these types of things. We want more of our families to know how to do these things. But what gets missed, I think, is that type of explanation is the presumption that it's all choice driven, right? So everybody has their own agency. They're making decisions around, something. I'm choosing to not support my child in doing their homework. And I'm choosing to not volunteer in particular ways. And then the last thing, which I think I hinted at before, that there is such good positive discussion around how the school district has been responding in terms of the pandemic. In particular, there was a lot of conversation around the resources that have been given to the families that need it the most for them to be successful in, especially in this sort of virtual learning environment. And I thought that was a really good sort of point of reference for us to kind of to learn from and also use as a catalyst for explaining or furthering this conversation around the significance that means for us to, that when we provide supports that are aligned with the needs that folks have, we continue to be an excellent school district, right? Because there is part of the challenge that emerges around doing equity work is there's almost a sentiment of that excellence gets lost because now we have to, for lack of a better term, redistribute resources for populations that haven't gotten previously. And it's almost as if there's a watering down, right? It's like, oh, now we're gonna have diversity and gifted. Is gifted still gonna be the same, right? So we wanted to note that this is a good thing, right? That as a strategy, you all gave resources to those who needed it and maintain the level of excellence, right? So it's, so is that the last? Yes. There's a lot of stuff that has emerged, and out of that, and this is, I tried to kind of point to some of the areas of issues. So, question and answers, yes. Sure. Oh yes. So staff talk. There is varied perspective overall in terms of across everything of knowing what are some of the strategies around behavioral supports and academic supports. You know, and this is the work that a lot of the schools are doing. They're unpacking their practices, and they're, as many of them are saying, they're realizing what they thought was going on is not going on at the level in which we expected them to happen. There's a lot of varied perspective among staff and parents around racial diversity, comfort, and color, and also color evasiveness. That this, you know, and also, you know, I want to sort of point to is the, as a district, as you all sort of pull all of these set of reviews together, you know, and are looking to ensure that how do we, that our systems are organized, that are supporting the needs of everyone that's present, that where the direction and the strategy in which we do that is going to require us to meet the needs of those who are presenting themselves with needs, and being okay with some are going to need more than others. And it doesn't mean that those who are not going to get the more, it doesn't mean that there is a loss of educational traction as a result of that. It's the, Clay Shirky says, when you're accustomed to privilege, or you're accustomed to getting resources at a particular level, equity feels like oppression. Because you feel as if, well, wait a second, I've always gotten this resource, now I'm not getting it, right? When in reality is no, we are finally manifesting the way in which we should have been distributing our resources, matching the needs that are presenting within our community. And, you know, and so that's going to be one of the biggest lifts that's going to be part of this work in terms of supporting the different communities here in Norfolk. Questions, answers, or just questions? I don't know if I have answers. Yes.
Were the AP tests also considered under the SAT testing? Because there's exams that you would have to pay to get to college credit. And there's going to be families that won't be able to afford that either.
I'm trying to remember all the focus groups, how APs were, or how AP tests were mentioned. I think they were. There was some notation around it. I think there's something in the report where somebody talks about it. But you're correct in terms of there are implications as to, you know, AP is, as a sequence, has the potential of you can do at a certain level, do well, as it relates to your resources that you have available because of the test that you have to take. Also the curricular pieces that are are existing within AP curriculum that at times involve needing some extra resources to get some of those tasks done, right? That, I mean, think about it with my own child she's in an IB program, and some of the tasks that she has to do, all I think is like, well, wait a second, who's providing that resource? Like, am I, like in her IB math, now she has to get a new calculator that is specific to the next chapters, and which she was like, Dad, it's $140. I'm like, wait a second, so now I gotta get you, mind you, she got 2 already, now I gotta get a 3rd one, right? And now I'm thinking, it's like, so in order to do this next task, there is another resource that I have to tap into to provide my time. And I'm wondering, like, how does that exist for other families, and having to do that extra?
I know within families, they do share.
Right.
So, or they hand down. But those are definitely things that we need to discuss.
Yeah. Yes.
I think, like, with those calculators, I know people, they're like bulletin boards, and people will, sell them for $10 or whatever, as one kid moves on. But it's very informative.
Right, exactly.
And those things are expensive.
Yeah, they are.
I want to go back to that idea of like the resource scarcity. The idea of like if this particular group gets a resource, it means that I'm being deprived of something. And the perception that that the resources are inequitably distributed on our schools, so that one parent who said, I didn't know I could get my kid into redacted, how do I do that? Did we get a sense, how much of that do we think was based on the perception of resource allocation versus academic scores?
That's a great question. I have to go back on the data, but I'm not sure. I think there is there's this tension around sort of information hoarding that we talked a little bit about in the report, that there is this sentiment of, we're only going to tell those who know are going to keep it within. And we wonder if that sentiment is predicated on the idea that is it either, there's limited availability or room or space, whatever that resource is, or it's also, is it an information hoarding because we want to segregate who is involved in that resource, right? We're not sure. We wondered in terms of the purpose around that sort of who gets to know, and it being sort of a little bit, there being some boundaries to it for why and how that's happening.
But I think the way I would answer this is it depends on the circumstances. So I think on that lady's quote, if you read, she's obviously talking about Columbus or maybe side by side. My bet is it's probably side by side, which has nothing to do with us. That's a charter school. But in those situations, it's by lottery. So it's just random. Now, if you have a sibling in the system, you do get preference, whatever, and they have rebalanced a little bit the lottery at Columbus. So I think it's more equitable if you roll that. But I think maybe one of the other sets of comments that they were referring to is this business about transferring between schools. Well, you're right. But it's not an institutional, let's segregate or whatever, but it is word of mouth. Go to our website. You tell me one place where they refer to you can transfer between school. I have never seen it in print anywhere. That was a policy this last superintendent introduced, and I think it is all informal. I've never seen it in writing anywhere, because you can transfer to another school if there's space available. But knowing the transfers that I know about, and there I think you board members that have taken advantage of this, there just has to be space available. And it's a kind of wink, wink with the principal. So of course, someone who's not a native English speaker, who maybe's just arrived here, they don't like their neighborhood school, they're not going to know about this option. It's written nowhere, and it's all word of mouth. Is that some kind of institutional segregation? I don't know. You tell me. But it is, we do, part of it, this just evolved by accident, if you will. It wasn't like part of a whole plan, I wouldn't say, but this whole business of school choice is not very well written. And even if you want to go to apply to a magnet, you tell me one place where you can find all the information on going into a lottery for magnet. And we only let you apply to one school. You can only enter, I think, one lottery, which I don't know if that's fair either. So there is some validity to this, but I think, but it's not part of some master plan, I wouldn't say.
And, and I appreciate your point. I think there's an element of whether it's by design or in some ways by default that we have these outcomes and we give permission for those outcomes to persist, right? So it may not be by design, but then we strategize around how do we to minimize those particular patterns. That becomes the challenge around being intentional about sort of breaking some of that stuff apart so we don't have it occur, right? But the question of design, you're right. I always struggle with, I don't know if there's a master plan, but I want to be mindful of like, but once we know the outcome of it, let's fix it.
Let me just say one more piece of this is, if you decide not to go to your neighborhood school, you're responsible for transportation. Now, if it's a stay-at-home mom, someone who's wealthier, that's easier to do. You both work. How do you can't send your kid to school on the other side of town or wherever it is just because you don't like your neighborhood school. So there is that aspect, I guess, structurally, but we can't afford to provide all that kind of transportation. So I don't think that was a bad call on our part. We are giving people choice, but it isn't maybe equitable choice because someone who's not financially able to can't partake.
So right, so it becomes a limited choice. Like, I got the means, so I can fully activate that choice versus others who don't.
And that's where the inequity exists, right? So one of the things that we have to think about as we think about this new strategic plan with magnets and the choice process is one, how do we provide multiple options, not just one in terms of lottery or selection, but also two, thinking about if we allow as a system for this to be an option, then how do we strategically design a plan of action that ensures that regardless of means and resources, every single child has the access to the choice that we have? That it's not about what, like you've articulated, Mike, that because a parent is home or has access, that then the child has the choice. Is that we offer that opportunity to everyone. And I know it's not that simple because there's a cost factor and other elements associated to it. But I think that as we think about equity, that's something we need to think about. And I agree with Mike in terms of like the informality in which a lot of this is happening, and us as a system, and this is my part, but this is not what he said, but like, as a system, we need to think about how to formalize more of these processes so it doesn't become that the person with access to information has the right to and others do not, right? And that's where a place like the Welcome Center, which is one of the things that we've been talking about, becomes really critical as an organization because it centralizes a lot of these processes and develops a clear stream of information that allows any person, regardless of their connections with other people within the community because they've been here for an extended amount of time, or just arrives to the neighborhood because they immigrated from a different country and they have to acculturate and socialize themselves in a system like ours, or someone that comes from a different state or neighboring district, the opportunity to have the same entry point to resources and information within the system. And as we think about, the upcoming work, I think this is something that has to be central to what we do, because like Mike articulated, it creates patterns, right, that are unintended, but create, in my perspective, challenges for a subset of populations within the system that then start compiling to some of the inequities that we might be seeing.
Can I speak?
I think Heidi wanted to articulate something.
I'll be quick, Barbara. Just digress back for a minute for the calculators. It's interesting. It doesn't seem like a big point, but it is. You know, all my kids have had it, many of our kids have it, family, friends, but you almost dread that point. Oh gosh, I've got to get that calculator. You know how expensive it is. $100, $150, $180. And if you have 4 kids in your family, that can be a hardship. And some families might have mentioned that, you know, might have been a Facebook post or a mom's group. Many might not know about that. It's a great resource, but many might not have access to that. So, and it's one of those things where if you pass it down to another family member, that child might need it in 9th through 12th grade, and then your next child might need it, you know, 10th through 12th or whatever, but it could be 4 or 5 calculators, and that's a lot. So that's something that, as we delve into the work here, looking at that, because it's an integral part of that class, and you'll need to have it. They break down, you might need to get another one, but it's very, very costly. So I think it was a good point to point that out.
And I think, and Barbara, just because with the calculators, when we think about, and that's where Ralph, I think, plays a pivotal role, when we think about IT, right? And what is the hardware that our students need to be successful? Then part of our work as an organization will be, how do we budget for this so that we have the tools, right? It's the same thing as a textbook, right? If we're expecting the students to use a particular text or a novel, we have those resources in the system. The same thing applies with calculators, right? And for us, from prior experience, having the calculators as part of the IT process of what we do was a norm. And maybe one of the things, given these scenarios that have been articulated today, that we need to consider is making that part of the norm of what we consider an element of IT that might not be something we've thought about in the past, but I think it's pivotal now as we continue to hear the conversation.
Speaking as a mom who sold things in order to buy things for school or activities during the Great Recession when we didn't have the income to do it, I totally agree, because you just don't know where somebody is in their life story. Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit, you know, because one of the functions of the board is to be a voice for the community in this room. So, you know, information flows out from us to the community and in through us to the schools. And, you know, this question about special education has been one of the saddest things that I've observed in Norwalk. And I'm very heartened that we're turning the corner, and I'm grateful to my colleagues and to the staff for that. I remember that when we were first engaging in a conversation about a South Norwalk school, I was going door to door in Grudner Court and Washington Village and speaking to families about their hopes and their aspirations for their neighborhood and for that school. And the thing that emerged that really broke my heart as I sat on front doorsteps or at kitchen tables was moms in tears because they couldn't get traction on getting help for their child. And they knew they were falling behind, and they knew that their child was developing a self-story, that they were bad or not smart or whatever the story was. And often also then displaying, you know, behaviors because of that. And these moms were doing everything that they could from their vantage point. But as you point out, they didn't have the social capital or the capital to afford advocates. And honestly, even from the point of view of somebody who can maybe afford an advocate, even then you still might have gotten resources. And in my analysis of past budgets, when I was trying to figure out why this was happening here in Norwalk, it was very clear that we were under-resourced across the board in our schools. And that meant that we had to cut somewhere. And it was a smaller number of voices who were speaking out for SPED. Now, that's really unfortunate because SPED is a legal obligation on our part. And when we skimp corners, we're really breaking the law. And so, you know, I'm obviously extremely hopeful that we now have a president who has a special education disability and has articulated the need to fully fund IDEA 40 years later. Is it 50 years now? Maybe. And that would alleviate pressure on our local municipal budget if the federal government actually took over more of those costs, and that we could provide the services that are legally mandated from the federal level using federal funding would be extremely helpful to local districts like ours. So that being said, you know, when we talk about social capital and finding out about which schools you can go to if you know, wink, wink, nod, nod, you know, the board had delineated that we were concerned about both communications and customer service. And we were presented about 1.5 years ago with a plan to revamp the website and to make sure that these sort of marketing opportunities, so that parents know what's available to them, would be front and center on the new website. And of course, COVID hit and everything's been put by the wayside, but I do think we have a responsibility to put that back towards the top of our to-do list, because you're right, it's not fair if we're offering things but we're not telling people about them and we're not telling them how to be part of them. And I completely agree with regards to providing transportation to support true choice, and it not just being something that you can only afford if you can afford it. You know, if you have the resources to drive your child to and from school. And so anyway, that's my 2 cents. And I think there's still a lot of work to be done. But I think we kind of also know what that work is. I think the board's pretty aware, and we just need to do it now, get to the action steps.
Definitely. I appreciate this conversation around resources and access. I think there is in some ways, you know, for a public school system, is there this notion around capital, both social and economic, is there an extra cost that lets you leverage it in a very different way, right? I'm always reminded of when my oldest was when I had them in private schools, high school, I would get the bill every year, the tuition bill, which would range between, I think it started off at 25 and ended up around 28. And then they would add in, oh, and by the way, this is the additional 10,000 for activating the totality of our curriculum. And that was not optional. That was also part of it. And so it made me wonder about, is there an extra charge that's happening in public school systems that that we are inadvertently sort of outlining that that for those who have the means and resources are able to truly activate, right, and are able to kind of get the full breadth of sort of what's available in our public school education?
And I think the answer is yes. And it's the materials like the calculators and notebooks and things like that, but it's also the extracurricular activities that we're fundraising for, or travel opportunities. I know when Julie Corbett was on the board, she brought up travel quite a bit, saying, you know, if we do it, that's great, but we have to do it equitably. So, yeah.
My question, Dr. Estrella, was about going back to the transportation concerns that were brought up around choice schools, and whether or not, as part of the facilities study, if we're looking at the opportunity to free up seats to create intra-district magnets that would bring in funding for transportation. I believe that's how New Haven was able to offer choice across the entire district, was through that intra-magnet funding.
So in terms of the transportation point, one of the things that we discussed in cabinet was the possibility of doing a first of all, a transportation study within the district to look at the current patterns that we have for our different transportation routes, because I think we could potentially find savings in that area by having an expert look at our routes and patterns and modify them where necessary. We have not looked at inter-district magnet options yet as a possibility, but it's something we could definitely look into if it brings in additional revenue. We do have available seats in certain schools, not all schools. that will allow us to have that option, but we would definitely have to do more research in terms of what happened in the district you mentioned for them to accomplish that, and how much room do you need to do that?
Yeah, I know that there's a moratorium on new magnet funding, but the transportation funding by making it inter-magnet, I'm just curious if that still exists, since I believe that's how they funded.
It's usually limited only, I'm sorry, Mike, it's only usually limited to the schools associated with the magnet option, the inter-district magnet, like CGS is. I don't know if it expands the entire district at large, but might be.
Well, I was just gonna say, if you look at older inter-district magnets, so like CGS, yes, the state does provide transportation. But for the most recent, the last approved inter-district magnet, which was Rogers International, they do not provide transportation. They do give parents, I think, $3 a day or something like that. They give them a stipend, but there is no transportation provided like they do for CGS.
That's what I meant,
And the fact is, inter-districts don't exist anymore, so I don't think it's applicable to our situation.
So we're at 12:45. It's lunch time, right? Yeah. I got the signal. So I know we built in a 30-minute lunch break. So within that 30-minute lunch break, because I don't want to lose traction of all this great thinking that's happening, because there's elements that you all are, and I know, and Alex and I talked earlier in the week, that there's good stuff that's coming up, and I want to provide a platform for folks to do some brainstorming as it's sitting fresh with you, to really come up with, like, what are the areas of remedy that we need to kind of pay attention to. So while you're on your lunch break for 30 minutes, so we're going to have us come back at 1:15, is you should have gotten an email from Ralph that has a link to the Jamboard. And for those who are not familiar, Jamboard is basically like this virtual note catcher. And love for you all to, while you're on your lunch break, if you have a moment, to click into the Jamboard. And there's a feature, if you haven't used it, on the left side, there's a little sticky note that actually looks like a sticky note. It's right below the arrow. And if you click on it, it allows you to just, oh yes, there we go. If you click on it, it allows you to just type in whatever you want. So as you have these thoughts, as it's sitting fresh for you, just take a moment, just type it in. It doesn't have to be eloquent, doesn't have to be a full dissertation, just ideas that kind of come to you as we're having these conversations. Because I want to make sure that we capture this stuff, and to help support you all in really funneling what are the strategic areas that you want to think about in terms of addressing some of these issues. All right. So 30-minute lunch break. All right. I'm taking a yes, silent agreement. Thumbs up. All right, great. All right, now. Oh, okay, all right, great. I almost said, where's that for? Oh, that's right, because you are up there, that's right. I was like, wait a second. All right, so welcome back, folks. We enjoyed our lunch on this side. I hope folks who are zooming in enjoyed their lunch on their side. So I want to be mindful of time because I want to get to where we need to by 2 o'clock and wrap up my part. But I want to make sure, because there's such good energy around what you all were asking questions around, you were inquiring about things, and even to the point where you all were raising some very important thinking that needs to surround things like transportation and curricular items that I wanted to make sure we have an opportunity to capture in our Jamboard. What do we want to see? What are some of the things that are coming up for us that we want to make sure we capture and we hold on to as you are, because you have several other reports that you're going to learn about that we want to make sure, well, I want to make sure that the stuff that you all have around this, they have an opportunity to kind of capture it. So,
Excuse me, Eddie, can I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. There was, oh, never mind. They're all there. They were just hidden. Okay.
Yeah, Jamboard has this interesting thing. When you put something up, it layers on each other. We actually have to move things around. That's great. All right, so what I'm going to do first is I'm going to read some of the stuff that's already been put up there and give us an opportunity to, I'm going to read them to just spur some more thinking. And I'll give folks a couple more minutes to kind of digest some of the stuff that's already up there and for folks to kind of put new stuff onto the Jamboard. I want us to have sort of an open group dialogue around some of these things that are kind of surfacing for us right now. All right, so I'm going to read this stuff left to right. So first one says, moving away from test-based assessments and advancement to more SEL-informed instruction. Collaborating with city and nonprofit partners to meaningfully increase in-home resources for parents who need it. Regionalized schools that can share and distribute resources more equitably. Resources for equal access, supplies, activities, events, examples such as Fun Run, you get to jump in a bouncy house if you raise a certain amount while the other kids don't. Scarcity mindset versus abundance mindset. How do we resource in such a way that we create win-win scenarios and aren't putting groups against each other? Passion-based learning, hands-on, fast-paced deep learning. Collaborative learning that creates connections with peers. Pay to play for extracurricular, which I mean that's something we got to work on. Scarcity versus abundance mindset. How do we distribute resources to meet needs and create win-win? I'm going to pause for a moment, kind of give us an opportunity to think about what some of these brainstorming pieces that we've put up so far. And see how some of that stuff lands for us, and what are some other things that we want to brainstorm around as we think about the different parts of data that we went through this morning. From the disparity data that we started off with, to our parent survey data, staff survey data, the focus group data that paints particular pictures of how folks are experiencing the access to resources, which I see there's an element to which folks are saying, how do we address this issue of scarcity versus abundance, right? That may be part of why there is a bit of hoarding of resources and information. I see there's more stuff to continually post updates on our MPS website. This has dual purpose to attract potential new families. And as an element of our communication gap issue, right? I think within there, we also got to pay attention to the ensuring that that information is available for all the languages that are represented in our community. Yeah, I see we're putting communication, customer service. Norwalk Pride, streamlining duplicative efforts, depoliticizing education, reaching all our families. Keeping the needs of the students as primary. What are some brainstorming around how many contend with this scarcity and abundance sort of issue or this mindset as it interfaces with our different with our racial and ethnic diversity and language diversity in our communities. Right? What are some thoughts around how we deal with this mindset as it intersects these different diversity points? Because that's part of what's resulting is that certain parts of the community aren't feeling as if they're getting full access to resources, information. Thank you. Yes.
Looking at going forward, acknowledging the rich information captured from focus groups that was coupled with some of the data that was presented this morning, it also brings to light the need for that modality and engagement to continue in the sense of, to think that we would be able to establish this plan with all this type of unique input and not having this in place to monetize or even be able to reference how we're doing in respect to that. I think it would be foolish to overlook that, and in the sense of without having any clear solutions or ideas to respond to areas of inequity that were described, and to not perpetuate that feeling, keeping folks involved and having feedback solicited, not only before and after huge events like this. I think there's a lot of richness. And I think that's one way to keep current temperature.
Yes.
That's contextual, that moves with where we are out of this pandemic.
Thank you. I'm so glad you said it because I think you're right. There is something about like these elements around reaching all families. Like how do, keeping this type of forum or strategy available for folks to check in as you are operationalizing a plan that is being driven by an equity lens, to know how people, of what we do, how does it land for folks, and giving, those opportunities to kind of do those temperature checks, because, I have to say that there has definitely there was such energy across all of the stakeholders who wanted to talk to us, who were so excited that they get to talk about this, period. Right? It was almost as if for some, they felt as if they didn't have the forum, or the question was being asked in terms of, are there equity issues that are existing in Norwalk and where do you see them? That it was almost as if like kids in candy store, like, oh my goodness, we get to talk about this, And you're right, keeping that energy. Like I know Dr. Estrella has a group of students who has been meeting with her who have reached out to me now, and to want to have those forum conversations. I'm glad to I love hearing from kids talk about this stuff, but for me it's raising the point that they want to keep talking. Like this is their own. It's almost like if this could be a class for them, they would be completely energized and engaged in terms of keeping something like this going.
You know,
But you're right.
I truly believe in kind of something different, in any areas targeted for group culture, including the kids will probably be a required measure, and one that will for sure bring added benefit and just encompass a culture is, from a visual building perspective. Everyone in the building is going through the same thing, regardless of the role. And also acknowledging the challenges the pandemic brought, fully engaging and targeting groups, and the absence of a definition of what equity was or what equity is, to stop talking about it without a definition of it. If anything, just perpetuates that feeling.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even staff, there's a group of staff who are gifted teachers who've been emailing me, and we're trying to find a date where I can participate in their group meeting. Because they said that they've been quietly talking about this, and now they feel as if wow, there's an opportunity to talk more about this, but out loud now. And I agree. We've got to keep giving permission for that and make that part of the culture of this community. Oh wow. This is great. Adding more stuff to it. Changing the reputation of central office as not approachable. Board of Ed visibility in the community. Multi-mode opportunities to work on subject matter at a higher level, more than just history day and invention convention. Parent engagement, education and supports. Putting ourselves in a hot seat and letting students ask questions. Oh yeah, right? Particularly that they're asking questions that are about, hey, you do this, but this is how it lands on us. More scarcity here, access to excellent educational experiences, science experiments, math manipulatives, great relevant literature, access to primary sources for research. I want to give a little bit of space for the folks who are zooming in virtually. Any thoughts, reactions you all want to share out loud?
I was happy to see that somebody posted about, if you scroll up a little bit, I lost it, but it was something about fundraising, and when we're doing these walkathons and other fundraising activities, a lot of times there are prizes associated with how much you fundraise. And if you get to, I think it's right behind that sticky there, yeah. If you get to go in the bounce house, and if you get to go in the video game truck, and they try to normalize it by saying just general participation, you get a general prize. But it's these big prizes that, I do see them come up, and they're won by the same kids every year that, can afford to, fundraise like this. And that it's not an issue specific to our district. I think any city as diverse as ours has inequities in their PTAs. And maybe Barbara can fill in some gaps for me here, but the PTOC, there's no, not rules, but requests to donate percentages of their PTA funds to other schools that don't have that type of fundraising capacity. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's something that was brought up, especially by staff who were part of the PTOC who, were really struggling to try and raise funds for their school. And I think that's one of the reasons we need to look at, should the district be resourcing some of these activities? If a school, I remember last year when Merrimack School came to speak to the city council on behalf of the schools, they said we had to raise $30,000 for school supplies. But honestly, we should be resourcing school supplies. And if we're not, we have to wonder what's happening there. What are we resourcing instead of the basics? So I think there's something to that, and it's pretty pervasive in many areas of things. I also notice, those, you know, the way we do our school plays at some schools, if your parents can't transport you, you can't be part of the school play. And you're therefore, you know, excluded from a major school event that perhaps you have a deep passion for. So I know when I was going to school that those rehearsals happened during the school day. That's really hard to do now because we're asking our elementary school teachers to provide 90 minutes of ELA and 90 minutes of math instruction a day. And then we are trying to squeeze in social studies and science, which are super important, and also topics that capture the imagination of some of the people who may not be interested in just math and ELA. So I think there's something to that, and we have to get to the bottom of it, and because it's creating this like dual system within our schools of whether you can compete or not.
And Eddie and Dr. Estrella, in your experience, is the only way to normalize PTA fundraising across the district is to set up these contribution pools, which I know are not well received or at least there has been some noise about fundraising for your school and then having some of those funds not, you know, go towards your school. Is that the best practice though, to try to normalize these things in districts like ours, or is there other means to do so?
I mean, one of the things that I've seen attempted, but again, anything that moves towards creating a more equitable distribution with how funding around PTAs and you know, PAs are distributed, usually encompass an idea of creating a universal pot that it then is evenly distributed across or utilized for a particular cause. Unfortunately, what in my experience, when these types of events are attempted, although they might yield a really positive outcome where we're equalizing resources across the system, it creates a lot of tension amongst the schools that are the biggest contributors for obvious reasons. I don't know, Eddie, if you have seen any approaches nationally around this, because I know this is a point of contention and a lot of conversation. I haven't seen yet a practice that is well received by the major donating relative to those that might not be. But what is your take, Eddie, in terms of what you're seeing?
So it's similar in terms of how, you know, like there's been this, you know, the communal pool that's used as a way to redistribute those dollars, right? And in some ways, the concern is how within communities that are mixed income, their own sentiment around money, right? In terms of when they fundraise, is it a fundraising orientation which is around, oh, I'm helping out so I can help all, right? Or I'm helping out so my kid can get this, right? And which I think because creates that tension piece in those communities where I have seen where they attempt some of that communal stuff. And I say attempt, I mean, I think of 2 districts where they attempted that, and that tension around that orientation.
A lot of tension.
Right, created where it was, you know, where some families who felt as if, no, I fundraise these dollars so my kid could participate in kind of, you know, particular ways. And, you know, so how do we deal with that, especially when we have some schools that are raising $40,000 to $45,000, right?
$100,000, $100,000 every year.
Yeah.
So Eddie, I intentionally use the word normalized because yeah, I'm just thinking in other industries, if you like tier out a pot of money that's maybe provided by a grant or a match program, you apply a factor to the school to distribute that money to help, you know, to truly normalize the dollars. So it doesn't, maybe perhaps not even coming from intra-district, like across schools within the district, maybe it's like a third party, like grant, where we apply a factor to each school to help equal out their fundraising efforts.
Right. I just want to make 2 points. One, where you're proposing about this joint pool and they tried in Westport, I suggest you look into what happened there.
Could you give me the, what would happen?
It went to zero.
It what?
And,
The community didn't want to be communal.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
And they did the same thing in Santa Monica, and it was a total failure because the high donating families just stopped giving.
And I think the point, the second point I want to make was that the whole reason with those walkathons, Erica, was if you look at the figures, that actually it's, I mean, maybe the way they implemented it wasn't the way you'd like it done, but you got participation by everybody. I think if you look at the numbers, I don't know them at Silvermine, but I know Silvermine took the model, and this model's now been used at a bunch of our schools, and it's been really successful. And schools that never were able to raise money before have raised real money. And, you know, I think it did start, obviously, at one of our, you know, it did start at a wealthier school, but then the whole model has now been replicated. And what's amazing about it is you get close to 100% student involvement, which a lot of these things like, I don't know, selling gift wrap or selling, I don't know, cakes, cookies, all these other things, you don't really get because it doesn't, you know, a lot of kids can't implement it. But the walkathon, I think, has been, that's why it's been so popular and so revered, is because you get engagement from everybody. Right? And maybe they need to tweak it so you don't have these prizes and some of these kids don't stand out. But the fact is, I think the walkathon's been an amazing success story that shows what you can do in a diverse district like ours with kids with different resources and financial and everything else.
And maybe, and things, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say, maybe that's the goal, to shift away from how much we raise to how much we engage, right? As the point of, as the metric that we're interested in. You know, to just take away some of the valuation of fundraising, like how much money they're getting.
And I think like with the walkathon, thinking about it in the districts, as a district versus an individual school, and thinking about what potential activities we can create a universal coalition around that will bring in additional resources regardless of how endowed a place might be or not. It's more about utilizing that fund as a unifying factor for the community, but then secondly, it provides an access to resources evenly distributed throughout the system.
Yep, and we had attempted that like 2 or 3 years ago, especially in regards to money for arts versus sports. We were trying to reach a point where we had a student-based allotment for participation in the arts that was equitable with the sports, and you know, obviously that would also include other extracurriculars like robotics club or debate or, you know, any of the other things that we are encouraging our youth to get involved in. And I think that conversation kind of disappeared, and whenever we're in an economic crisis, these conversations disappear and we just kind of squeak by. So it would be good if we could move towards really getting to the bottom of like all the ways that our current way of operating creates these inequities. I keep going back to the school play where you know, like I would attend plays at schools that, you know, weren't necessarily my children's school to support them. And there would be maybe one child who was a minority in the cast that had a lead. And I always wondered what's happening here in a district as diverse as ours? Why is that the case? And I think we have to dig a little deeper.
I want to answer Erica's question. As for the PTOC, we were just discussing that this last meeting, and we are trying to figure out how we're going to combine our efforts, because now with the pandemic, fundraising doesn't look the same anymore. So we are coming out and trying to plan ways to raise funds as a whole for the schools. And as we do that, I guess it's all these questions that we are coming up with, we will discuss and try to do something, because the money isn't there like we can fundraise before. And if we can continue it after the pandemic, that's great. But then Barbara also brought up a good subject there. What people don't know is that when they have plays, like in the high school, the kids that are in the pit playing for these plays,
I had no idea until my son was in the pit. You were paying $200 to $250 to allow them to play in that pit after they even audition. They have to pay for the rights of music. So there's a lot of kids that can't do that. There's a lot of families that can't afford that. I mean, I'm a single mom and it took me everything in me to, to write that check. But you know what? I did it because I'm a proud mom. This is what he's worked for so many years. But many families don't know that that is something that you have to pay. Yeah, so imagine if you do 4 years of that.
Comment I was gonna make, before we got to this topic, question you posited was around the mindset, around how to change that. And I thought the example was great that for the same conversation around how a parent, I raised money for my kid's school. Why wouldn't I be able to have it go to my kid? And the question I was gonna raise is, looking at youth practices that are youth-centered, and really exploring evidence-based practice that really shift our mindset to really acknowledging the different youth and how we put them first. And it came to mind that went into conversation further because I thought it would have been a different discussion if everyone knew that anything we raised in addition to help offset what the schools couldn't provide for the kids. It's now a conversation on how these schools direct it back to that school's need versus looking to create a bar that, again, it's it's different than how we should start from. And that was the question I had in response to your question. In terms of, who's going to be in the district still, youth are going to continue progressing on in the district and really being able to do something different. I don't know if it starts with just polishing up what we're doing now or just looking at it from a different perspective because there's no evidence that what we've done before this pandemic will be able to sustain the response to just ensuring the level of involvement everyone has and feels like everything.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it definitely involves us having a rejiggering of our mindsets so that we can have, that becomes a place of departure in addressing all these sets of issues. And that's where I think as much as, and I love, sometimes I do this where it's like, let's brainstorm ideas, but in brainstorming your ideas, what I love that you all have landed around is there is a fundamental set of mindsets that you're also pushing forward at the same time that I think is sort of undergirding, like even just this question around how do we handle sort of this fundraising that's happening that is inequitable across our schools. Where you all landed was really around this. We've got to reconfigure sort of this the purpose of why we're doing this, right? So it's not about the amount of money that who has $100,000 because I'm going to imagine that if without much parameters, schools are kind of at the slush fund that schools are using to boost up. You're going to have some extra arts, extra music, extra sports or what have you. And that ends up establishing the schools that have all of the stuff that expands the educational experience for some kids, and other schools, kids aren't given the opportunity to even explore it, have that stuff available to them. And it just further, in some ways, sort of becomes a circular element of exacerbating our disparity. So,
Can I add?
Yes.
So, I know that the primary responsibility of the Board of Education is oversight of the school day. But, last year we transitioned out of managing out of school time programs after school, before school, and in the summer. But when you look at how our community functions, and one of the reasons that we are so siloed into different groups that don't interact, unlike other communities, we don't provide robust enrichment, high quality enrichment, after school programs on site with a second wave of transportation. if we were able as a community, because I think of this, would be a citywide kind of Norwalk Acts approach, because the school district doesn't have the funding necessarily to create that on our own, but it would allow all of our children to have access to high level enrichment, and not just the ones who can afford to pay a lot for it and has someone who's able to drive their kids to and fro. And I think it would also stabilize childcare needs for a lot of our even middle and higher income families as well, where it's very expensive to live here. We have a lot of dual income families where they're working super hard to afford to be able to live here. And that childcare piece, what is happening with our children while their parents are working and they're out of school? And are we using that time to give them every opportunity they need? So one could even imagine a program after school that would have additional special education supports or language supports or sports clinics or dance or a math club, but that could be an extension. And I believe our achievement would skyrocket, because we would take a play-based approach in those hours to these subjects, and also build relationships, amongst groups of folks who maybe aren't socializing outside of school time.
Right, exactly. That's a great point. Thank you so much, Barbara. All right, I want to be cognizant of time. We're at 1:55. So I love this initial run at recommendations, and I'm going to draw on them for to add to sort of the stream of recommendations that we have already generated as a result of what we've gathered from this particular project. And we're going to sort of bring this stuff in there as well. You will be receiving this report shortly, meaning by Monday. I'm going to give the final version. I'm having a copy edited now. It has been last 2 weeks of nonstop writing around this report has been I'm exhausted. So we are wanting to make sure that we give this to you all. I'll hand it over to Dr. Stray on Monday as a final copy. And given the first day of Black History Month, I think it's appropriate as a way to kind of launch this particular month and this year. Any last thoughts, comments regarding any of the set of data that we shared out that you want to sort of pose questions around? And I'm sure there will be another opportunity after you start consuming the reports where you may have other questions, and I'm sure Dr. Stray and I will talk soon enough about whether to have another opportunity to kind of engage in more questions and inquiry that you may have. But I want to sort of finish off by allowing you all the space to kind of ask more questions. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Ferguson. I really just wanted to reiterate the appreciation for this work, which is sort of important and central, not like a nice thing to do. Public education is a public obligation. That's, it's not a choice we have. If we're offering public education, I think it goes, thinking about mindsets and going back to something Barbara said earlier about what do we sort of think that we need to offer centrally across the board versus, these sort of nice to have add-ons. I think that we have to think about all these enrichment programs as necessary for every student, not something that one school can raise extra money for. I mean, I just think of any other public resource. If you live on a public road and it needs paving, you don't say like, let's have a walkathon and pave it. It's part of the public trust, so we have to think about education the same way.
Well, I'm getting really close to a walkathon for sidewalks, but yes.
And I just want to throw out there, the walkathon does not solve all the problems of the world. Yes, it engages every student, and every student has the opportunity to participate, but we're still talking about the difference of students who are bringing in change on a daily basis versus students who are bringing in $5 on a daily basis. So walkathons raise very different amounts of money based on the school that you're raising money for.
I totally agree. As a child of a single mom through high school who got a scholarship to a private school, but there were all these add-ons that really we struggled with. And I felt the same way during the recession as I shared earlier. We don't, and I think there's all this judgment about what we should be able to afford or should not be able to afford as parents. And we all make sacrifices for our children, but there are some basic things that I think, for some reason it's accepted that sports is a basic that should be included, but maybe the play isn't. And I don't understand that. Like it's a cultural choice. And I think we need to really reassess that.
Can I jump on the end of what you were just saying, Barbara, and say that cultural choices, I like that you used that phrase, because what I've been thinking of this entire time almost is that we didn't invent these metrics by which we're being assessed and by which our kids are being assessed. And I think we can push back against them a little more. I think we can say a lot of the deficit mindset that's been spoken about today has to do with the metrics that were chosen for us, that we are desperately trying to live up to with resources that aren't enough, and always fighting for the resources for all our kids in our system, And so I think pushing back and saying, actually, the metrics that we prioritize and we value for our children are a love of learning and engagement in these things. And I think that's not specific to conversations about equity, but they cross-inform each other.
Great point. Thank you. And I love the idea of just throwing out there what should become the metrics of equity for Norwalk as you progress monitor your work as you move forward. Thank you. Others, last thought, yes.
In terms of understanding in the absence of what equity looks like, that definition. And I'm referencing that because of how consistent of a theme it's been, throughout your findings and also from Richard Leonard's findings. Right? And before establishing what it is that we get to, the intersect between equity and decision making versus where does that whole process? If the more we engage in this, the more we become aware of it, the more we become clear in articulating what needs are for our neighborhoods and buildings. The decision-making process really gets called to change, in the sense of how we're engaging in this. I'm curious to know, how's that occurred? Who is right at the end of the day? A school that's experienced certain things, and looking at, what have to change, getting stakeholder input and voice. They're all heard, but here's the direction, and I think it's a natural thing to occur, but, again, I think my question for you is how is that addressed? Does that become an issue when you get to where you want to land?
No, I agree. I think that's why the work, I'm getting to do with all the administrators of all the schools is around helping them cultivate and sit with a great deal of certainty as to what it means for them to lead an equitable system. And, for some, they're struggling in terms of, one hand, for some, it's the idea of it. For others, it's the, how's the community going to respond, right? That lives in their imagination, and that, for me, I worry a little bit about, because it could paralyze folks around the decision making, and at the end of the day, that hurts our kids if that paralysis is overwhelming for folks.
In areas where that analysis was firm and really confident reflecting what the beliefs were, did that align with what you've reported in interviews? So were you aware, that were representing something that this was the experience that the adults are planning to change around? Was that aligned and brought up to see if here's what we see and experience, right? in terms of recipients of the service.
Yeah.
Do we have
Yeah.
information pertaining to that?
I mean, in the few focus groups that I had an opportunity for, we actually had kids participating in, and they were from these high schools here. The kids were real clear about what they described, you know, and I love kids because they are unfiltered. And they've been thinking about it and sitting in it. And so they gave examples of where they saw particular adult behavior and were bothered by how it impacted them, right? The behaviors around the ways in which who was getting counseled into certain tracks of courses and who was not, you know? And but I think but that was a sort of a small subgroup of students that we actually got an opportunity to talk to. And I think that's an early point you made. And I think a part of what Dr. Sperry is doing in terms of meeting with students is learning more about what that experience is like, in terms of how this stuff lands on them, because there may be some even more nuances that we don't even know. So really make sure that we are fine tuning what is,
You know, in terms of what the evidence is playing, the younger the age group, how clear are we?
Excuse me, can you use the mic so people can hear you, please?
I can hear the echo too loud, sorry about that. The question I was saying was in the sense of looking at the voice of the high school youth and what subgroup representative of youth in our district, when exploring for clarity at the lower age groups, is really where the heart of my question gets at, you know, and just kind of just being clear on what's being represented in the data, and if youth in elementary, middle school are affirming what the data is speaking to in terms of their experiences. Yeah, you know, and it's a question because, you know, for kids who are not, to introduce the question in itself raises the concern of where you're driving. Again, and that's really where my question came from, just to kind of put it together.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I think, you know, in the few times that I've ever, you know, that I've been talking with younger cohorts of kids, and particularly upper elementary and middle, you know, they use language like fairness, right? Like that's unfair. And for them, they just notice that there's something that's unfair, but they don't know what's driving it, why it's happening, right? But it gives us a point of reference to dig a little bit more into, you know, like this experience that they are paying attention to. How is it that as adults, we're operationalizing some of that unfairness, right? But you're right, I think you know, asking, I mean, I'd be interested, you know, because you all have that third grade touch point of entry into gifted, I'd be interested to know for kids who aren't in that, how are they making sense of who's entering those programs, right? Particularly given that the nature to which who's in there cuts along racial, ethnic, and linguistic lines, and socioeconomic lines, right? And I hate to imagine that kids are reading a story that we're narrating for them, that there's something about X that lends itself to be gifted. And for those who are not, they're not, right? But I think it's, in some ways as adults, we gotta know. Like, in some ways, help us understand the urgency to what we actually have. Thank you all so much for the time to kind of share the results. And thank you for being patient for going through these umpteen slides of this data. And trust me, there's a lot more in the report that you can peruse, all right? I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Dr. Fergus, for an amazing morning. I think we had an opportunity today to kind of get a sense of or a glimpse of the findings from the study. I suggest that maybe we have part two of this because I think there's more information that has not been presented that I think is going to be important for the work around the strategic plan. We invited Dr. Fergus to join us at one of the strategic conversations to present to the actual task force around the work, because I think it's going to be important for them. And a lot of them are probably tuning in today because we asked them if they were available to do so. But there's still a lot of data that needs to be further dissected, and I think it would be useful for the board to come up with some SWOT analysis and next steps that we didn't get the opportunity to do today, because as you saw, the information was very rich and had multiple elements that needed further discussion. So we'll further discuss what the possibility of having another conversation. It could be during one of the workshops, or we can find time, hopefully within our busy schedules, because I think this is really important work that will tie to the work ahead. So let's give Dr. Fergus a big round of applause for a great morning. I'm going to suggest let's take a 10-minute break so that we allow the next group to organize and get ready for our presentation. So we're going to have the facilities study group present for us today, and kind of a synopsis of where we are with the work and the work ahead as planned. So let's come back at 2:20. And let's try to do that on the dot because we have a packed agenda. We have a number of items that we still need to get to. So as I articulated earlier, we're going to now transition to the team that's working on our facility study. And I'm going to give them an opportunity to introduce themselves and articulate the role, and then we'll go right into the presentation.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is Brooks Fisher with Newman Architects. And
Oh, sorry.
I'll let Pam introduce herself.
Pam Buckman, I'm with DLR Group,
So we were, Newman Architects, we've been an architecture firm here in Connecticut for about 55 years doing educational architecture. We teamed with DLR Group, who's a nationwide educational planner and leader in educational design. And we were commissioned back in December by Norwalk Public Schools to take on this facility condition assessment, as well as educational planning master plan. So these next couple of weeks are really critical weeks in what we're doing. We have a series of assessments going on in the schools right now. And Pam's going to go into a little bit more detail of what's going to be happening over the next couple of weeks as we continue with our assessments.
fantastic. And let me just add, feel free to interrupt if you'd like. If there's questions as I'm speaking, it will be just fine with me. I only have 10 or 14 slides, so it should go pretty quickly. And it will really give you, if you will, an idea of the timing, the process, and the stakeholders that we're trying to be very inclusive of. Let me start by saying, since we got launched, you guys have been awesome. I mean, we said we need to start right away, and you've done it. So kudos to all of you, all of your staff that have really helped us get going. So I'm starting with, in terms of the facilities plan studies, these are the board docs that we got that I know that you're working on updating with the strategic master plan. But I think it's always really important for us, for you to, your educational mission and vision and values is our North Star. Our job is not to tell you what to do. Our job is to lead you in the conversation of how architecture can enable and support your vision.
Yes, print it out at all. 14 slides may take a little longer.
I'll just say next. How's that?
We might need to take a look. Okay.
So the way we approach master plans is really that conversation around being data-driven, research-informed, and community-inspired. I can talk to you about trends that are happening nationally, but they are only important once they're put within your community. I can talk to you about the data we're collecting and the process we're doing, and then that is very specific to you all. We are walking all 20 schools, 3 different teams, one for, and I'll get into this a little bit more, one for physical assessment, bricks and mortar. You know, do the bricks need pointing? Are the windows leaking air? We're also walking for, I'm going to use the term educational adequacy, and it's not how well your teachers are doing, it's how well is the building really supporting your teachers. Because quite frankly, from the research we've done, and I'll talk a minute about that, one of the most important critical things is if you're hot or cold, you can't pay attention. And that research is really linking, if you will, how buildings can engage, because if students are engaged, they will have better outcomes. So that is the other part. So that's that space curriculum alignment conversation. And then how do we make sure that any dollar spent is really spent on the best return of investment? So when you think about schools, the most expensive square foot is the square foot that's not used, right? So we're really looking for all those places within your existing schools that maybe can be reprogrammed a little bit to help support some of your goals and visions. And then, as I said, you know, we've all talked about schools as the center of community. More and more, certainly the COVID pandemic has really emphasized to everyone how important schools are as a center of community. So you can't see all the tiny little writing, but this is our schedule. We had a great kind of kickoff meeting with the leadership group. We really talked about, okay, what are the two pivotal dates? What are the Board of Ed meetings? Working backwards from there. How are we sure that we're collecting the data, putting back to leadership, having conversations so we're fully prepared and vetted to have the conversations with the Board of Ed. So as Bert said, we were launched on the 15th January. We've got 3 teams of folks. I'm really glad I'm part of the educational advocacy group because I get to walk around inside as opposed to some of the physical assessment outside. We will complete all of those assessments by the end of next week. We will have walked all 12 elementaries, all 4 middle schools, and all the 2 high schools. So we also have had initial conversations with Richard Lemons in terms of getting up to speed about your strategic plan conversations, and with MMI in terms of about the enrollment studies and where we're at. Super important because in terms of enrollment, and then how does it match capacity? So that will be our next step. And while a lot of people think capacity is static, bricks and mortar is bricks and mortar, it's clearly affected by the programs you provide. If you need more ESL classrooms, you're taking space away to provide a space for that may affect capacity. If you have more SPED classrooms, it may affect capacity if they're pull-out programs. So we'll be going through and really looking at those enrollment projections versus capacity as, if you will, a mark of where are we today. We have had, during the week, we've had some great 2-hour conversations as we walk around with the principals. We will follow up for the 8 tours that we're doing over the weekend with Zoom calls for the principals so that we can understand that we're, as we walk the schools, we're understanding what's going on.
Just looking at that timeline, is that timeline particularly sped up in order to meet some of our goals and deadlines, or is it a typical timeline for a district this size?
So I always like to say, we can go at whatever speed you all want us to go at. The issue is really related to your availability to participate and make decisions. And like I said, I would applaud you in terms of Dr. Story has been, and her staff have been amazing in terms of keeping up, if not even pushing me harder.
So I would say this is probably not typical. We're moving at a really fast pace. We made a commitment to the board and the community to have a report by July 1st in order to have a report that we can execute in terms of the strategic plan as well as all the other studies. We've asked the firm to really create a really compact, robust process for us, which has entailed an enormous amount of work and effort. Dr. Costanzo, Dr. Mr. Hamilton, I have to applaud their efforts alongside their teams, because this has taken an incredible amount of collaboration and work to make this happen. I have to also say our school leaders have been also quite phenomenal in making this happen, because they also had to make a lot of concessions to accommodate, especially because we have very strict COVID guidelines and parameters that don't allow guests in the building during the times that students are there. And it has created also a second layer of cleaning, because we have people from the outside coming in the late afternoon, evenings, as well as Saturdays and Sundays. So I also have to commend your team for making such efforts as well. I just need to point that out, because I know you're being gracious when you say that this is typical, and I know we've pushed hard to set a very specific timeline. So thank you for that.
So as I said, I think that, you know, a lot of times facilities plans really only concentrate on the bricks and mortar. And we all know that teaching and learning is changing. And so how has that been accommodated? It has been interesting walking around all the schools, because I know a lot of the furniture is not your typical furniture. So there'll be an asterisk that kind of talks about that. We're certainly seeing all the spaces and places. And so between the capacity, the physical equity and educational equity, not just from school to school, but in some cases from house to house within some of the middle schools, will be addressed and discussed. So the next part that's kind of overlapping is really that conversation of how are we engaging and synthesizing the information. So we use the term collab, collaborative workshops, whatever term you want to use. We're getting together. We've got different tools that we use to basically stimulate conversation, not unlike the Jamboard. We use Mural, we use, you know, Zoom chat rooms, things like that. The intention is to really stimulate the dialogue and get input from you all. So we've had, our first collab has already happened. It was really some visioning around inquiry-based learning, and I'm going to report out a little bit about that in just a second. I want to be sure to make it clear, it is the start of a conversation. We are not saying this is it. It's the start of the conversation. All of these different studies will inform each other. We've got Collab 2, which is really context and culture, which is kind of around a day in the life of a teacher, a day in the life of a student. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Tours and benchmarking. So we're going to do virtual tours, everything from preschool, a 650 student preschool in Mapplesio that did some really interesting things. All of those tours will be set within the context of what the educational vision is. So once again, not right or wrong, it's that synergy between the two. And then the last collab will be on, if you will, on the 17th. I forgot to add the day in the life with principals and teachers is going to be on February 2nd. And on February 4th, the collab is going to the virtual tours. We've been working with Richard Lemons and Brenda. Thank you, Brenda. And we're going to reach out to as broad a community as possible so that people can weigh in on what their impressions are. So in terms of the inquiry-based curriculum, certainly the whole conversation of project-based learning is, you know, prevalent on everyone's mind these days. Every student learns differently, but every student can learn that cycle of learning, if you will, and the joy of discovery. So you can see this is the results of our mural board with the leadership committee, and we broke up into 2 groups. I won't tell you who was in which group, but we started with probably about 4 times this number of parts, and then each group selected, if you will, their priorities for learning, for teaching, for spaces that support that learning and teaching, furniture, tools, and security. So what we were trying to do is really emphasize that connection of how architecture can enable. That is not always an evident thing for people. They just don't think that way, if you will. So in terms of learning, and I should have written down, because I can't read the tiny little letters. Inclusionary learning was a big conversation. You can see both groups kind of checked that. And then there was, as I recall, community-based learning and inquiry-based learning. Pretty similar in terms of the conversation of what's that priority of learning styles. In terms of teaching, there was discussions around co-teaching, collaborative teaching. Was really focused on, if you will, that model. And then within the spaces, really circled and selected. Some of the pictures are related to learning suites, outdoor learning, adaptability, flexibility for small and medium group learning. Supported by furniture that was flexible and really supporting different kind of modalities of learning. Under tools, there was a lot of conversation about technology and how technology really needs to become, if you will, that backbone, not the focus of. And how does that create, if you will, better choices? Certainly, you guys have lived the dream of pushing the envelope in the COVID world. And I would say probably one of the few good things about COVID is that it has forced us all to recognize and do different things that we probably would have taken 5 to 10 years to adopt with a different scenario. And then last but not least, the whole conversation about safety. It's really about that perimeter safety, but also that conversation about kind of transparent social and behavioral resiliency that allow everyone to act as one community. Because at the end of the day, that's what's going to really create safety within the schools when everyone's supporting each other. So that was Lab 1. We've had some conversations about after the March board meeting, do we go back and re-engage in some of these collabs? If we need to dive a little deeper, if we need to have a little broader representation of those conversations. Collab 2 in terms of day in the life. And so what we do is we go through an exercise that says that, and we're going to say in 2019, a day in the life was really starting to look for was that combination of lecture, project-based learning, pre-study, etc. Versus, okay, now think about 2035. Seems like a long time away, not so long, right? Where do you think we'll be in 2035? So once again, what are you moving towards? You know, any facilities plan based on funding and planning cycles? You're probably, in some ways, 5 to 10 years out when those new bricks and mortar occur. So what is that future casting element? So I'm sorry. So really thinking about the traditional classroom and how does that model your behavior in a certain way versus some of the more, as you know, some of the benchmarks that are starting to develop across the country. And so lots of visuals, lots of tools to have these conversations. Same thing is true of outdoor play. Research is showing that going outdoors changes your focus, changes a lot of different things, and how, you know, it's increasingly important to have that as a component, not just for the little kids, but for all kids. Whether it's just free play or whether it is programmed to be academically joined with a CTE pathway like agribusiness or something else. So a lot of conversation about outdoors as well as indoors. And then certainly that whole community inspired, what are the community spaces that bring people together? I know with the conversation that we just had, how do you bring people together? Because ultimately that's going to create better schools. The tours and benchmarks, I've identified about 12 different tours, all across the country. Everything from the little kids at Pathfinder, like I said, at Mukilteo, Washington, to Cherry Creek Innovation Academy, which is an innovation center that we just completed in Denver, that I believe is one of the most cutting edge approaches to CTE. They actually hosted 25 partners. Each partner they expected, kind of this reverse model, right? And so it was a big deal to be selected as one of their partners. They now have people say, I want to buy a pathway, set up a 501c, because the workforce development wants their graduates. So whole range of topics when you start to go through elementary, middle, K-8s, and high school. As part of work on high school in Mardell, Arizona, Canyon View High School, the leadership there said, I don't want to be lead, I don't want to be chips, I don't want to be any of this stuff. I want you to tell us how we can get best value. So we really put together this values approach, which is viewing architecture through the lens of user experience and sustainability. And one has to assume that any school is good. Where do you invest your dollars to get better and best? And it's fascinating. When we first did it as a dot exercise, it was just dots. If you use poker chips or dollar signs and say, I'm going to give you $500,000, you can assign to any of these categories. These are your priorities. The conversation changes completely. We actually had a quick little exercise, I think it was 5.5 minutes as part of our interview to go through that. And so it's an interesting conversation, particularly with the public, to get them to understand that there are choices. You can't afford everything, and for them to really kind of buy into that conversation of alignment. As part of that is the whole conversation of safety, and at least with all the research we've done, is it really is not just those devices, really is that creating a safe social and emotional setting for kids. Everything from the human connection to cultural competence to empathy to, of course, the rings of security around the school are important. But a lot of times, if you start with that, you don't get back to the human aspect of what you're really trying to do is engage kids and actually also engage teachers. Because teachers get burnout, they're under a lot of pressure, and the environment can help them be better engaged as well. I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted. It's now March and April. And so here's the date of when we'll be reporting out. So you can see working back from the March 2nd, we will start to have preliminary findings. They're really, really going to be early. You had asked, is that pushing the envelope? Yep. But you know what? It's what we do. You have impressions, and you better be fearless in putting them down. It's not that they can't be vetted. Put them down so people can start to be part of the conversation. And then you can see working towards the 75% draft. Typically, the physical assessment follows a little bit. Newman Group is doing all the physical assessments. They really is much more data-driven, a lot more data points. I should add, in terms of the educational adequacy assessment, we have reverse engineered the research that we've done and created like around 300 data points that we're filling out for every school. I think anytime you start to talk about impressions, data has to be defensible, accurate, repeatable, and transparent, right? So we will have those for every school, and those will be vetted to make sure that we haven't made any mistakes. and also to be vetted to make sure that people understand this is not a report card on the teachers, it's a report card on the building. And then April 5th is the magic day when final master plan and assessment will be submitted as quote unquote final. And so that will have, if you will, the dollars attached and also identify not just, if you will, the priorities, but they all have different funding streams. So there may be probably 2 to 3 different series of priorities based on the realities of those funding streams.
Now being clear. Clarity around some of the assessments that bring just what provides recommendations, great to see. And now being part of, just kind of went off experiencing. Is there anything that would cause you to pivot, in terms of anything realized from the outcomes of our current studies that would cause you to pivot in anything you've targeted going forward?
So far, my impression is that there's really great alignment and it is going to have certain nuances. I think I have not seen, if you will, the updated, if you will, projections for enrollment. Obviously, that's going to have a huge impact once you start to match that with capacity. So not a pivot, but that's probably the biggest unknown as of right now.
Clarification, I meant, special education study, the equity study, the SOP study, any, just to, living it as contextual as possible. That was, I just want to clarify.
Yeah, no. Yeah, okay, I thank you for that clarification. As I said, bricks and mortar are not static, so based on the identification of what's needed for special ed, based on a workforce development and spaces used potentially for CTE. If those are pull-out programs, they're no longer, if you will, capacity generating rooms. And so how and where that lands could have an impact. I don't think it will change the direction. It will have an impact on what those final numbers of, I guess I'll say additional space needs that you might have.
Any other questions? Questions from those remote?
I was just going to ask, when we think about safety, particularly for things like community spaces, are we, considering the moment we're in with COVID, are we taking into consideration public health, safety, and different kinds of things that we may need to do to mitigate germ spread?
So as part of the physical assessment, we are looking at the HVAC. Lots and lots of conversations these days about the level of HEPA filters. HEPA filters are only as good as, if they're changed as they should be, and so on and so on. So it's kind of tied, some of that is tied to best practices. So I think that there will be observations along those lines. As I said, thermal comfort, indoor air quality is one of the closest linkages between teaching and learning and engagement. So there will definitely be that linkage within the report.
Actually, thank you. Barbara, did you have a question?
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to add a quick comment. I like the idea of the outdoor learning commons or learning space where it's like playground, but you can also bring classes out, I assume, in that kind of environment as well, especially during the warmer weather. And also the flexible seating, is that more in the library media center? I was looking at pictures, or is that in some classrooms as well?
I would say it's almost in every space.
Okay.
Quite frankly, if you're in a chair that pivots,
right,
and a speaker is speaking, you can run. Yeah. You don't have to turn your head to look at them, right? And so moving chairs around so you can have small groups, large groups, individuals. Particularly when you have a large stock of existing schools. If you want to transform your learning environments, buy new furniture.
Right.
Right.
We also, just projecting and thinking ahead for the outdoor spacing, especially now, what's happening now in the pandemic and whoever knows moving forward, having those flexible seating outside and an outdoor learning area.
Yeah, I mean, it's like at Marvin Elementary, the art room is right across the hallway from a really nice little courtyard, right? How awesome would it be if you could actually go out and do art out there? You wouldn't worry about taking other stuff going on. So where are those bound opportunities that really start to enhance and really signal a shift in culture? Because our schools really represent who we are. And it doesn't have to be a lot of money in architecture. It's really that intentionality of how stuff is.
But we also look at warmer communities that actually have the lockers outdoors versus indoors. So we could, I'm not saying we would do that here, but a lot of, work areas can be outdoors versus just indoors, obviously depending on the weather.
Right. And I can tell you when I, studied some of the schools in Norway, I mean, they go out every day, right?
And it shouldn't be just in the pandemic. It can be obviously, other countries, other parts of the United States, depending on the weather, are outdoors during specific times.
Right. So it's really connecting what your educational vision, and making sure that the building is supporting it and allowing it to happen in an easy way. Because on the other side, like for instance, at Pathfinder, the design of that building reduced 7 days of transition if you added it up over the school year. Because when you're lining up little kids to march them way down the hallway to an art room that's the other side of the school, and then they're coming back, they're losing precious teaching time. So kind of really looking
You
at
mentioned
things
your also this mindset now, being outdoors. So even now during this retreat, you're like, you need to get out, for a mask break, right? But moving forward, having those opportunities for kids to learn in an outdoor environment.
Right.
Can I ask a question or create contribute to the conversation? One of the things that I've been thinking a lot about over the last decade is what's the baseline of what we think should be in every school as a resource that supports our educational model. So, we have schools that were built at different times with different design aesthetics and approaches. And, one of the things that really emerged from constituent feedback was the use of the cafegimatorium, where we've got these spaces that it seemed like a great idea economically to combine all of that. But what it means is that on a rainy day, you can't have gross motor play for indoor recess because you're using half the gym for gym class and half the gym for the cafeteria. And so there's no place to play inside. So one thing that I really hope we can do as a board is decide what's the baseline that we think every school should have in terms of accommodations to support excellent learning. And I do think that, the need for wellness issues, a peaceful, healthy lunch, time to decompress from learning time to be a kid and move and play is very, very important to our learning outcomes. And we want to make sure that before we start adding a lot of new things to the buildings, that we've made sure we've met those baseline expectations of what would support instruction in that building.
Barbara, I think that's a really great point, because I can tell you I've never met an elementary school principal that can't squeeze in a few more students to help them succeed. And what happens over time is each principal has different opinions about priorities. So one principal may say, oh, I can pick up art, I'm going to do art in part, right? Another principal may say, oh my God, art's the most important thing. And a lot of times those are not district level decisions. They're doing what you're asking them to do. And so one of the things that a study like this does is it doesn't say, well, you're bad and you're good. It's saying, how do we make sure that that baseline is common to all the elementary schools?
Right. And then the corollary to that for me, in terms of the equity conversation between our buildings, is it's very clear to me that some buildings have well empowered constituents who are able to speak to their needs. And that others, especially buildings which have a high percentage of families who maybe English isn't their first language, or they're concerned about engaging with authorities, we end up with those communities having less of a voice. So one of my top priorities in this study is to ensure that we are articulating the needs of every building in a fact-based way that removes that political and advocacy piece from the conversation and just talks about baseline needs. So thank you for that.
My question was a little similar to Barbara, but more around the vision piece that you mentioned earlier. You know, and kind of acknowledging where learning is taking place now, there's a clear need to factor in learning environment in a different way. You know, and when we look at our current community, just the opportunities for hospitality, I think that would require immersion in the community. And my question around your vision was, does it entail anything that is inclusive of what the learning experience should be? You know, so, right, you don't have enough building, you don't have enough space, and we're looking at alternate programming to not be limited in our mind in terms of approaching a partner. Here's what an ideal environment looks like for someone to foster and move forward. And without telling you to change the building or store, does your vision articulate things that could be carried over?
I think there's lots of ways to, if you will, connect with industry. I do not believe that CTE spaces simulate, if you will, the work environment. That's what internships are for. I think oftentimes CTE is overbuilt, right? What you're trying to do is really teach core competencies, and more employees want students to learn those softer skills of looking you in the face, being polite, you know, some of those things. And so how does that get tied into the curriculum and evaluation of students? And so I think that there's a lot of ways one can approach, if you look at the physical side of requirements for CTE. I would say the biggest tenet is in your conversation with workforce development and that task force is they're an incredible resource and partner. And they need to not just be helping here, they need to be a partner, right? I would say that's the biggest thing that starts to help support those spaces. And then if they're fully engaged, it's amazing the things that they are interested in doing in terms of contributing equipment, time, curriculum, teaching hours, and everything else. And that's when you start to have that win-win situation, because they now want you to guarantee your students are going to go to that, right? It's an investment. A lot of students at Westmac in Arizona, industry does training at night in those facilities, and so they've worked out the legal requirements that allows that to happen. And so it's really a true partnership. So I think in CTE, the biggest impediment that I see is some of the policy issues around those kinds of shared relationships. And I'd be happy to hook you up to some of the superintendents that I just personally think walk on water and really push that envelope. Because they're much smarter than I am about all that stuff.
If there are no further questions, thank you so much for everything you're doing and for coming today and listening into the work that is shaping the strategic plan. So we would appreciate that.
Awesome. And I hope you join the virtual tours, because if they're open to the public, then they're certainly open to you all.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. So we're going to now transition to an update on the HR audit and study, and Dr. Costanzo is going to present on that piece.
Good afternoon, board. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. I hope everyone's had a good day up until this point, and this will be a brief overview of the work that we've done to reinvent our human resources department. So give you a little bit of background. A small task force, including board members Colin Godfrey, Tom Hamilton, myself, Brenda Williams, and Lisette Colon, our new Director of Human Resources, have done quite a bit of work taking a look at various vendors that do human resources work, human resources auditing. And we think we really landed on a dynamite firm to do this work for us. Prismatic Services was our finalist candidate. We started with approximately 14 or so companies. And Lisette and I did an audit of those 14 companies, looking at specific categories that we felt were really important to go on, and narrowed the pool down to 4 candidates. And from that point, we brought each of those candidates in virtually. The task force I just mentioned participated in about 1 hour length interviews with each of these 4 firms, asked the same set of questions and typed narrative responses that those vendors provided into an electronic document that we were able to organize in a grid and look across each of the 4 firms against the questions. And then we ultimately had a debrief session where we talked about each of the 4 candidates, their strengths and weaknesses. Prismatic Services is really an outstanding firm, and I'll tell you for a variety of reasons. What you see here were some of the real reasons for why our task force ultimately chose Prismatic. There's a real laser-like focus on K-12 public schools. The work that they do across the country, and they've been in more than 30 states, is focused on public school organization, first and foremost. Most of the other vendors that participated did a little bit of municipal, did post-secondary universities, private. This particular vendor really focuses on public school districts in the United States. They came across as being able to put a product together through a personalized approach. And they explained that over the course of the 12 or so weeks that they would be working with us, they would be in the offices for at least 5 days, 2 team members observing, watching HR do its work, doing focus groups, individual interviews, and not relying on templates, which have really become ubiquitous with a lot of the work that the vendors do in this area in these days. The 2 presenters, the founder, Dr. Tasha Frito, and Dr. Paul Tate, are both education people. They worked their way up in public school organizations, spent about 20, 25 years in that sector, and then migrated over to human resources auditing. So what a perfect combination to have people that really understand the inner workings of schools, and then also having more than 2 decades worth of experience doing HR auditing, among other things. Cost was not our primary consideration, but certainly something that we had to think about. And we had vendors who were mostly in the six-figure range. One as high as upwards of $700,000. And this company is putting together this audit for us for $32,000. And one of the last points that I'll make as we consider this company is that they have worked in Connecticut school districts, and the one in particular that really caught our eye was the work they've done in the Greenwich Public Schools. And that work has extended into helping to support them in their transportation services. As you know, Greenwich went to a later high school start time a couple of years before Norwalk. And initially, the Greenwich Public Schools had hired a school bus consultant, which we had as well. But they have relied more heavily on this company, believe it or not. So their services really run the gamut. They can do audits of your food services, transportation. They do school performance reviews. It's a group that is really in tune with public education. So we're excited about that. You can see here that their work plan gets at 12 major areas of HR management to be analyzed. And I think as a threshold matter, it's important to point out and to reflect back to Richard Lemon's point at the beginning of the morning. We've had a lot of turnover. And that's not exclusive to the superintendent position. In HR, in the time that I've been involved, we've had 4 HR chiefs. And so it's difficult for a department to really get systems, structures, and processes in place, working well, where you have folks in the department that are aligned to a vision, understand how the rest of the organization works, because you have constant turnover at the top. And so these really are areas that we need support and help on if we're going to find some stability in HR and put in place first an organization structure that makes the best sense. And they will be learning from, this firm will be learning from us in terms of the strategic operating plan and some of the other audits that are happening simultaneously. So there's the org structure, staffing and management practices will be reported. They spoke at length about how they'll take a look at our technological areas within the organization and whether those IT areas talk with other departments of the organization. They're going to look at our employment laws or policies, how HR provides training for employees and other staff in the district. They're going to look at inter-office and intra-office communications. And Tom Hamilton and I have already begun some of the work looking at how our finance and human resources departments work together as a team to solve problems of practice. And you can see here that the list continues to go on. Core to the work going forward in the district will be recruiting, hiring, and onboarding with a focus on equity and diversity in staffing, retention and turnover, performance management, labor, employee relations, compensation and benefits management. So it's really the full HR gamut here. A couple of quick bullets here on more or less timeline and workflow. They'll do a project kickoff meeting similar to what Newman Architects and DLR Group presented a couple of moments ago. They'll collect and analyze data that we will be providing them. As I said, they're going to do a deep analysis of what they call root cause analysis, and they'll be in the district, boots on the ground, 5 days, observing what's happening in the HR office, which we think will be super helpful. And as I said, some of the other services that this company provides, which we think will help in terms of the position that they're coming from as they do the audit of HR. They're looking at school performance. They're looking at the way food services is interacting with schools in the district. They have an eye on the transportation office. And these things, I think, are so important when we're looking at one department. We're not forgetting about the other departments in the process. And so that's by and large it. They will get this work going within the next week or so, week to week and a half. They'll be in the district for at least 12 weeks. Given the short timeline between now and July 1st, when our expectation is to have a new HR structure in place in terms of the staffing model, some of their report will be informing our decision making in the spring. In other words, we won't wait for a final product, but we'll be working with this vendor between the time that they move from data to recommendations, and we'll be adapting, taking some of that advice in real time, posting positions that we don't know yet at this point, but we'll learn through their involvement. And that'll give us an upper hand as we're looking to hire within the HR department come springtime. So we're really excited. Lestat has been really doing a nice job at holding things together during the interim. We're both very confident in this firm, and I think that this will be a good decision. And I thank the group that came together to do the review of the various vendors, because I think we got a great fit. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So if there are no questions, thank you, Dr. Costanzo. Oh, hi.
Oh, sorry. I know that, Frank, that you mentioned they worked closely with Greenwich. How long were they working with Greenwich for?
They're actually still.
They're still there.
They're
Okay,
still-
I didn't realize that.
So they began working with Greenwich several years back. And Greenwich continues to use them, which, we found particularly helpful. That they have an ongoing relationship with them. They bring them in for different areas that really need another look.
I believe they continue the relationship following the transition.
We can hear you.
Dr. Costanzo, was the reason they continue the relationship with them because of early school start time?
I believe so.
That's what's part of their.
They had a uniquely difficult time transitioning to that later school start time because of their geographic location in Fairfield County and the need to get out to northern Fairfield County for athletic events and so forth. And the superintendent has talked a little bit about, and we talked about it today actually, the importance of rethinking our transportation system so that it provides better equity to families who are looking to participate in school, outside of their attendance zone. And so when we think down the road to who we might want to have come in and take a look at this could potentially be the type of vendor that already has a good understanding of the district, and we can just look at a couple of what they've done with potential future work. Okay.
Well, thank you, Dr. Costanzo.
Thank you.
We're gonna transition to our update and kind of summary presentation on the special education review. So I'll turn it over now to Dr. Katzman.
Hello, everybody. Let's see, what time is it there? 3 o'clock? You guys have been in this room or on Zoom for a very long time. My team and I were listening a bit this morning to Dr. Fergus, and very interesting. You guys have a lot of great questions, a lot of insights. We just respect this district a whole lot for what you're doing. I mean, I know there's a lot of work to do, but you're doing it. So thank you for having us. What I am going to do is I'm going to share my screen. I am going to do a quick overview of our work, because on Tuesday, you're going to get a deep dive of this work. And I don't want to spoil all the fun on Tuesday. So for Tuesday, you're going to get two things. You're going to get two PowerPoint presentations. One has about 90 slides and one has about 50. This one just has 6. The one with 90 has lots of information on it. Way too much to go over together, but you can have it as background, because the one that with the 50 has the outline of the larger, more in-depth work. This is just kind of a primer that I'm giving you now. And I want to say that I'll take any questions you have, but they may also be answered on Tuesday. So know that. The work, we listened to Dr. Fergus for a while this morning. That's all we could do it in our schedules. And I want to say that our work and his work align perfectly. There is no place where we don't align. I wanted to let everybody know that. And know that I respect Dr. Fergus a great deal. We've worked together in the past. I cannot see folks, so if you have something that you want to ask, I cannot see the people in the room because it's just this tiny little box. And anybody online, feel free to just ask me questions, just talk. So I'm going to start just like
What you
20
wish
minutes.
for.
What'd you say?
Just joking. Careful what you wish for. Some of us are known for that.
I was a middle school teacher. I can handle it. All right. So this is what we're going to provide in our work. We're going to just give you an introduction overview. Then we're going to start with the CREC report status, and I'll give you the preview. Way to go, Norwalk Public Schools. The CREC report, I would call it checked, done, amazing. So what we did, because that was just kind of a no-brainer, as my mentor likes to say, a duh. There were so many things that were done on here technically. We went to kind of a different level. We pushed it to more adaptive. So we got into more of the weeds and the thinking and the perceptions after the CREC report. So that's our observations and recommendations, is kind of here's CREC, and what did Yvette say, from compliance to coherence, or compliance to something, I forget the word, but anyway. So in the recommendations and observations, we're looking at these 6 areas. We start with the district because special education is part of the district. It's not its own entity. It's not its own curriculum. It's a service to students with disabilities and to the district to meet the needs of students with disabilities. And in order to do that, we want to make sure that you have collaborative systems at the district level, at the school level, and between the district and the schools. We're looking at processes and systems that I know that the special ed department worked hard on. And again, lots of good work done, but we need to take it to another level. We looked at staffing to see how you were staffed, what staff were thinking. Then we deep dive into teaching and learning. And you see, it doesn't say special education there. Special education is going to be part of one of 4 pieces of teaching and learning, because again, special education should not be its own thing. It is part of the district. It is part of serving kids with disabilities. Then we looked into families and their roles and what they think is working, what they think is not working. And then we are going to end with mindset. And we're actually going to start with mindset also. Mindset is after there's so many different ways to look at this. You can change the behaviors like we're looking at here, and then your mindset changes, or you can think about mindset first and then your behaviors change. So we kind of did it in both ways. The way we organized the work is we're going to have a desired state in the big picture. We're going to have a desired state, a present level. For those of you in special education, that present level term is familiar, but what's happening today, and then what we hope to happen in the future. So looking just at mindset, just to set the tone of what we hope that the mindset of the district becomes and we know is becoming. We looked at equity and inclusion, a growth mindset, and then special education in particular. So diversity of language, race, culture, disability status, et cetera, is embraced and nurtured. Disability is a part of diversity. All special ed laws are civil rights. They grew from civil rights legislations. That's the whole point that was the whole point of special education. And the fact that you as a district are focused on equity is perfect to push the adaptive part of the special ed work. And then again, our desired mindset for your desired state is that decisions are focused on equitable and inclusive practices for all students, and I have to move my little Zoom stuff here so I can get those last words. Okay, just throughout the district. The growth mindset, we wanted to say that as your district grows in its capacity to improve instructional practices, that your educators grow with it. As students evolve, you evolve. This is what's called a complex system. It's never going to be static, nor should we be static. We have to meet the students where they are and raise them to those high expectations. And there's always a focus on raising standards to high expectations. Special education, for those not in special education, this might be, the mindset around it might be new. So the goal of special education, my mentor coined this term. My mentor coined this phrase and also coined universal design for learning. My mentor used to run special education for the country in the Clinton administration. And he kind of took this language from some other people, but this is now considered his. The goal of special ed, this is the goal, is to minimize the impact of disability. Disability is not going away, but it does not have to get in the way of things if the environment shifts to minimize the impact and maximize the opportunities of students with disabilities to participate in schooling and community. I'll just take myself as an example. I have really significant ADHD. Don't give me the details. I can't do it, so I hire people to do that. I was the special ed director of New York City. That excited me. Planning a dinner party, I'm in a fetal position, I can't do it. So you want to not have me plan that party, I'll have a potluck. You want to maximize, because I have ADHD, those big ideas don't scare me, but the details can't do it. So you want to figure out strengths and needs. The other mindset is that special ed is a service, not a place, and I've said that already. We want you to shift from technical to adaptive change. Did somebody just try to say something? Did I over? No? Okay. You want to shift from technical to adaptive changes, because right now, I know in the last 4 years, there's been a great deal of technical work being done, which is hugely important. You don't want one without the other, you want them both. And now we're asking you to move to more adaptive work. And special ed does not exist in isolation. It's integrated into all of the school, a building, and a classroom. So that's our mindset going in. Again, this is the adaptive versus technical. I don't know how many folks here know Heifetz's work, but the technical is, there's an answer, there's a system, there's solutions that you can put on paper and check off. There's a few places it works, and it's not an emotional change for the most part. It's more, people are receptive to technical changes. Let's have this process on paper. Let's make sure that, this number of students are put in a class. Those things are technical, they can be implemented fairly quickly. The adaptive are more difficult to identify. Adaptive, it's never going to be done. Technical, you can be done, check. Adaptive is always ongoing. It must be solved by the people with the problem doing the work of solving it. My team and I are working in a school district that's in a class action lawsuit, and the lawyers want us so badly to give them a roadmap and tell them to follow it. And we're saying we can give it to them, but they need to solve it. We can help and guide them, but if the people doing the work are not solving it, it'll just be technical. It will never be adaptive and it'll never shift. The adaptive work is changes in numerous places. There's often resistance, and the solutions require experiments and new discoveries. So that's our focus for what we want. But let's go back to what we know worked. This is the correct report. And we again, you can look at this, and we went through 44 required, and I forgot, I don't have listed in front of me the count of optional, but out of 44 required goals, 97% of them were completed, 3% partially completed, and that 3% I'll tell you is one of them. So in terms of the required technical, yay, amazing. And this chart right here, we changed the chart for the other two presentations that are coming out Tuesday because this had some names in it. And so please don't share that. It's staff names, not student names, so it's not legal, but it's more moral. Don't share it. But this is just an idea. This is just goals 1 through 6. There were 44 total, and technically, great job, amazing job. Systems were set up. That's impressive. The city also gave the district a lot of money. I think it's 3.1 or 3.6, I forget, million. They use that money to create these programs to bring students back from out of district, the NEST program, the LEAP program, Project Search, and PAES. I'm not sure that how people use that. Is it PAES or PAES? Our transition programs. The literacy clinic is there, more assistive technology, more audiology. So all of that was used with the funds, and the special ed team created systems. So we have to just say, celebrate this. That is amazing. Now, again, that's the technical stuff. Most of the correct report was technical, which is why we could check it off. You can't check off perceptions. You know, do you have a perception that students with disabilities can be held to high expectations? That's a perception. That's not a fact. The correct report were technical, you could check them off. Now moving into the bigger picture, we looked at starting with the overarching, what's just positive about the district? What is in place that will help this work move in the positive direction? Again, the district is committed to equity. Extremely important because it's already there. You just have to connect disability to that and connect special ed to access and connect special ed segregation classes using, you know, think about even segregation. I'm not saying kids don't belong and don't get benefit out of special education classes, but it's got to be for a purpose. So we'll talk about that. The overarching positive observation, the correct report. The school board and the city, you guys are committed to improving special education. We were just, my team and I this morning, when we were listening to some of Dr. Ferguson and your questions, we just love that you are so interested in making this right. The special ed budget has been stabilized. That's a big deal. There is a reduction of out-of-district placements from, I have it written down in another document, 137, I think it is, to 62 or 3, something almost half. That's a big deal. And those monies, I mean, in the districts I've worked in, I've reduced out-of-district placements, but the money I brought back went elsewhere. The district allowed the money that was used for these out-of-district placements to build and gave other money. I mean, that allows you to actually get the work done. There's a focus on building internal capacity. There's a focus on building inclusive practices and co-teaching. But as we'll say, those inclusive practices and co-teaching right now are very technical. We want to see more adaptive. So technically you have a gen ed and a special ed teacher in there. That's technically co-teaching if they're both in there. But in terms of adaptive, they don't meet together to plan. So we heard from and we saw special ed teachers, when they were with gen ed teachers, taking a back seat. They don't have to take a back seat. They have a lot to offer if they're planning well together. You do have talented staff. We were very impressed with some of the staff. And you have worked on improving relationships with families. We do know that. So now this is the last slide for today, but this is the meat of what we go into on what we'll go into on Tuesday. And I have a lot of data also. A lot of data that it kind of builds off of what Dr. Fergus was saying and is separate just about kids with disabilities. And for some of the data, we're just saying, go to Dr. Fergus's work. But these are the areas that we looked at. And I just wanted to give you an overview today of these areas, because I know I only had 20 minutes. So the areas that we think should be attended to in order to make this adaptive change. You want to look at your structures, your collaborative structures, your processes, your staffing, your teaching and learning, your family engagement, and your mindset. And within each one, what we did in our report is say, this is where you are now. This is our desired state. This is where you are now. This is where we hope that you go. So for collaborative structures, the systems need to be connected. Special ed needs to be within gen ed, gen ed and special ed need to be together. Those kinds of decisions need to be made together. The systems between English language learning and special ed, you have and I'll show you this on Tuesday, but you have an overrepresentation of English language learners classified as having a disability. We also know that the L work and the special ed work and the curriculum work hasn't been focused together. The communication between the district and the schools, across the schools, needs to be organized. So there is, what is the term that somebody used? Not a district of schools or something. Every school is has been on its own little island, but I'm not saying every school has to look the same, but there needs to be the same vision that everybody's following. So there needs to be communication. And collaborative teacher teams. We want to focus strongly on collaboration. We know you have co-teaching. That's two people technically in a classroom together. That's not necessarily collaboration. You want collaboration to be something that those two or more, and you want to get the speech and language folks in there. You want to get the related service folks in there. You want the counselors in there, whoever needs to be in there. You want them collaborating to create instruction. And also, I just lost my train of thought, but anyway, so you want those teacher teams, you want to, oh, I know what I was going to say. You want to co-plan, co-teach in order to co-serve, meaning we want to make sure that everybody owns all the kids. These aren't my kids or your kids, they're our kids. So you don't want to hear those kids with disabilities over here, my kids over here. You want those kids to be everybody's kids. So that co-serving, if you're planning together, you can own all the kids together. I think that there is some misperceptions, maybe here, not so much, but I know it's some in here, that special education teacher must be the one to meet the needs of the kid with an IEP. That is not true. As long as the child's needs are being met and the special ed teacher is being responsible for those places in the IEP, or the gen ed teacher, if that's who is written down as being responsible, then whoever. You can pool your resources and make it a seamless experience for the student. If you're in different pieces, imagine the student being in different pieces. You can also pool money. You know, there's resources you can put together in order to support the district. As long as the kids with disabilities are getting what they need, it can benefit others. So that's the collaborative structure we're talking about. The processes and systems, your PPT. In many places it's called your IEP team. There's a lot in that. That's a big piece of what we're talking about. There are long meetings. There are meetings that are like kind of figured out on the spot as opposed to being figured out beforehand. Decisions are made sometimes by the people at the table. Sometimes they need to be made by somebody else. There's confusion around who makes decisions. So while you have your PPT meetings and while you have the right people at the table most of the time, the process is not organized in a way that feels seamless, especially feels that way to families. And especially ends up with decisions that in the IEP that make sense. We looked at your IEPs and we looked at, not all of them, obviously, we looked at a sample of them and they're very compliance oriented. Everything's done right. But again, what's the point? What are you trying to do? So those PPT meetings are like that as well. You want to make sure that you're looking at what special education is supposed to do, which is to provide access to the gen ed curriculum and succeed for the child with a disability, and or access to an alternative curriculum if that is a child with a cognitive disability. And that's what special education is supposed to do. The transitions between grade span and between programs, the transitions, we heard that there were processes in place for transitions, say between pre-K and K, but they weren't necessarily followed. So there are things in place written down, but not necessarily followed. Families were worried about that. Teachers were worried about that. Implementation, there were a lot of initiatives in special education, good initiatives, but it was more like there was a lot of let's place these initiatives, we got it, but there needs to be more of a structure of how to deepen it before we add more on. So there were a lot of initiatives, the co-teaching initiative with Paula Kluth, the NEST initiative. There's a few initiatives that are there, but needed to go deeper before you added more on necessarily. The resources, special ed has resources, gen ed has resources in a lot of places. Those resources need to be comparable and all focused on access. And also there's inequitable allocation of resources. And let me go back up to the PPT for a second and just say that, as Dr. Fergus said, and it's written in a few places in our work, parents who have advocates get what they need. Parents who have lawyers get what they need. Parents who don't have either one do not get what they need. Or need is a subjective word, what they want, what the families and the IEP team wants. So that we definitely, absolutely and positively saw that. And we also saw some of the disproportionate representation, which I'll show you on Tuesday. Data, we looked at data, and the interesting thing about Norwalk, and I hope that the state is thinking about this, because I know the state process is the state is about to give everybody the option of a new IEP system. But right now you have the student system for the district and you have the special ed system here, and they don't talk to one another. So it's hard to pull and use data easily to inform your decisions. So in the data that we got, there was like, you pull it on one date, you pull it on a different date, they don't match. They don't talk to one another. Anytime you have to connect, anytime you have to do anything to data, every step you have to do leads you further and further away from it being clean data. So the data systems need to better align, and that will allow them to be used more. So that's your processes and systems. Your staffing with roles and responsibilities. Actually, am I going to run out of time? Somebody give me a time check.
You're okay.
Okay. With roles and responsibilities, there's a lot of confusion in the special ed world around roles and responsibilities. And let me just say, there's a lot of confusion in the country around what is a special education teacher. I mean, when I started out in the 80s, I knew exactly what I did. And now special ed teacher can be a resource, you can be a classroom teacher, there's so many things, but there needs to be clarity around those roles and responsibilities. There's some duplicative work. There is some pieces missing. There needs to be a lot of clarity around roles and responsibilities. Allocation, we heard so many people say caseloads are too big, caseloads are too big, caseloads are too big. And I want to double check the data we have, but the data, it does not show the number being as large, but what we found were the responsibilities were just layered on people, which made it so they couldn't attend to what they needed to attend to. Responsibilities such as having to input documentation, the same or very similar documentation in 2 different systems. That related service providers, if they were going to a meeting, they had to make up the service, or if they were absent, they had to make up the service, or if they were in professional development, they had to make up the service. We're not saying that the child doesn't need the service. However, there's got to be some coverage for them to do this work so they don't have that double work. And retention of your staff. We know that there's a big turnover in special ed, and we think that's some of the reasons why. Confusion of roles and responsibilities and different pieces put on your workload. All right, so moving to teaching and learning, we looked at your universal instruction, which is going to be your whole process, your SRBI, that's a Connecticut term, MTSS in many places. But what are you building as supports and interventions? And then special education, and we put this way on purpose. What are your supports and services? And then where do those supports and services, where's the best place for them to be provided? So in universal instruction, we're not going to tell you guys what to do. Obviously, you've got that. That's not a special ed initiative. However, without a strong universal instruction, you're going to have more kids classified as having a disability. You're going to have more kids who are functionally disabled because there's not the strong tier 1 instruction. Again, without your SRBI process, you're going to have more kids classified as having a disability because there's nothing in between gen ed to special ed and not a strong SRBI process in the middle of that. We want to be very clear that your universal instruction and SRBI includes special ed supports and services. They are not separate from that. They're not their own tier. They are included. All special ed gets included in your universal instruction and SRBI. And again, in some places that's MTSS. So you have all your tiers in one place, but special ed's part of that. It's a support of that. It's not its own thing. And in terms of your special ed supports and services, a lot of focus on compliance, a lot of focus on making sure kids got what they needed, focus on developing programs. But in many places and in Norwalk, when I ask somebody, what is your special ed service? The answer I often get in places is they get resource room, or they get Nest, or they get self-contained, or they get this. That's not a service, that's a place. What do they get? What do they need? So we want to make sure that there's a shift in thinking. So we're talking about what are the services that the student needs, the appropriate services. And we also found in the IEPs that there were a lot of services for kids, just a lot. And more is not always better. More is definitely not always better. More can mean more pullout. More can mean things like focusing on speech and language goals for a student that just maybe has a learning disability or something in pre-K and in elementary, and then it stays in middle and it goes to high school. So you want to give services where they're needed, but you want to pull the services away when the student doesn't need them anymore. And you want to make it so your system doesn't make that so hard to do. So right now there's a lot of testing going on in Norwalk. Some of it's, when it's appropriate, it's necessary, but there's some testing that's not always necessary. So if your child, to give a fairly simplistic example, if a child is blind and you have a 3-year reeval, you don't need to check again and evaluate them to see if they're blind. They are. And what do you do about that in terms of educational services? So there's a lot of like compliance, or you're bringing a child into special ed. We're going to give them every single test to make sure, but they're blind. So you don't need every single assessment. So there needs to be some understanding that special ed is targeted supports. It's not everything. And then the educational environment, where is the service being provided? And on paper, you guys look really good as a whole, but when you start breaking it down by disability classification is where you see some issues. And we're also working with a tool that Dr. Fergus created with, what is it, Connecticut Acts, I think is the name of it. And they created a really great tool to look at disproportionality, but it doesn't yet break down by different types of, or different disaggregations in special ed. So we're working with them on breaking that down some more, because all the data is there. So for family engagement, we know there needs to be relationships. We know you've worked on them a lot as a district, and there needs to be more work because there's still a lot of distrust. But that doesn't mean the work hasn't been there, but still a lot of distrust. But there's a lot of great work going on with the NSPED PAC, the board working on this. There's just a lot of really good work going on, just needs to continue and continue to grow. That doesn't happen overnight. Family education, we want to make sure that all families understand what special education is, but also know what their rights are. Again, some people, people with financial means, political means, who are white typically know their rights and are given their rights and use those rights with advocates and lawyers. And a lot of other people are not even provided their rights. There's a document you have to give out at IEP meetings. I don't know what yours, actually, I meant to look at this. I don't know what yours looks like, but when I was in New York, I took that document and I created a cheat sheet for families. And my first meeting with families always was know your rights. And I will tell you that the district did not love me for that. But the
Answer
family.
your question. We had a board member who had a PhD in special education, and he did create 2 documents for 504 and IP to do that. But of course, it could be updated.
Perfect. I'd love to see that. That's fantastic. That's exactly right. But that needs to be, and I hope it's in a number of languages, and then families are trained on it. When I don't know that families, particularly families who don't have a lot of political capital in the district, don't necessarily know that they have the rights. I mean, maybe too much in some cases, but I'd like some people to be able to use it more. And your educators should be advocates as well and support families. So there's a lot of work to be done there in terms of balancing who knows what and who gets what. And then the proactive planning for contentious issues. We're saying that right now, people are worried about lawsuits a lot. As the district improves its instructional outcomes or student outcomes, you're going to have more of a chance to say, actually, no, we're doing a good job here. But that's going to take a mind shift also in how you think and how your lawyers think about different complaints that come in. And then the last one, again, is the mindset, which I showed you before, a focus on equity and inclusion, a growth mindset, and then a mindset around special education being a service, not a place, breaking down barriers and having it be a part of equity. So that's the 6 slides I wanted to show you today, and you'll get a lot more depth on Tuesday. And if there are questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. So we're going to open it up for Q&A now.
Lauren, we obviously have to go through all the attachments that were sent along shortly, before this preview, but just hearing the voiceover, I want to just take a moment to thank you and your staff for contributing to the evolution of special education services in Norwalk Public Schools. And I want to thank the rest of the board, the ad hoc SPED committee, and SPED PAC for the participation in focus groups, Yvette and her team for all of the data that they contributed, and the parents who completed surveys. It sounds like we've got great foundational work here to use as a roadmap going forward, and I can't wait to dig into the materials that were just posted.
Thanks, Erica.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
You touched, and I know we're going to do more on Tuesday. You touched on sort of the data entry piece, of updates of services. And I wonder if you're in your work, you're going to provide any recommendations for software or other technical ways that we can make this more efficient for our staff, especially in terms of keeping accurate logs with accurate feedback to parents on progress towards goals. Because I think that's the piece when we talk about customer service, the trust issue that you put your finger on. We've made so much progress, but people don't trust it because there's been these breakdowns in the past. Right. So if we can keep that communication feedback loop in a way that isn't burdensome on the staff and is pulling everybody together around what we're trying to accomplish for each child individually, I think it would really help us close that loop. If you can make any recommendations. I know that there's some software maybe in Bridgeport that they're using, and there may be other districts that have solved this already.
Well, I know a lot of districts and states have solved this, but you have a state that's about to give you a system. And if it's not there, it's not out yet. So I assume there's still some room to talk. But I think the state should be contacted first to see what they're doing. First of all, it needs to talk to one another. I'm hearing it's not going to, and that's a problem in my opinion. And the fact that the information that is required for service delivery is in part in the system that's in the district, but there's more wanted, which is why there's another system used. Now, either the trust has got to get better so they don't have to put all that stuff in, or the system needs to have it in one place, because these folks are overwhelmed. But I think they're overwhelmed in part because of all the pieces put on them and because of all the siloing going on. Some of that needs to be pulled away from them, and they talked about that one a lot. That's time consuming.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about it. And I just wondered, it's great that we happen to have a chair of the ad hoc SPED committee who's also a tech whiz. So perhaps our committee could work to communicate up to the state what our needs are, and say then they could kind of consider those recommendations and possibly in the midst of all the chaos with COVID, consider incorporating some of them. So that's good information. Thank you.
And the fact that they're not, rumor, I don't know for a fact, the rumor is they're not going to talk with the district system. I would push that as well.
Great, thanks for the tip.
And I think Yvette, what I heard in the last SPED PAC meeting was the CPAC representative was going to present what's a preview of that tool. Is that still there?
She's coming.
Okay.
So yeah, feel free to send it to me. I'd be curious.
Lauren, that the state has spent 2 years developing a new IEP system. They migrated from Frontline. It will be a mandated, required system. It is not an option or a suggestion for the district. I did preview it. I made several recommendations as a group, as a leadership group from the state. I do not believe that some of what our parents are requesting with regard to the log and the service delivery, and Lauren hit upon it, why the parents are demanding it to monitor hour for hour service delivery. It will not be in the new required document. Can we develop something that merges what we need for Medicaid billing along with what the parents are requesting until such time as parents don't feel the need to request that? I think that will be the technical work that the district should engage in the future.
If you could solve that, you go a long way with the staff.
I will bottle it and put it on eBay.
And just for clarity, right now as it stands, the current status of the systems, parents still can't view that information as being logged in. It's still, there's talk of just that being accessible. Let me put it simply. If I go to my doctor and he's typing something into his tablet, I can ask him to see him typing. And the way I'm understanding the current system setup, just even being able to collaborate better, does the change the state is making allow for those opportunities to be created?
Are you asking if parents can get into the system? Is that your question? Are you asking if families would be able to get into the system to collaborate? Or
in the sense that if you're in a doctor's office and they're updating your information and you ask them to view the tablet, could you do that in a?
It's a great model, and I haven't seen it in special education yet.
So Godfrey, we have data collection systems, for example, for some of our students with very serious, intensive, individualized programs. We have a data collection systems for discrete trial training, and we share those with parents. What Lauren is talking about, and that's what the ABAs and BCBAs and special ed teachers put in. What Lauren is talking about is a requirement for our staff to keep electronic logs for purposes of Medicaid billing, because we want to maximize whatever reimbursements we get for approvable services. In addition to that, as Lauren said, if a student misses a service, we have set a very high bar in the district and require staff to make up that service. That does not get logged into the same system that bills the Medicaid, because that's not a Medicaid approvable system.
Oh, no, I'm clear on that. I wasn't asking.
So that's why we keep two different systems, or two different sets of information for families.
No, I get that. But just in the sense of being able to access.
Yeah.
It
doesn't exist. It doesn't. People are so freaked out by confidentiality that they can't get past it to make that exist. That's exactly what's needed, though. And it exists in the medical world. I have not seen it yet. I maybe not know of a place that does it, but I have not seen it yet in the education world, and I think it should be. Agreed, 100%. A lot of things in the medical world should be in the education world, like how you train doctors. Let's train teachers. I mean, there's doing rounds, internships. There's a whole lot of things that are in the medical world that the education world could learn from.
The good news is that I think Norwalk Public Schools is really well placed with the team that we have in place to be innovative in this way and to be a leader.
Ask, outside of these technology implementations, and I look forward to reading sort of the more detailed report in time for Tuesday. But is the Urban Collaborative, if Dr. Estrella and her team are interested in it, are they available to help with other kinds of implementation of recommendations?
So Lauren, can I interject on that one? So Lauren and I have started conversations about the possibility of implementation and support. So we started those conversations to strategize, because I think it's going to be really important to have someone that understands the vision moving forward to support the team in doing that. And my understanding, Lauren, you can add on, Lauren's team has done this kind of work before in terms of support with implementation. So as a tier 2 or step 2 of this work, it's going to be critical that they do continue with us in supporting the next steps. But Lauren, you can add.
onto that.
The work that we've done is typically with the leadership team to help them do the work. We don't want to come in and do the work, but to support them and moving forward, to help them strategize, to help them plan, figure out what they need from an outsider perspective, because it's sometimes easier to see. Because special ed folks at the district level often have things just thrown at them all day, every day. And so one of the things we try to do is to figure out who can, rise above that, help them rise above that reactions. And I'm not saying that happens here. I'm just saying what we've done in the past. So really working with the leadership team to help them create the systems that are needed in the district. So we've done that. We've done that for, actually, I'm sorry, but the 3 places we've done that have been around class action lawsuits, and we've wanted to do it in other places. So it's very proactive of you to think about that. And we love that. We actually really think you guys are amazing, and we'd love to continue working with you. We've been excited by this work because you're so innovative and you want it, you want it. Does that answer your question at all?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I think one of the most interesting things about what you just said about us wanting it, I think as a community, we've finally come to a place where we understand that if we do things right in the first place, the cost will actually be lower in the long term, and the outcomes for our citizens will be better, where their children are productive members of society with whatever disability they may be facing. And so that's, we talked earlier in this session about you talked about growth mindset, but we also talked about the scarcity versus abundance mindset. And the reality is when you invest wisely, you actually often save money.
The other thing about this particular work is it connects perfectly with the work Dr. Fergus is doing with the district. And we had a conversation with Richard Lemons, I'm forgetting the organization's name that's pulling it all together. And what we described to him worked perfectly with what they were doing. So there's just synergy all around. And, there's just, the work can happen in conjunction. So I think Richard's team pulling everybody together, if that's how your organization is doing this, is great. But in every conversation we've had so far, they're all aligned. Just, we go.
I agree, and I think the board is as well. So it's really good timing. Now, if we could just get the economy to normalize so that we can be in a normal environment to plan, that would be great.
I got my first vaccination, and I tell you, my mood shifted. I had no idea. My mood just completely changed. It's a whole new world with one vaccination.
Totally. My sister just had her second, and I'm so jealous.
God.
So if there are further questions, I want to thank Dr. Casey for being here today with us and presenting on the work. I think we have a really robust day, actually Tuesday evening. We're going to see, this is just a snippet of the detailed work that has happened thus far around the special education review. And we're really excited to continuing the work beyond just the study, because the implementation is where the hard work happens, right? And the necessary work takes place. So again, thank you for being here. I hope that the board had a day filled of rich information, conversation around the immense amount of work that has taken place thus far to propel us to the next phase of Norwalk in terms of the work that we need to do moving forward around the strategic plan. As you can see, we've taken this work really seriously, and we're looking at all facets of what we do so that we can make good informed decisions around the work ahead for the next 3 to 5 years. February 4th will be an interesting and great day also for the team to observe some of the community conversations that will continue to shape the work around the strategic plan. And I'm really looking forward to the advisory council and the feedback that they'll provide us to strengthen the work and the elements that we will focus on as a district. So also thank you for all the board members that have been really supportive through this process. It's been really intense, and people forget that they are volunteers in the work and they spend an immense number of hours. Even with the special education work, special thank you to Ms. De Palma, who has been an active partner with Yvette, and Yvette has also been incredible. Kudos to the team behind me who has been phenomenal in making sure that all of these studies are happening synchronously and in a way that's very seamless. Although it is an intense amount of work, they've worked diligently to make sure that we meet our July 1st date of being able to move forward with the implementation of a new plan for the next generation of work. And with that, it concludes our board retreat. And I hope the day was full of learning and that you leave with many more questions that will enrich the conversation moving forward. Thank you. And I don't know if our chairman would like to have some closing words.
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Estrella, and thank you to your entire team. It's been a really great day. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Max says he enjoyed it too.
I know.